Meine Güte, hallo, grüß dich. Ich konnte den Space nicht starten. Jetzt finden die den wahrscheinlich nicht, die sich vorbereitet haben. Schätze ich mal. Hi.
Hallo, guten Abend. Komme gerade aus der Badewanne. Also ich bin noch ein bisschen,
Nass.
bin noch ein bisschen out of order.
Ja, alles gut. Nee, aber ich weiß gar nicht, was das hier werden soll, weil der ist ja schon seit einem Monat geplant unter dem anderen Namen. Und es hat nicht geklappt. Ich konnte den nicht verbinden. Ich musste neu starten und einen ganz neuen Space machen. Scheiße.
Oh, dann wir beide im World Talk.
Ja, genau, wir bei dem World Talk. Wenn das nichts ist,
Hm.
na super. Echt, ey. Oh, so eine Scheiße.
Hm. Wer soll denn heute dazukommen?
Die ganze Welt. Von Angie,
Ach so.
Angie Jones und Spikey und June from Canada und also alle.
Hm.
Alle.
Okay, aber kannst du nicht einen Space unter demselben Namen nochmal starten? Oder ist es dann verbraucht?
Ich denke, ja, ich weiß es nicht, aber der Link wird ja nicht erkannt.
Ach
Hello,
so.
hello. I invite you to speak. Perspective, because I had technical problems and now I don't know who will come. Oh, Christ. So, how did you find me? Oh,
Hello, I had
hello.
your space booked, or
Oh,
marked for a notification. I've just
oh,
popped it in our chat group and also a UK chat group. So
oh,
hopefully some more
lovely.
people will be in shortly.
Oh no, because the original link I couldn't start. I had to restart the device and restart the space completely.
Oh, okay. I'll send this link in
Oh,
as
lovely.
well.
Thank you.
Hang on.
And I have to look. Oh my God. Problem is that many of the Canadian and American addresses I don't have. I don't quite know how to find them now quickly. Hello, Madeleine. Nice to see you. I had tech problems here. My initial space didn't work. So now I don't know what's going to happen.
Hi.
Hi, Madeleine.
Is this now
Hallo.
English speaking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I have to write it. Women speak. I will have to do it like that worldwide because then they know who I am. Women speak.
Is there a special topic for today or?
No, it's basically for the English speaking world to connect with us and ask
Okay.
questions about the German community, and we get information of what's going down in their countries. I think that's a nice way to network.
Yes, of course.
And so Spikey and I decided to do that once a month. And Spikey is she's not too well today, and so I will be, doing this on my own now. And hello. And so now after the tech problem, I don't know who will find us. Oh, Nay is there. Hello, Nay. Hello, Nay. Madeleine, would you be able to be a co-host?
Yes, of course, I can do
Oh,
this.
wonderful. Oh, lovely. You help me so much. You can't can't imagine how much that helps. Okay. So, Madeleine will be our co-host as from now on.
I'm not the perfect English speaker, but I'm going to try my.
Oh, we understand you, don't we? Hello, Pija. Hello, Ren. Yeah, I think they will understand you. Ah, goodness. So I will be a bit like a space cadet at the moment because I try to think of who to invite uh, and what their handles are. So, Coach Carolyn, there you go. There's resistance. Na, die wird noch schlafen. She might actually be sleeping. It's New Zealand. Aja, where's Aja? Aja. So, oh, if you want to, wait, at the moment I can't see you. That's rubbish. But if you want to start a conversation, if you want to ask anything, if you want to tell us anything that's bothering you, just you know, wave at us, and we will invite you as a speaker. Oh, Belfast! Oh, lovely! I'm so happy to see you. I invite you as a speaker. I hope you can join us.
Where is Rosine?
Oh yeah, Roisin. Roisin. I have to find her Twitter handle. Wait, I try. No.
She can give us updates, especially about Europe.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And I would actually like one of the women to, from UK talk about what's going on there firsthand. That would be nice. I actually, where is she? Okay, I dare to do it. Um, who else? Give us some names. You want to Sasha? Sasha. Yes, there she is. Oh, I have to put the. No, stop. I have to put the space, otherwise it doesn't make sense, does it? Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's stupid, isn't it? I, I wrote, I tagged some people now, and I forgot to put the link. Hello, Queen. Yeah, how stupid can you be? But anyway, I have to look it up and add it. I'm sorry for this. It wasn't planned to go this way. Where's the tags? The tags. Okay. I can't find. I can't find who I wrote to. Oh. Okay, so Sasha, there you are. I'm sorry, Sasha. Things are a bit weird because I had tech problems, and we're trying to get things going now. Hi, Sasha. Lovely to see you.
Hi, sister. How you been?
Yeah, well, fine, fine, fine. And I've been looking forward to our word talk tonight, tonight, now, in the evening here in Germany. And then I had tech problems and couldn't start the space. That's a bit, and Spikey, unfortunately, is not too well. She might join, but she was supposed to be the co-host because it's basically our idea to do it together in order to network. So, well, you were there last time, and since then I know you and follow you, and I'm very, very pleased to see you again.
Likewise, I've also been having trouble with hosting spaces the past couple weeks. I don't know if it's the update, I don't know what it is, but it's definitely been different.
It feels a bit like Little Madman is tinkering all the time and having new ideas and trying to implement them, and then he realizes, oh, it doesn't work. Let's do it another way. Like that. It's really, oh God, yeah, well, if you have too much money and too much time on your hands to play when others need to work, that's what happens. I actually haven't got any plan of what to talk about. Mm, it's
Are we
I
just off of like the feel of it?
I love it. Yeah, well, I love it when you ask questions. Have you got any questions about Germany and what kind of things we're doing, or is there any special thing that you, plural, all of you, are interested in? We are happy to answer if we can. And
I
yep,
I would like to know if there are any active radical feminist groups that are like that do like protesting or like events or fundraising or like summits or anything in Germany. Or if that's a thing over there.
that's a lovely question. I can answer that. Word Rebel, can I ask you to come to speak? Right, I invite you. Yes, there are some groups in Germany, actually, well, but basically, kind of sometimes single women who do actions outside. Oh, okay, dinner time later. Um, actions outside, like rallies. There is one women's group in Berlin called WorldSpace, and they meet once a month. They do a rally most of the time at Brandenburg Gate, and they tell people about the self-ID law that's about to be passed in Germany. But actually, at the moment, it's been rejected, but we're still in the process, so we're still fighting. And then there is, inspired by Carrie J. Keane, there is Lass Frauen sprechen. It's basically Let's Women Speak, same name. And they have done some rallies and some activities around, of course, self ID as well. And they did a little event when one of our comedians, a bastard who called us turds uh, in public, like don't don't say turds, they are called turfs. And then he was like, oh, but well then, this, he basically called us turds. So he got a prize for that. And like from the media, um, and they made an event around that, and gave him the golden turd or something like that. Well, as a joke, of course. And that wasn't very appreciated by neither the government nor the media places. So they do that kind of thing.
Sounds like a creature would do.
Sorry?
Sounds like something a scroll creature would do.
But that's good, isn't it? I mean, I like them for that. They do that kind of thing, and they travel to Germany and go to places where they need to be. Not very often, but it happens. Oh, sorry. I live near the fire station. So anyway, and then there's me. If I may mention myself, um, I've started with a couple of other rat fans in Berlin. I started Women Speak, like you read in the header, Women Speak, exclamation mark. Because we're not asking, we're just doing. And we had our first rally on the 8th of July. And the next one will be on 12th of August. So it will be every second Saturday a month. And we hope. I'm so sorry. We hope that, well, we will have at least as many women joining as last time because there were 30. Imagine that, 30 women uh, came to the first event. That was brilliant. Um,
That siren does not want you to be great.
this siren is disgusting. This is the whole day. I mean, this is happening the whole day. So I'm very tired. Let me see. So that's basically. I can't think if I have forgotten some. Well, of course, there are other groups who are mainly online, like they have got um, online websites and they write letters and all kinds of things. So they do a lot of action, but not necessarily on the street. So, okay. Now I've got the same thing that I had with you the other day. I don't know if I'm inviting a woman or a man because this is a women's space and men are not supposed to talk tonight. So, Keba, I don't know. Um, well, if you got I don't know what to do now. It's always the same. You never know who you're inviting. Well, anyway, I invite you now. Okay. Madeleine, can you think of anything else that I might have forgotten? Any organization?
I'm going to think about it.
Okay.
I was also wondering if because I know there's a huge problem with prostitution in Germany. So I was wondering if there are any groups like that have that focus.
That I forgot. I'm I'm part of the sisters in Berlin. The sisters are abolitionist group. They are fighting against pornography and prostitution here in Germany, and they've got in many cities they've got groups of women helping women out of prostitution. Yeah, that's it exactly. We exist. I forgot that. I was so focused on the self ID at the moment. Yeah, but we exist and we're doing quite good work. We actually we have been accused of being what's it called? Um, what's it called? Anti-Jewish.
Oh, and
Anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitic. That's it. That's it. That's the word. And we just have been to court, and they must not say that anymore because, well, of course we're not. You know, it's like they
No, yeah, that's a serious accusation, and then that's crazy calling someone anti-Semitic for not supporting prostitution. That's crazy.
Mm. Yeah, it's weird. It's madness, and they call us all right wingers and all kinds of stuff. As soon as you are a turf, you are right winger, and it actually is strain in the communities. You know, they are. It's really hard on us because some women don't want to do actions with other women because they say, "Ooh, you're too close to name it." Might be Kelly J. Keane, that might be enough. And you know, I've been, I've been to Kelly J. Keane's event and was a steward in Vienna, and I was really thinking about it whether I should do that because there are women who are not very happy about that. So, I mean, we have got this problem, this accusation of doing something wrong from all sides, from inside and from the trans activists anyway. So
I would
yeah,
like to that for prostitution to helping women out of prostitution is some is badly founded from the government. There are some projects to help women, but they're only funded with 3 million euros per year. And they're guessing we have 1 million women in prostitution here in Germany. So it's like €3 for every woman to help them out of prostitution. So it's badly, very, very badly funded from the government.
yeah, that's right.
They benefit from women being suppressed in that
Of
way.
course,
Yes.
especially as the situation for the legal situation in Germany is so horrendous. I mean, we are the brothel of the world, aren't we? Or at least in Europe. So yeah, we're we're really fighting, and it is really difficult because the queer activism includes sex work is work. So we have, you know, like as soon as you say prostitution is a no-go, you get problems with those people as well. Now, oh, Frau Schulz is coming, which is very, very lovely. So, Belfast, hello.
Oh, hello. Sorry, cutting in and out. I was going to ask because I'm a bit naive about that. I know there's the Nordic model, but Germany doesn't go with the Nordic model. Isn't that correct?
That
What do you call the model they have in Germany? Is there a particular name for it, or?
not that I know of, but we are the sisters and other organizations like Netzwerk. There's a network. Oh, I can't remember the name. For me, the main one is the sisters, and we are fighting for the Nordic model and doing information, you know, like book readings and all kinds of things. The woman who is most into that kind of thing is unfortunately not here. I would have loved her to be here, but she's very, very busy because she's going around Germany reading her book to people. And
Oh, thank you.
yeah,
I was just wondering
no, we're
because I
fighting
know of
for
the
that.
Nordic model, and I know that it's preferable, but
Yeah,
it's just that
absolutely.
is there another? Because it's to know what to look out for, to look up
Mm.
and things like that. I'm going, I know about the Nordic model, but what is the actual model called that isn't the Nordic model? Is it just,
It
so if anyone,
no, you
there's no particular
you
name,
can
no?
be a prostitute, Netzwerk Ella, that's right.
Decriminalization.
You can be a prostitute in Germany without any problems, basically. You
So that's called full legalization.
as-
That's full legalization.
yeah, yeah, they can do it. They have to register, and you know, there is no problem for the Johns, neither for the women, unless there is something illegal and happening, and something illegal is happening like 98% of the time. But the women are so scared to talk, um, you know, because they have got um, what's it called? Gut, freier, nicht freier. Can you think of the English word for oh God, can't think of the word.
Zuhälter?
Zuhälter, yeah, that's it.
Pimps.
Pimps, yes, thank you.
You talking about pimps?
Yeah, I'm talking about
Pimp.
pimps.
Pimp.
We
So,
had a like a apparently a huge operation here in Northern Ireland, and they arrested 3 people, and there were 7 victims recovered. This is just yesterday, day before yesterday. So I don't think there's only 7 victims of sex trafficking in Northern Ireland, and only 3 people who are responsible for it.
no
So,
way.
and they're calling it a big, massive. They're calling it a big, massive operation, and they've worked together with people from where is it they're from? Oh, it's an Eastern European country. Booker, I've completely forgotten. It's gone out of my head. But yeah, I
Bulgaria,
mean,
maybe?
to arrest 3 people. Pardon?
Bulgaria, maybe?
No,
Poland?
it's in my head, but it's not. It's close to Poland. What do you call the other one? Oh, bollocks! I've forgotten.
Yeah,
It'll come to me. But it's around about that area. Oh goodness, I'm so sorry, ladies. I can't remember. I was reading it early this morning as well, so I'm just disgraced. Um, that this is something that we're dealing with in Northern Ireland that is so behind the door. And it could be like down the street from you, and you wouldn't even be known about it. A lot of people are very kind of naive about um, how to look out for the signs.
What was it though, Belfast? Because I didn't catch it. What were you referring? What happened?
sorry, I didn't catch you, Todd.
No, I said you said I was referring to Belfast, just asking what was the news that in which country because I didn't catch
Okay.
what you.
Oh, I can't remember the name of the country. Give me a second, and I'll look it up because I've heard it.
But name of the country, I get that. But what was the information that was
Oh,
connected with the country?
it was a sex trafficking organization. So they discovered that there was sex traffickers here, and they did a raid on 3 houses, 3 brothels, basically, and recovered 7 victims. Only a couple of whom are speaking to them. There was also another one a few months back that I remember, and that was bigger. That seemed to be bigger, and it was like 20 houses that they had raided and saved certain women from sex trafficking. But they're all from Eastern European countries. It's very worrying that this is going
Well,
on sort of right under the nose.
it's the same
And this is
here.
Belfast. This is Greater Belfast. This is right in the middle of Belfast
Yeah,
that this is going on.
but it's the same in Germany. We've got a real problem with like human trafficking, and young women get basically kidnapped in their countries, or like convinced that Germany is a nice place, and then they get put into prostitution. They take their passports away and all kinds of things, and because they don't know German, they can't even like they couldn't escape. Some of them uh, wouldn't know how to get out. So, and that's where the sisters come in. If we get any information of a woman who wants to get out of prostitution, we try to help her. And yeah, but it really is a problem. I've been to a congress last year. Do you remember the the Melissa Farley and other women did a report on how Johns behave and what they think about prostitutes. And when they did this study, they introduced it. They came to Berlin and introduced it here as well. So there was quite a bit of, there were quite some women, former prostitutes, a policeman from Germany who talked about the issue, um, female doctor who is gynecologist looking after prostitutes because they're entitled to support, medical support and all kinds of things. Entitled to, well, they have to basically. And that was, I don't know, that was probably the worst 8 hours of my life, listening to, listening to what the pimps said, or the Johns said about women, and listening to the women, what they had to endure, and the policeman who said we can't do that. Basically, they know what's going on. They know that there's human trafficking going on, but they cannot interfere. Very often they cannot interfere because, because of the rules around prostitution. They cannot interfere unless they know definitely there's something going on, and they might know it, but they can't prove it. So this is horrible. Germany is absolutely horrible, and people actually think more and more and more that prostitution is something that women do voluntarily, and that they like it, basically, that they like it, and it's empowering. And the weirdest thing I've read some months ago was that a university did what's it called, an information hour for the newbies enrolling at the university, and they said, "Oh, if you are short of money and you need to earn a bit, we can introduce you how you can start OnlyFans and that kind of thing to earn a bit on the side." And they actually provided that for the new students, of course, for the girls, right? It's a disgrace. Germany is a shithole, honestly. Hello, Rona. Lovely to see you. Yeah, so
And it's so sad because over here, and I hate to make this about America again, but over here they're trying to push more for like the full legalization of prostitution. And every time, I'm at one of these new protests or one of these, like, I guess, um, support movements or whatever they call it, I always bring up the situation in Germany and what happened with the Canadian stripper visas because, like, if you look at history, if you look at the statistics, if you look at everything else, there's nothing that suggests that legalizing prostitution makes it safer. In fact, it increases the demand, and it's like a gateway to more extreme action and more violent Johns and higher rates of trafficking. So it's not like it's ever been safe.
yeah, but the myth is going around that if you don't allow women to prostitute themselves, we will have more rape incidents. Men have to F, otherwise they turn into a wild animal or something. I don't know. And people buy that rubbish. So they think, okay, if the women do it voluntarily, let them do it so that my daughter is safe from the rapist. And they don't understand um, that it's actually working. I mean, when you look at other countries where the Nordic model is introduced, they actually are successful with it. And but people believe anything at the moment. That's the problem. It's basically all the same problem. It's men hate women. That's what it boils down to. And men are generally speaking more aggressive, and So the whole attitude towards women makes it possible that there's prostitution and sex work is work attitude and self-ID and all that kind of shit that's happening at the moment. It has all got one root, I think. Sabrina, right? Right.
I also don't get that argument that like, oh, if we legalize prostitution, then it'll stop rape. And it's like, it's not going to stop rape. It's just going to expose the prostituted women to the rapes that would have just been, and it's like, I don't think anyone deserves to be raped.
Well, of course not. Of course not. And I don't believe that men don't rape because they go to prostitutes. I mean, they rape prostitutes anyway. We know that. But if you think that prostitution is no rape, but exchanging money for the then they're not rapists. But they still do that. I think. I think they would still do that. They will not stop raping just because they went to a prostitute. And of course, prostitution is paid rape, right? I think we can agree on that. AP.
Yeah, thank you. We know that it's a myth to say that prostitution will prevent rape. We know that if you tell people that women can be bought, and if you provide pornography and show violence against women as something they like and something that's quite normal, all that will increase the probability that women are raped. So, because all you are doing is installing the idea that women are objects and their main task is to provide possibilities for men to gain satisfaction. And so we know that it's a myth. Everybody knows that. But so today, I think the more problematic view is that people believe that as long as women can decide for themselves to be prostitutes and do sex work, then it's okay. And they don't want to see that only very, very few women might have really the freedom to decide whether they want to sell their bodies or not. And so there's one reason or another that limits the freedom for decision, and never ever will prostitution be empowerment. So we know that there are a lot of women who develop PTBS, post-traumatic stress syndrome, that there's a lot of violence going on, that there's a lot of dissociation going on with women who are doing this kind of work. And so, and even if you believe that there are some women or even men who do it voluntarily, there is no John who does not know that a lot of women are forced to do this by violence. So every John who is buying sex is okay with meeting by chance at least some women who are not there voluntarily in this kind of business. So even if you don't call the regular prostitution rape, those people, those men are willing to rape, or they don't care. and so there's no ethical way for doing prostitution or for buying sex. Let's say that. So, but I believe it's very important to not make those women and few men who sell their bodies. So it's important that they are not criminalized, but those who buy sex and who force themselves upon those who sell their bodies, they have to be criminalized. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, AP. Sabina, hello.
Hi. Hi. I was just going to add, like, how this entire debate, which is also very much coming from inside of academia, it's also the liberal sort of feminist take on prostitution, and how they say that the same thing that everyone's talking about, how it's all about whether or not the woman wants to, it's her agency and stuff. The problem with that is that kind of discourse has been so normalized by social media and the pornification even of smaller children, and now there's this constant push in many countries to lower the age of consent, so systematically making the survivors and victims younger and younger, and you can see that play out in the current neo-Nazi form of transactivism that you see right now. And this is again like tied up to like the larger problems of like how so many rich old men control the funding that goes into tech and the philanthropic capital that is coming out of these like big tech, which also goes into like countries like like my country, or a lot of like these African countries where they enter these like countries to do for like say education. A lot of philanthropic capital, global philanthropic capital goes into education, and one part of that education is again sex and relationship education, and how they're trying to you know they call it behavior change, but it's actually like again the same kind of brainwashing, like removing focus from like what children ought to learn, uh, and taking it twisting it into something to a completely different. It's not about learning your body anymore, it's not about learning about relationships anymore at the right stage. It's all about like feeding smaller feeding young kids with like information that they have no business knowing. Like like all through my 20s or 30s, like early 30s, I didn't know lots of these things that they talk about, like in it's all coming from pornography, the terms, and kids don't need to learn these things. Why should anybody learn about all these weird things that are supposedly part of the queer repertoire? Like, we can live completely, perfectly normal sexual lives without knowing all of these things. So this kind of normalization of, all these different kinds of categories of like pornography into like, what kids are learning in school, and the push to make them more aware and sensitized, but it's all controlled by this kind of like big tech capital, and we have to like, we cannot change any of this if we don't attack the source of human slavery. That's what I want to add.
Yes. And you know what they do now in Germany? They inform young people. I don't know which age, but like at the age of 11, 12, I think it was, um, they introduced them to, you know, um, bottom, uh, bottom things, like what's it called? Anal, doing it anal and all kinds of stuff. and they inform them how to do that safely, and they talk about all kinds of things, even about apparently about BDSM um, um, things, and I find that appalling. And we've got a kindergarten here now in Berlin. No, actually three um, that are, like rainbow kindergartens. And well, I'm I find it very suspicious. I think they tried something um, like only some weeks ago in another um, place, not in Berlin, but in another place in Germany. They had a kindergarten where they wanted to introduce a room where the kids can get naked and touch each other, and and the adults weren't supposed to interfere unless something bad was happening. Can you imagine that kind of? It's so horrendous what's going on in this country, and I think it's not only here that these things are going on. Well, in maybe in different ways, but it's like it's spreading like wildfire. And when you say something against it, I mean, it was a pedophile who introduced the first queer kita here in Berlin, and he has withdrawn now. But oh, okay, Madeleine. Okay, Madeleine has got technical problems; she can't hear us. Um, this pedophile it has withdrawn now, so that he's not officially mentioned um, in this kindergarten, like hierarchy. But he's still with one of our parties, and he's welcome there. Political parties, the socialists, and it's you wonder how this is actually possible. I don't understand what is going on, to be honest, and I find it appalling and I find it dangerous. Thank you.
Isn't it also in Germany that the Green Party was involved with the pedophilia advocates as well?
Yes,
It's kind of, yeah, I think it's Germany, and also like it's very this kind of Green Party, and you know how in the 1970s organizations like PI sort of infiltrated labor, I mean left politics, and that is still there. I think it is through that channel that they entered like university departments, and they started normalizing a lot of this nonsense actually, and making it sound like it's all about rights, and mixing it all up with rights and privacy debates. And now it's just like, I'm so scared. I'm from India, so I'm so scared what's going to happen in our countries, because we'll get the worst of it, right? Like, we're losing all the jobs here, all the kind of development work that's going on in the poorer space, like poorer like neighborhoods. It'll all be, uh, tech enabled, which means that more and more people are not going to have a privacy, because you know how, and they will bombard kids with, we're already seeing hikes in like spikes in like rapes and assaults amongst younger kids, and even in schools. And it's just terrible. Like, I'm so scared, because these are kids who are not exposed to that urban global culture, right? In the villages, you show them these kind of things when they have not even learned anything about how to be with, be in normal relationship, how to talk to each other, never been exposed, and you're suddenly bombarding them with this kind of really damaging content. So it's leading to like, I mean, it's quite scary right now. And then again, they will do this kind of liberal pushing of the law, and, like lobbying, and they will try to reduce the age of consent, which is like, so it's very scary right now. Yeah.
yeah, they're at it again. I mean, the Greens have been well known for that kind of infamous for wanting to get the pedophiles in, and some of them actually were known pedophiles, right? And it's coming back, and they're pushing it again, and they have renamed them here too, as if I got that right, you know, like minor attracted. They don't want to call them pedophiles because everybody knows what that is, but they want to, you know, they want to prepare the path with the self-ID law. They want to prepare the path for more to come, you know, like for the age of consent. It keeps popping up, the age of consent. And well, for me, the age of consent can't be younger than anyway, younger than 16, if 16. And so they're at it. It's unfortunately, but that's we're fighting on all fronts there. Cut Post and then Sasha, please.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I entered just right now, and I listened to you talking about kindergarten. We had some weeks ago this problem that LSquad mentioned about abuse in a kindergarten. Yeah, I don't know right the place in Germany. And there were a little discussion in Twitter, and everyone was surprised. Oh, this is not possible. How can this happen? And so on. And I told, because I'm familiar with this area, that there are general national education plans where we have this norms, so that you educate little children and sexuality and so on. And everyone said this is not possible. Now it happened. I don't know if you people from Berlin, from Germany, know this. It happened in Berlin that another case appeared in Berlin from the well-known Fröbel kindergartens.
I don't hear anything.
Pardon? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So that another case
Sasha,
happened.
Sasha, wait, please. Did you not hear that Kalkpost was talking?
No, I was like, it was silent
okay.
for a moment.
So maybe you come back in, because if you can't hear her, I can't restart the space, but people who can't hear other people speak are asked to please come back in, because then that sorts itself out usually.
Okay,
Thank you. Because Kalkpost is talking at the moment. Thank you. Kalkpost, carry on.
Okay, thank you. Another case happened here in Berlin from the well-known Fröbel kindergartens, and it was in Berlin, Spandau. I don't know if you know about this, but there, to my big astonishment, they have a room, a special room that is called in German, it's a Kitzelraum, I think. Tickle room, something like that. And this name for me was very astonishing. So, and there the children can go for sexual exploration. And the parents were protesting because of because their children were suffered bad treating and violence from the part of the educators, but also sexual abuse by a male educator. So this is all written down in the education plans, the sexual exploration and so on. It's not astonishing that this thing happens. And for me, I didn't know this some weeks ago, but then I heard about it from some colleagues and friends who are working in this area, and they told me about their experiences. And I think this is everything of this has to be controlled, and we have to discuss about it because it's a space for pedophile people. And we were discussing in Twitter about pedophiles in the trans area, and everyone said, no, you are transphobic and so on. There are no pedophiles. And now we are seeing that as well as on the level of kindergartens, of young people, young children, and young people, and as well as on the level of adults, the pedophiles are going forward because now they are claiming on all levels that they have to be accepted as minor attracted people. And this is very dangerous, and we are very, very, the professionals and other people I know, my friends, we are very shocked about this development, and no one knows about it. This was the point when we talked about this here on Twitter about the education plans of kitas and so on. That this is allowed, and this is, we have to do it. If you work in this area, you have to accept it as an educator. You have no choice. And this, for me, from my point of view, it's pedophile activity, because I can't imagine how this could be good for children and for the educators and for the families. And now we have the results in Berlin and in other places that we see these people with sexual abuse and with the strange rooms for explorating and so on. And this for me is a pedophile activity in the all over the place concerning adults and concerning little children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so how is that in Britain? Is there anything like that, or is there more, or in America, whatever, wherever you are? Do you know that kind of thing happening in your countries?
Yes, absolutely. There's a push for there's actually a push for to add it to the LGBT community and say that like that's a sexual orientation, that's a valid sexual orientation, and they're trying to have spaces to teach children about types of sex that aren't even beneficial to have, or elements of sex that are very pornified. And I want to be clear that there's no safe way to have anal sex with a woman. It's not it actually damages I hate to get graphic, but it damages the rectum. And there's no it wasn't meant for that kind of force. And BDSM was actually introduced um, through gay porn, and it was offered to women because people wanted to see women in these compromising positions and like being subjugated and all that. Good old misogyny. Um, and there's like this social push for it to be seen as like normal and acceptable, and like it's just something that two consenting adults do together, but then there's no look into as why somebody would do it, because it wasn't so popular. Like you don't if you go to the lesbian clubs, even like the most sexual lesbian clubs, you don't see women beating each other with whips or like using giant unnatural like phallic objects to penetrate each other. That's not a thing. And so if you say anything about it, they'll be like, oh, well, you have internalized homophobia, or you have like internalized misogyny, or you're transphobic, or anything like that. And that's how they shut down the conversation. Like, if you try to look at it from any kind of critical lens, and they'll say that you're a bigot and you're closed minded, and you don't deserve to be heard.
Yeah, that's the same here. And what else is going on? That people who call themselves non-binary or trans or whatever, who raise kids. There's this guy who calls himself, I think, non-binary. That's the last I heard about him. He has got a child, and he's got, a torture chamber, BDSM, in his bathroom. And apparently the child is exposed to that. And he wrote a book on how to introduce young kids to bondage so that they do it properly and don't hurt themselves. And this kind of thing, um, maybe published in Germany and get celebrated as so, you know, it's so good. We are so open these days. It is, frankly, it's revolting. And if I had a say in that, I would take the kids away. But there are quite some of those individuals around now, doing that kind of thing and propagating BDSM and exposing their kids to that. And of course, they don't call them he or she. They ask their 3, 4-year-old kids which gender they are today, right? And the kids, of course, they don't know what's going on, but they learn how to respond. Of course, they will, because they know what makes daddy or mummy or whatever they call themselves happy. So it's an absolute disgrace, and it actually scares me a lot.
And I think the particularly insidious part of this kind of, and I don't like to call it activism because I consider activism to be something that is a part of improving like the lives or the struggles of a particular group, interest group, but this doesn't improve anyone's lives. And then it's getting pushed off as this thing that just regular gays and lesbians and bisexuals are having to deal with, and it's actually increasing homophobic attitudes towards like all of us, because they think that most people, they're not going to bother to distinguish lesbians and gays and bisexuals from the rest of the TQ everything else, and so they're going to think that it's all us. And we're caught in between this weird place where when we talk about it, they assume that like we're still more traditional, but then if we don't, then it looks like we are, supportive of it. And the nature of a lot of these arguments is that like one thing leads to another, this, that, and the other. But I feel like it comes from one, misogyny, because that's the basis of gender ideology. It's always been sexism, and it's always been reinforcing stereotypes based on female biology. And then the other part of it, hold on, I'm getting a call. And then the other part of it is helping to remove women's political power. Because if you think about most societies, if you think about most countries, if you think about like majority of quote unquote dominant world powers or like more developed countries, most women don't have political groups that advocate on our behalf. We don't have our own political caucuses or lobby groups. And so what these things are designed to do is essentially to stamp out individual or grassroots female activist groups or female interests or advocacy groups or organizations.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I have to go for a minute, and AP is taking over. I will be back as quickly as possible, but I'm talking on WDI tomorrow, and I've never done that, and there's a Zoom conference at the moment. So please bear with A.P.Schulz, who is my savior at the moment. Thank you very much. I will be right back. Thank you.
So I'll do my very best to be a kind of substitute. So go on, who wants to respond or give her own opinion?
I don't know if that means continue or if somebody had a response.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
I don't know if that meant to continue or if somebody else had a response.
Oh, yeah, it was just a pause, so I thought maybe someone wants to add something. But if you have additional things to say, please go on with it.
Oh, okay. Well, I forgot the last thing I said, but basically, a big part of this push for gender ideology and the things that support it and all the other, I guess, practices that come with it are to suppress activism on behalf of women and women's rights, autonomy, self-determination, all those good things. So it has a double focus. So invalidating stuff like that, like once it becomes law, first of all, once it becomes law, it's hard to repeal. But secondly, once it becomes law, there's like we lose all the language, all the analysis, the social critiques made by radical feminists throughout history. And so now we kind of lose that ability to advocate on behalf of ourselves, our sisters, our mothers, our daughters, our aunts, everyone else.
Yes, thank you. I personally believe that's a very important thing, that we are really in danger of losing our language and to speak about ourselves and on our behalf. And this might be even the most dangerous part of all of it, because it's not only about gender and transgender and everything, but about everything that has to do with the situation of women. Okay, Sabina?
I just wanted to also add how they are attacking family as a unit. They are trying to, in places like, I mean, even in the US and Canada, where misgendering could amount to, your child being taken away. And that sort of like is a whole different level of like, control over, the how the parents totally lose control over their children based on this gender ideology, which is also affecting and breaking down like the family as a unit in a society. So like all the sort of like, we have the formal mechanisms of control, but we also have, the societal mechanisms of, having social order, right? So they attack every because they attack language, they end up attacking every form of maintaining order in a society. So it also comes from that kind of mentality of creating anarchy, but in the worst form possible. It's not like the progressive anarchy. They do see themselves as progressive, but there's nothing progressive about what they're doing, right?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not really sure I would call that anarchy. For me, it's more something like a totalitarian system from above that limits our freedom to speak, our freedom to pursue our own goals, and so on. But I believe we agree on the danger that comes with all of this. And in Germany, there are plans from the Green Party, but also supported by the Social Democratic Party and also the Liberal Party, to limit the role of the parents and to limit free speech and also to penalize misgendering and so on, or using the so-called dead name. So we are hoping that this law will not come into place, but it's not sure yet how we will end. Yes. Anybody else who wants to add her own thoughts?
I just kind of wanted to expand on the like not like losing our language and not being able to describe like our situations, because if you think about it, like nobody asks a young girl what she identifies as before she's sold into marriage, or before she's trafficked to a brothel, or before she's, how they do the bride kidnappings in Kyrgyzstan or any of these places. That's just not a global reality. And so the concept of gender is inherently anti-female. And so while we see like what we see now in, I hate saying this, first world countries, um, it's going to be reflected and amplified worse in countries that don't have as many rights and protections for women. And so these young girls that are being basically, there's not going to be anyone to talk about the issues that these women and girls in other countries and regions are facing, because again, once we lose that language, then anything that you say, one, will put you in a position of being publicly persecuted for wrong think, essentially. Goddamn, I feel like I'm talking about 1984 here. But yeah, you'll be persecuted for wrong think, and these issues will go largely ignored, but more so than before, because at least now we can talk about it. We can somewhat discuss the things that are happening to with the condition of women and girls globally. But especially that law about misgendering, because anyone can see how that can be weaponized by someone who might be more vindictive, or someone who might be misogynistic. And we're already fighting, like we've been fighting the manosphere for 10 years, and these people have been convening in threads, they've been convening in 4chan, they've been convening in forums and other places where they've developed misogynistic communications to basically help them stop and interfere with like any kind of feminist activism. And so it sets a dangerous precedent when we say, okay, well, we're going to do this, and it's so absolute that anyone who challenges it is demonized, not just by society but by the law. So we're essentially getting fucked over twice.
Sabine?
No, that was a mistake. Sorry. You can carry on, Sasha.
I'm sorry, I did not hear what that last part was.
I didn't have it. Was just a error. My hands went up, but you can continue. I don't have anything to add at this point.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that was just going off. I'm hard at developing a conversation like that, like on my own, because I'm very just straight to the point. Basically that was it. It's just, once we lose that language, then everything else just pretty much goes back under the shadows. And once we have such an absolute law like that, which says, misgendering is a crime and things of that nature, and also I want to liken this to how abusers control women, right? Because they play this nice role, they get you to marry them, they get you to have the kid, and then once you have the kid, they use that kid as a weapon, as a means to control your behavior. And that's essentially what the state is doing, is they're using children to correct women's behavior. Because if we think about it, it doesn't really, like, it's not going to affect men the way it's going to affect women. It's just not, right? If a trans-identified female enters like a male restroom, she's not going to hold him down and rape him, or traffic him, or kidnap him and snatch him out of the bathroom, and he can't fight back. But that's the reality of many women, and female-only spaces are some women's only escape from male violence and other related things. If you think about how many girls in Houston, Texas, which is one of the largest trafficking hubs in the United States next to Atlanta, Georgia, they'll go into the airport bathrooms and then they'll get assistance from there, right? They'll run away from their traffickers into a woman's restroom in the airport and then get assistance. And that's one of the ways that they get out of trafficking. And then rape shelters, female-only rape shelters. We're losing so many of those, especially in Canada. Talking about the Vancouver rape relief situation, where the city stopped ceased completely any funding to Vancouver Rape Relief because they refused to house a trans-identified male on site with a bunch of female rape victims who were victimized by males. And so this is just the tip of the iceberg. There are problems that we don't even see yet, or problems that we can't even comprehend in the future once we start seeing the more normalized, when society has this idea of self ID and gender ideology be normalized.
They are actually trying to attack the rape laws, right? Like they are placing all of these things under the gender ideology. They are actually normalizing rape culture, rape, everything is so. Within, if this continues within a couple of like years, you will see that, you know, people won't be, women or children, like girls basically, they will not be able to speak of rape because it'll become redundant, because they're making everything seem like an orientation rather than abuse. So they're definitely diluting, they're systematically diluting rape laws in every country.
Thank you. I just want to say that this is a women-only space, an XX space, so only women will be added to the panel. Thank you.
But yes, I agree. We are losing more and more protections, especially protections against rape and specialized protections to make sure that women don't experience like heightened violence from basically males. I'm not gonna say the other term because I don't believe you can change your sex. I just don't. But yeah, like this one of the many ways that women escape male violence is through female only spaces. And then when you think about how they're being systemically forced to include males in female only spaces, what is that? When we're being systemically forced to include males in female only spaces, it's no longer essentially a female only space. It loses that. And the general safety that women have amongst each other is, I'm not saying that women don't ever do anything to each other, but it's like, if you have to think about it like this, if a trafficker is looking for victims and he's trying to pull someone out of a female only space, he'll have to send a female in there to get her. And a woman has better chances of fighting off another woman than she does of fighting off another man. And as much as I despise saying that, I recognize that, like, not everyone is going to have some kind of discipline. Not everyone is going to be in the gym every day trying to work out, and not everybody likes fighting. So it's like, most women, first of all, when we're already raised, you know, we've had gender ideology since the goddamn 50s, and it's affected women psychologically to a level that where most of us aren't. We aren't taught to be physically active. We're not taught how to use our bodies forcefully. We're not developing our muscles in our youngest years, in our most developmental years, and it eventually it is going to affect us evolutionarily. And so, you know, if we don't dismantle the existing patriarchy, especially while this type of I don't know what else to call it besides movement is happening, we will be ultimately fucked socially, economically, and physically.
Thank you. Kalkpost?
Yeah, I'm always thinking about what is the main point in the actual situation. So because we have like prostitution, surrogates, violence against women, everything. So, but I'm a little bit confused always, but then I think, okay, the main problem is what is a woman? And the definition, the biological, scientific definition, and our language. Because if we don't know, if we can't fight back to this trans activists that are saying, okay, anyone can be a woman, so we can't do anything about our rights. They will come into our spaces, they will say, I'm a woman, I menstruate, I can have a, okay, this is not trans man, but I can have a baby, whatever. If, as long as we don't have this basic definition, I think we can't fight back. And every other problem is secondary in my view, actual view. I don't know, because I'm a little bit confused, but I think this is the main problem. As soon as we can say, okay, this, we are the women, and we can ask for our special exclusive spaces and for our rights and for everything. But as soon as we have men inside, we can't. We can't. And I think this is my question. What is the main problem? What can we do now? Because we are not fighting only against politics and state. All of this is coming out of our own movement of feminists, lesbians, gays. So we are a little bit isolated, I would say, at the moment, at least in Germany. But we have to find the real definition. What is the problem? What do we have to fight first? And I think it's a definition, what is a woman? And it's binary. It's not any trans man, any man who wants to come into our spaces, and we have to close our spaces and we have to accept them. And everything is going on this base that they say we are women. And so I think this is my idea. I don't know, but this is, there has to be one main problem and one main point, because if not, we will always go on to argue on ridiculous things. So I mean, it's crazy for me to say, okay, what's a woman? We have a lot of some initiatives to discussions and letters to our to the parliament and so on, and the answers, they are really crazy for me. And so we have to have one initiative and one main point, crossing all the countries, to go on, because this is really, for me, it's really, I can't believe it. It's crazy that I have to answer, why is this person not a woman? Everyone knows what is a woman. We have biological facts, and we need some definitions, scientific definitions that we have to defend. And on this base, we can do all the other things. But if not, I mean, we are lost.
Yeah, thank you. I would add that also the other side is arguing that they are the ones who are based in science, and we are the ones who are not up to date with modern science. And the most successful slogan was indeed "Trans women are women." So, Sasha?
Yes, I just wanted to expand on what the other sister, Kakpost, I don't know how to pronounce that, sorry, had said. I agree with you to an extent, but it's not that even the majority of people or our own community is doing this. It's just that most people, the people around us, are silent because of cancel culture, right? People are afraid to lose their jobs if they say anything. They're afraid to be canceled and doxxed and everything, because we see how the people who speak out against this, the people who are the public face of the anti-gender ideology movement, they're getting persecuted online and off, right? You see the people get things thrown at them, they get bomb threats, rape threats, death threats, everything else. So it's mostly having to push for the social acceptance of just being logical, right? Just not having this ideology not having such a stronghold, because if you look at it, most people don't actually agree. If you go on Reddit and you hear like the TRAs and the trans-identified people complaining about like how they don't truly feel accepted because they or lesbians won't do XYZ, or gay men won't have sex with them at orgies, or how they don't really like how women look at them, or they don't really feel welcome in female-only spaces. It's not that it's something that's socially acceptable yet, because there's still that attitude of like that begrudging acceptance that if I don't do XYZ, well then I'll face social castigation. So it's mostly just popularizing the rhetoric and making it socially acceptable and explaining why it should be socially acceptable. Because like most people don't agree with this nonsense. Again, it's just that there's a small vocal group of people online who are responsible for making the lives of the people who speak out against this hell. So like they target people. They all focus on what like individually on the most outspoken people to make sure that they don't get enough support, or that they feel threatened enough to back down at least.
Okay, yes, I agree with you in general, because I think even here in Germany, most people and women and even lesbian, what me surprises most, they don't know about the facts. But on the level of government and NGOs, because I was looking at this the last days, and even in Germany, feminist and lesbian and homosexual gay organizations, they agree. Yeah, they are pushing this ideology, trans ideology forward. And this is for me the main problem, because if we would have still our organizations, I wouldn't be here tonight. Yeah, but they are talking in pro of transgender agenda. And this is a problem because they have the media on their side, they have definitions on their side, and I think the people in general, even women, men, gay men, lesbians, they don't agree and they don't know what we are talking. They don't know reality. They don't know what is going on. But on the institutional level, we really have hard problems. And yeah, I'm really confused about this situation and how we can fight back on this level. And I agree with you that most people, if they are informed, most people are not informed, but if they are informed, they are against this, but most people don't know about the situation. And the institutions, government and NGOs, they are in Germany, at least in pro trans activism, yeah, trans ideology. And I'm really confused about this situation and thinking all the time, how can we fight back? What is necessary now to talk about? Thank you very much.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you, Kakburst. I feel you.
Canada is in the house. Hello, AP, I'm back.
Yeah, I saw it. I just wanted to give it back to you. Go on.
Oh, no, it's fine. You can stay here, of course. I'm very happy. Thank you for this minute I had to sort things out for tomorrow. I'm a little less nervous now. But I want to say something about to what Kite was just said, because what I find really disturbing, what I find really disturbing is that many lesbians, even the ones who are opposed to the self ID law, generally speaking, and they know what's happening, they've got their friend circles and like with queer feminists or queer lesbians and they got their trans friends, both ways, trans friends, and they actually don't. I find that so irritating. Don't put their energy into focusing on women. What lesbians, well, I think that's what lesbians should do. Otherwise, why would they be lesbian? I mean, that's part of it, isn't it? And you would focus on women, and all women, of course, you know, all women from all walks of life and in all situations you can be as a woman, and that's, well, infinite. And that is really getting to me because we can't, I don't know what it's like in other countries at the moment, but what I observe in Germany is that we get our energy gets lost by not pulling together in the same direction, but by telling others that they're right wingers or affiliated with the wrong people and all that kind of stuff. So that takes a lot of energy, and I wish we could get beyond that. And actually, the last, for me, the last bar women's women's room to go to that I have been defending and fighting for in the past years is now turning queerer by the minute, and I just asked them to take me out of their newsletter. I'm not going to go there again. Um, that's what I say today. Something might change my mind in the future, but at the moment, I'm so disappointed. We've been talking about that for 3 years, and I know that they've got the problem that we get funding by the government for women, or used to get funding by the government for women's, um, bars and projects and culture places and that kind of thing. And when that turned queer, more and more queer, it wasn't a question of is it a thing for women, but is it a thing for queer rainbow? Da, 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 da. So uh, you might be able to guess what happened. Um, the women weren't the focus anymore. Like couldn't be the focus because if you didn't have the asterisks, like women asterisks, that kind of thing. It started to be a problem because they wouldn't get the funding. So because they're dependent on the funding by the government, that got more and more tricky for that place. It's a culture. It's a squat. It used to be a squat in the 80s, right? Um, they squatted. The women squatted that bloody house and built it back up, and it's a beauty now. And now they're turning it into a kind of queerish kind of thing. They pretend to be for women, but as soon as there are men in it, I won't go. Period. I go to any hetero bar. I prefer that because I know where I am there. And some women say they don't go to that place to discuss things, especially if it comes to rat fem discussions, because they don't want to, like be overheard and the info being taken to other women or trans activists. No, thank you. So I rather meet somewhere else. And well, that's what's actually at the moment, this minute, happening in Berlin. The last place has gone. So I'm sorry. I needed to say that. That is really something we have to think about, and where we have to get together. We have to find a way to back together and pull in one direction and support each other, which doesn't necessarily happen. And I don't know what it's like in your countries. Please tell us about it. Thank you very much, Sasha.
Yeah, there's like 3 lesbian bars left in the entire United States. I heard, I forgot who said what last, but I know that I wanted to say, what we need is influencers. Like, I hate saying that, and I know it's like one of the most tedious things ever, but that's how they reach these kids, and that's how they make the ideology much more acceptable, is through influencers. Sorry, I had to spray something. There's a weird looking fly in here. I'm not sure if it's a fly or not. I don't know what the fuck that is. Okay. Hope it's dead. Anyway, yeah. So we need someone who has like the most basic talking points and like someone who's young and appeals to like I guess most of the social media demographics, someone who's like conventionally attractive. And it's like I'm plotting like an evil plan here, but like it's true. We do need someone who has that, like who's appealing in that way to talk about these issues in a way that's digestible for just the average person, because that's how these, I guess, gender ideologues are reaching so much success, is because they have so many people, especially young people, young attractive people, preaching this like rhetoric and making it acceptable, because like no one's really gonna come up and disagree with them, and anyone who does, like they're usually older, and so they just brush them off as like okay boomer or something like that.
Thank you, Tired, and then Sabina.
Yeah, hi. I just want to refer to the far right thing, and I want to distinguish right wing from far right. The thing is that I've been participating in observing the space in the last few years in terms of like gender critical and all of these discussions and so on. And the thing is, like, maybe, a few years ago, it was very easy to ignore some of the women who would say it's quite dangerous to see far right organizations suddenly interested in the topic, and that certainly there is some underneath things happening. And the thing is, there is, and we can see now that still like a lot of far right, and again, I'm distinguishing right wing from far right. That's difference. I do see a difference between just right wing people in terms of like economy or so on versus far right people. Right now, we are at the time that we see actual legislation changes that affect gay people in Europe, and they might affect them also in like United States and so on. We do see reverse of women's rights and whatever. So we cannot, I think, anymore be lenient and be like, oh, this is just like a single topic. Not really. It's really not. And I think it's very much used, and it's such a difficult space to be, because on one hand I understand that a lot of policies are very much anti-women, and I do see the decline of women's spaces and like rape centers being defunded like in Vancouver or so on. But at the same time, we do see rise of like fall of women's rights, like in Poland, for example, like with the abortion, or America with abortion, Hungary with gay rights, Italy with gay rights as well. And it's just a very, very scary time. And also I'm just very tired of so many like very far right people trying to present themselves as some sort of like women's right activists simply for saying, oh, I recognize this and that. And then it creates a very difficult space for a lot of us, I think, because a lot of women here in the space, I believe, are genuinely coming from good position of not wishing anyone harm, or not like just wanting the best for people. And then it's just like so difficult to function in that space. Like,
Sabina?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about also how even if the majority population, at least in my country, for instance, the majority population would still recognize that, yeah, something is wrong, but they have been disincentivized. Like, you won't get jobs. You would be thrown out of, like, if you open your mouth to say that this is completely bonkers, you would just be slotted as someone who like there is active, like there are all kinds of active ways to silence you, and that's another reason why lots of people, they're not confused but they're not speaking up. And the moment you put something out, like, even for instance, I shared an article on Facebook yesterday, immediately somebody came and like started like sending me sex ed, like links of queer sex ed and stuff under my post. And with a kind of presumption that I am speaking from a position of not knowing, not being up to date with my, ideas or with my, but the fact is it's them who are actually quite outdated now because they haven't yet seen or captured. They were so busy constructing and manipulating everybody, the discourse, creating material and pushing that agenda along with the funders, that they have not captured the moment that the tide is actually turning. Like there are reversal in many countries of policies. At least gender affirming care is being reversed and being restricted in many parts of Europe. So like there are like people are starting to recognize, and I think the detransitioners' testimonies are becoming more public now because this was sort of like like a 10-year sort, 5 to 10 years gap where people just go underground after all of those things happen and the clinics will not follow up. But now more and more people are speaking up, and these are the stories that we should platform as well, because but again, like they're also harmful. I think another important way is to also look at how women detransitioning, like young girls detransition, like young girls transitioning rate is much higher now, and the reasons for them transitioning is actually very different from men, because women do is for women it's a kind of self-harm because of getting abused and traumatized as children a lot of the time, or like to get away from men. But for men it is to have access to women, so the motivation behind transitioning is also very separate. So these are the kind of like narratives we have to focus on to understand that how the motivation behind like women, more and more women who see themselves, who see trans activism as a extension of feminism. We have to like be able to like I think many of you already pointed out how women, even if they transition or not, they're not a threat to other people, but men continue to be a threat irrespective of whatever they call themselves, like so these I don't know if it is possible to because the funding source is such an important thing. It's very difficult to actually, even like Sasha said about influencers, it's also very difficult to become an influencer in these kind of, when you're speaking about feminism now, about women right now, because all the funding is going to queer organizations, everybody who supports this ideology, because this has to do with the entire transhumanism and Silicon Valley agenda, right? So it's going into those kind of spaces, like where every organization is going to replace women representatives with, gender ideology, identifying as a woman kind of a person. And all the women's spaces, whether it's political, DEI, and all of those spaces are actually getting more and more populated by men again. And so we have to, I mean, I am hoping that it'll get slightly better in the coming months, because of these kind of like reversals in policies, because of evidence that is coming out, but of harm, evidence of harm. But it'll still require like, I don't know, like a lot of work, because the funding source for women's organization might be drying up.
The woman and then TM whatever.
Hey, thank you. Wow, this conversation is awesome. I'm sort of newish here, so, but to jump off what Sabina was just saying, that's like what I'm working with, because I literally am going to try to speak up about this, and so. And I'm having those exact thoughts of funding, but in a totally selfish way, like not selfish, but you know what I mean, like on my personal journey, and organizing, like in earlier, L Squad was talking about the bars and which bar can you even fucking meet at. Sorry, I have a mouth. I hope that's okay. But like, and just sort of pulling that together. And again, I can't tell you how helpful these conversations are. I had one yesterday too. And it really is true, because I've been watching that Dylan Mulvaney thing, or I hate to say his name even, but how he got a sponsorship from Bud Light. And I may be sort of arrogant, but like, that's almost the ring I'm trying to aim at. And I'm like, how are we going to do that? How, maybe not me personally, but like a group of us or something like that, to me is like sort of like the, you know, American, I guess. I'm like, how do we get the sponsorships? Because that's how, that to me, that's the quickest we're going to change at least American culture. I also may be utterly dreaming about that, but that's definitely things I'm thinking of, because I'm seeing the change too. I thought it was going to be 15 years before this changed, but I'm seeing it. I think within the next year or two, somebody's going to get a sponsor. Not me, I'm not big enough, but you know what I mean? Like, I think it's, I'm trying to put that out there because I was so hopeless before, but I think it's changing, and it's changing quicker, I think. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thanks for letting me up, hosts. I am going to talk briefly, and I have to go, unfortunately, but I've been thinking about this for the past couple days, because you know, I want us to, like, I want us solutions, right? Not just us bemoaning the issue, right? I have actually been thinking, you know, they infiltrate us, right? We need to infiltrate them. You understand? I think one of the problems that we have as women is that, you know, we are so often the targets, that that's all we get stuck doing, is talking about how we're targeted, and that we don't do targeting back. And we don't, it's like we don't talk about how to be strategical. Rather, we just do talk about how to protect ourselves. You know, the right wing is fully aware of what trans women are doing to us, and they love it. They absolutely support it, because it's dividing us and making us totally infiltrated by men. I'm always amazed how many TIMs, I mean, I'm not really amazed, but like how many TIMs are pro-life. They don't see us as full human beings because they're men. They don't want us to have rights. So there are, you know, I would say, like, I'm kind of always was naturally interested in military history, but I feel like us women collectively, we need to start reading more about military tactics. We need to start reading about books like the 48 Laws of Power, all right? Because these are the lexicon, these are the things that they know about, that they use to weaponize against us. I'd like to see more women's knitting circles that also are discussing famous battles in World War II, okay? There's a book, hold on a second. I'm forgetting it. I'm sorry, but like one of the books, like I mentioned, 48 Laws of Power, it's literally like a manual to be a sociopath, okay? Even the author who wrote it, Robert Greene, he said he would never use it completely because he would become a sociopath. But it's full of historical information and truth, and understanding how sociopaths work and what tactics they're using against us. And we need to start turning the tables and using it on them. That's what I'm saying. And we need to also make sure we really need to not let men in our groups. Sasha the other day was talking about this. I hope actually you can tell the whole room again about what CONTELPRO is, because that was amazing. And how they destroyed feminist activism, how the CIA destroyed feminist activism. Yeah, darn, there was one more book that I was going to suggest to you guys, but I forgot. But this is really important. We really need to start understanding these tactics. Oh yeah, like, if, you know, they have pimp manuals, okay? I highly suggest, if you haven't ever read a pimp manual or a summary of what a pimp does, that you do so, because it's really important in a total war situation, which is what we're in, you guys. We have to understand. We're in a total war, which means every piece of information we can get is a benefit to us. We need to understand our enemies' tactics. We need to understand what they're doing, and we need to use their tactics against them. So that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, you're talking to Germans. I can imagine that some of us get a knot in their stomach hearing that kind of words, but I agree. I actually agree that we need to be informed what our, let's call them opponents, um, uh, like what their weapons are, if you want, and their information. That seems to be crucial. But thank you very much. Thank you very much. Frau Schulz, I think it's your turn, isn't it, AP? And then that.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. So I agree that we need to talk about strategy. I'm not so sure that the famous battles of World War II are helpful in this situation, but maybe. But I want to add that many people on the left and also within women groups of feminists, they actually bought into that trans women are women slogan. So there are a lot of people who, with their best intentions, want to help the discriminated group, the marginalized group. So it's not all about pressure from above, and it's not all about law, and it's not all about funding. Also, those are very important issues, of course. But I absolutely believe that we have to fight what Sasha said on language first. Or I think that must be some of the major goals to reclaim language and to make sure that our language is clear, concise, and that everybody knows what really is meant by the words. And as long as people really believe trans women are women with some certain acrobatic thing in your mind, they can't see the danger of trans identified males in women's spaces. And so we have to also address the thing that is not done by force, but by this gaslighting that was very successful. Thank you. So I believe Sasha is next.
Okay, I just wanted to get into what PM Mia Slice just said, and I wholeheartedly agree. Like, language is important, but we also have to, we have to be careful who we let in, not to make this like some sort of special club, but that's how a lot of like initiatives, especially women's initiatives, get sabotaged, is because of infiltration. And I was talking about this the other day, that these particular like TRAs, they function a lot like the manosphere. So what they'll do is they'll like look out for rad femmes and then like infiltrate their circles and then like look for vulnerabilities and then exploit those vulnerabilities. And so that's why the last couple of days, even for people who interact with them frequently, I'll just use a blockchain so that they have no chance. Anyone who interacts with manosphere type content or like trad type content, blockchain. And then it just it cuts out all of that, because we have to be careful who we platform, because it's very easy for women's movements to be co-opted by people who do not have our interests at heart. Look at the French Revolution, how like women started doing actions, or the Prohibition era where women started the activism, and then excuse me, men had looked at that, they saw that, and then they co-opted those movements, and then women's issues got sent to the back burner. So we really have to work towards prioritizing women's issues at all costs, like no compromise. That's our problem, is that we've always compromised, and that's gotten us nowhere. That's gotten us to the position that we're in today, especially lesbians. This has harmed us. Gender ideology has harmed us the most. And so when we talk about how are we going to organize, how are we going to do this, how are we going to do that, it has to come at the cost of us being completely unwilling to compromise with outside groups, because ultimately we know that it's not going to serve us in the long run. Like, if we can welcome them to support us, we can welcome them to amplify our voices and support our initiatives and everything else like that, but we should not at all be willing to compromise our values or our initiatives with them, because when we ultimately, when we build something or fight for something for ourselves, everybody benefits. Like, for instance, lesbians fighting for female exclusive spaces, or to live independently from men, or to cohabitate with other women, has benefited all women. So again, no compromise, no willingness to kind of merge with other groups, none of that, because it hasn't served us, it hasn't worked for us. And also, the thing about women is that we've been conditioned and socialized to be nurturing and accepting, and to be polite and to coddle other people's feelings. No more of that. We can no longer do that. We can no longer afford to do that. It is our global position is at stake at this point. Like, the entire female plight is at stake at this point.
Yes, it's me. I agree, no compromise. And if lesbians fight for their rights, it's for women's rights. And if women fight, it's for lesbian rights. Because we only need our own spaces, our definitions, a clear language, but also definitions, not also language. We need definitions. What is a woman? We have to put them, we have to throw them out. I'm not with this general German women idea that would be very, understandable for all these problems. No. We have to fight back now, right now, in this moment, because we are in the worst situation that I, in my life, and I'm older one, have ever lived. We have to fight back, and we have to stand for women's rights and for what is a woman. And at least in Germany, I mean, I read the things and I think I drive crazy. It's not possible. So much women and lesbians are supporting trans rights, and that's not possible. We have to stand against this, and I don't care really if anyone supports my position to say, yes, a woman is a adult human female. And I mean, I can't believe it that we have come to this situation, because when I was young, this was no, I mean, for everyone, it was clear you could be in, we have to fight, okay, but we could be as we want. I could wear short hair or trousers or whatever I want, and no one cared about this. And nowadays they are going for stereotypes, and that's not possible. There is no compromise, and I don't want to be very traditional woman style and is a woman or is a man, because we have to defend women's spaces, women's rights, and we have to do it right now, and we have to find a common definition what to do. I mean, what is the principle now? The principal problem. We don't know what a woman is. I mean, we know it, but on the public space, we don't know it anymore, and we have to fight for this. It's ridiculous. No one, when I'm talking to people, to women or to men, they say, what are you talking about? Because they're not informed about the subject. But so, I mean, it's crazy. And not to be kind anymore, and I haven't been kind anyway, but now less than ever, I want to fight back. I want to fight back in the United States, in Great Britain, wherever. What is the common base we have to fight back? And I think it's very basic. What is a woman, and our spaces and our rights as a woman? Definitions, language definitions, and there we can. I don't care about this transgender people. Really, I don't care. I don't care for them anymore. I cared in the past, but I don't care for them anymore. We have to fight for our rights now and for our spaces. And wherever there is a lesbian space, there is a woman space. And wherever there is a woman space, there is a lesbian space. Thank you.
Spilled.
Yes, Sasha, go on.
No, I just said spilled because like I hardcore agree. Like that just means like I really agree.
Oh, I didn't know that one. Spilled. Okay.
Yes, it's new age lingo.
All right. No, it's good to. I always love to learn new words. So spilled. Good. Spot on, I would say. Sabina.
I was just also wondering if these spaces on Twitter, like since we're talking about strategizing and stuff, are these like safe spaces on Twitter? Like, because anyone can enter these groups, right? Like, so whenever we talk about strategy and infiltration, that sort of happens on Twitter a lot in such spaces.
May I respond to that? Because I've been doing a lot of thinking about that as well.
Yeah, please.
But again, I'm coming from a different perspective in that I'm alone and I'm facing doing this alone. So I'm facing it as an artist, if that makes sense. So that may be very different though than an organizing group. But this is just my opinion, and I fully expect people to disagree with me here. I don't think we should be cutting off communication with anyone. And I think, and not because of a moral thing, literally to win, that is the way to do it. That is the game theory. You don't like, because I also believe the solution to this is understanding. Like, yes, it's a war, but it's a war of thoughts. And so in the end, but I also have not done like underground organizing or anything like that. I have always approached things, unfortunately, as how to get the most attention. And then in just by science, censoring people is never a great thing, especially when, to me, this is an idea of words. And I think we're strong enough now. Sorry, to lead back to that's sort of why I was like, the acceleration on this curve is moving. It's okay. We're safe. I believe we're pretty much safe now. If you're safe at your job and all of that. But I mean, like, that we can talk about it on Twitter. You used to not be able to be, do you know how many times I've gotten like kicked off of Reddit and Facebook? Like, but now we can talk. I'm just saying it's a little safer. And sometimes women need to hear like the more, the people behind the peak need to hear this. So like these recorded spaces and stuff, it couldn't be more valuable in my opinion. So thank you.
Yeah,
Yes, Sasha?
yeah,
I
I
think
mean, I agree.
it's Sasha's
Sorry.
turn. I'm sorry, but it's Sasha's turn first. Thank you.
Okay. I agree to an extent. Like for me, I see that like women who have the ability to be peaked and things of that nature. Like yeah, obviously not them, but like the ones that are hyper conservative and like pro like traditional family, one man, one woman type. Like don't even. There's no reason to give them the time of day. Like they've made up their mind. As well as the scrope creatures. I'm sorry, but no more coddling men. We have done that. We have done that enough. We have engaged them, and they're just I don't care. He could be the nicest man on the planet. A man will never care about a woman's issues. He never will. Like we have seen the because I had just got a message in my inbox. So sorry if I sound aggressive, but a man will never care. He will never care about our issues. He will never care about anything that we have going on with our struggles. He will never care about our issues. You know why? Because all males, regardless of who they personally are, benefit from female subjugation, and that is never going to change. So at the same time allowing the scrote creatures a space in these. The only thing they should ever be doing is using their bodies to protect women while we protest. That's the only thing. They should not be speaking. They should not be offering any insight. They shouldn't say a goddamn word. They don't have a place in this, because as much as they feel inconvenienced that they might go on a date with a girl who has a penis, a woman could get raped and kidnapped and killed. Okay, we don't see them saying, oh, punch men, punch this, do this. They're saying punch turfs. They're saying they're sending us rape porn. I got sent rape porn, death threats, things that they told me they were going to hang me from a tree and leave my feet swinging. Okay, this is a women's issue. We should be the focus. Our voices should be the loudest. Ours should be the most platformed, especially radical feminists, especially radical feminists, because there's no room for us to make compromise anymore. Look at all the stuff that happens to us when we do. Look at the type of feminism now that's popular, this choice feminism that tells women that prostitution is empowering, that appealing to the male gaze and becoming a bimbo is empowering. That is the type of stuff that fuels gender ideology in the first place. That is the kind of stuff that puts us in danger in the first place. So I don't believe that the scroll creatures have a place in this movement, or that we should argue with them or try to peak them. They cannot be peaked. Sorry, they cannot. This is a women's issue. This affects us the worst. Okay, we are seeing already the effects. We don't hear about men's organizations getting shut down, or men getting kicked off of funding, or men's special interest groups being banned from the government. It's women's groups. It's rape shelters. It's female transitional housing for women who are homeless and transient. We are getting hit the hardest. We are going to be fucked the worst. So there's no room to make compromises with the scrote creatures.
Can I just say how refreshing? I love I love the way you talk, because it gives me permission to be bolder. So thank you.
I agree. Sasha is a gem.
Period.
Thank you very much.
Always speak the truth, and always, if you think you're aggressive, they want that for you, right? They want you to think that you're maybe a little too extreme. Because if you're questioning yourself, if you're questioning the things you're going to say, they know that you're going to be willing to make a compromise. And I had to learn that the hard way, because when I first started advocating for women in recovery groups, because there's so many predatory men that are preying on these emotionally vulnerable women, I always try to meet people in the middle and extend an olive branch and meet them halfway. That does not work. It don't work. It's not real. Don't do it. It's a trap.
Yeah, but then there aren't so many women who are as tough as you are there? Unfortunately, we all have been raised, and like, um, yeah, the women's upbringing is different. It's not I'm aggressive. It's not understand who I am and I fight for my rights. It's not. So for every single woman, it is absolutely, well, basically imperative to learn that. But how? You're absolutely
Oh, somebody's back.
LSquad, is there a problem with your microphone?
LSquad, can you mute your?
Yeah, it's LSquad. Did you change your headphones or something? That was loud, man.
Okay, LSquad, something is wrong with your microphone or something. So let's try.
Damn, I just spilled my coffee, yo. Hold on.
That was fun.
Is it better now?
Okay. Yes, it's better.
Oh, okay. So I took the Bluetooth headphone off. Well, anyway, there's what happened? Why are you all laughing?
It was
No,
a
because it was
really,
this
really
buzzing
strange,
noise.
very loud noise,
Okay.
very intimidating. So I'm glad it's over.
Okay.
So my question is Sabine still do you still want to speak? And otherwise,
No,
PM something.
I'm bored now. No, that was off-putting. Thank you very much.
Team can go on.
She said she bored now.
PM, whatever. It's your turn now.
Oh, I can't talk much because I'm at work, so I just want to ask Sasha if you could please, Sister Sasha, please tell the room what Contelpro did to the feminist activists. Please, if you haven't told it, it's really important, and I don't feel like it's my place to tell it because I didn't know. So that's my request, please. Thank you.
Okay, definitely. But also always feel like anywhere you go, because this is how we spread information. If you are able to tell the stories, tell them, because other women need to know. And don't worry, I'm not one of them cancel culture people that think, oh, that's not your story to tell. Like, no, always give
It's
women
just because you're
information.
here. It's just because you're here. So.
Oh,
But
period.
yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, basically, so for anyone who's familiar with the CIA in America, that little bullshit organization, they had created a wing of the government was basically called COINTELPRO, which was meant to infiltrate social movements and dismantle them. And one of the most notable dismantlings was the Black Panther Party, but nobody talks about how they infiltrated the feminist movement and really took out the teeth of a lot of radical activists by softening the rhetoric and pushing for more like liberal types of activism, or inactivism, as we like to say. So what they would do is they would send these agents, right, to watch these women, their meetings that they would have in public, or like little informational sessions that they would organize, and they would actually send up people that would seem sympathetic, but more specifically men who seem sympathetic, and they would like somewhat court these women and get them to like soften their tone more and give them their quote unquote perspective on what should be done and how to quote unquote really empower women. And it became a distraction, so much so that they were inviting these men to organize alongside them, and they ended up actually organizing against the issues that were initially discussed and agreed upon between these women. And that's what happens in when we're willing to make these kind of compromises, is that first of all, men will see it as an opportunity to gain sexual access to women and to gain leadership, right? Fame and leadership. So once they have that becomes a prospect for them, they're gonna be like, oh, okay, let me, I'll be the only man that's doing this. I'll get my, my little 15 minutes of fame, but also I'll be the leader of all these people who are really wanting to escape this, like, essentially a form of subjugation that has been enacted by violent systems and institutions supported by the government. So again, say no to scrote leadership. We cannot afford it. We just really cannot.
Thank you. Sasha, may I ask a question? So, I always thought the CIA wasn't allowed to operate within the borders of the United States.
Oh, that's a lie. They be let me tell you something. The American government is always going to lie. Like, anything that is official, that has that quote, the official stamp on it, is a lie. And I was actually investigated by the Joint Terrorism Task Force, which is a task force between the CIA and the FBI, because I had started this was before I was like a real radical feminist, but I was an environmentalist, like a hardcore. I was hanging with the vegan feminists and stuff, and when we were doing no DAPL, somebody had lit one of the tractors on fire, and they tried to pin it on me. And that was when, like, I actually have a dossier and everything. Like, they came and investigated me after that. And then there was when I joined, like, another, I guess, Black liberation group later in Atlanta, Georgia. They came back and actually asked me questions on the job about things that I had been doing, and had just to let me know that they had been watching me. So they absolutely do operate on American soil. And if, they say it's against the law, but they have ways around that, and they're absolutely, like, they will even hire people to infiltrate movements and to report on it, and they'll have their own snitches that aren't necessarily, they're contractors, so they're not really employees of the CIA, and that's how they get around it. But they absolutely do operate on American soil. That's a lie. They don't trust them. Don't believe nothing they say.
It's you can look it up. It's a real thing. I added a link to the Wikipedia on the space. It's real. I did not know that they infiltrated feminist activists. The other thing I didn't know is that they're still going on. Like, it's still happening. All I knew from history class when I was in high school was how they dismantled the Black Panthers and Black activists. And that's how I knew about it. But yeah, it's 100% real. And yeah, so it's really important for us to be aware of tactics and strategies of our enemies, and to be extremely cautious. And this is also why I highly recommend people to learn history, to learn about, I know, it's like I said, military history, but military history isn't just battles. Military history is logistics. Military history is propaganda. It's everything. So it's really important to be aware of these tactics and to incorporate it into your activism. So yeah, thanks. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you.
I think Tired is now on.
Yeah, there is a book in United Kingdom. It's called Deep Deception. It's about stories of women who were in environmental movements and, like, in general, and they had sued Metropolitan Police for the fact that their partners were actually police officers who created the whole lives with them just to spy on the organizations. And they, like, you can read their stories in the book called Deep Deception. Yeah, just wanted to say that. Yeah, definitely worth looking into, because that was happening in the UK. Yeah, and one of the women involved in the book, I know her personally. She's also a part of feminist movement in the UK, so it's good that the story is out as a book.
Thank you. Sasha, please go on.
And that's why I said, like, even as a lesbian, I had a girlfriend recently, and we met before, like, well, before I believed that she knew anything about my politics, and I still, love her and care about her and everything like that. But once you're ready to, like, come out and be like, all right, I'm fully ready, like, boots on the ground type of activism, you have to be willing to fly solo, because, like, and I hate this, like, I'm gonna sound mad paranoid at this point, but I don't care. You really do have to be careful, because they will send people into your life that, you will think that it's just this big coincidence, when really they have been watching and studying you to look and see about the things you like and the places you go in your interests and everything like that, and you think that you found the perfect person. Meanwhile, they're an agent of the government or contractor with the government who's been hired to spy on you. And Rose McGowan talked about this a little bit because Harvey Weinstein even employed some of these methods, well-known methods used by the American government. And they'll send people into your life or into your family's life just to get close to you, close enough to watch you and know what you're doing. And I don't expect every single person to be willing to say, all right, well, I'm just not gonna have a personal life. Like, you just have to be at that point where you're okay, like, flying solo. Obviously you're going to need to have some sort of like relationships and connections outside of like just sitting in a room waiting until the next action or waiting till you stomp in the yard next time. But as far as like interpersonal, like things like dating and like getting out there and like making new close friends, you have to be willing to like live as a celebrity at that point. Like you're already constantly sussing people out to see if you want them in your group, to see if they're trustworthy enough to let them around your comrades and your sisters. And so it's like you have to be willing to be really critical. You do, because there's a point where being too open leaves you exposed to being dismantled, and it keeps happening. There has to be some kind of, we have to reach a consensus where we're like, all right, this is what we're willing to do. So I'm going to make X type of sacrifice, or I'm going to make this type of sacrifice. I mean, me personally, I've never really cared about like being with somebody for the rest of my life. I mean, I enjoy relationships and things like that, but I never really cared about, like, it was never a big thing for me to get like married and have kids someday or something like that. And like this was just something I had been exposed to at so many points in my life. I don't remember a time where I wasn't some kind of feminist, right? Because I was always working with like either Femen or Feminist Attack or Green Sisters or well, I can't say one of the groups because they're actually under investigation right now, but y'all get the point. Damn it. Yeah, so it's just, I don't know. After traveling and going to like different places and seeing the condition of women there, I'm at a point where I'm just like, okay, I'm ready. Like, I don't need the superficial like American dream type life. Like, this is women's entire future. This is our evolutionary stability. This is our autonomy. This is everything about being a female globally at stake.
Yeah. I know that when we talk about it in Germany, when we talk about what's going to happen, and it's kind of not quite as, we're not quite like you talking about this kind of thing. But if we only talk about what the self-ID will bring, people think we are mad and we're over the top and getting our knickers in a twist and that kind of thing. And they some of them just don't believe it. They just don't believe us, even though we do not say everything. We just say the bare minimum for people to understand what's going on. And they they think we take the mickey, or we have lost it because we're feminists. It is it's sick. And on the other hand, we've got so much information on a positive and affirming information on the gender woo-woo, that people only hear that on TV. And then we come along and say, oh, women are in danger. And they think, what the fuck? It's only about little Mary who wants to be a boy. So what's the problem? Yeah, you nasty bigot. And you think, oh my God. I mean, well, all know this situation, don't you? Well, anyway, I'm making a coffee. That's the noise. That's why I stop now. And information it's information's turn.
Hi there. Yeah, really, really enjoying the conversation. I've not been on the space like very long. I definitely think like we need to be like very careful. I 100% like agree with that. And have to be very tactical. It's like they say, know thy enemy. And it includes like lots of like different things, you know. Like even in spaces, for example. Like, obviously if there's whatever's like getting planned, it doesn't get said in the space. Because there are people that are like listening into these spaces and trying to like get information. I 100% believe that because there's so many of us now like in these spaces, and they'll be trying to like sort of like find out but we are trying to find out what we're up to or what tactics, that sort of thing. I know, like, I mean, we are smart, and I know you all know that. It's like and also like things like I was just like, sort of thinking about our like on your general like internet use. If you're going to like meet when you've organised a particular event, it's like almost like guerrilla warfare. But you know what I mean? Like whether it's for like disruption, whatever it is, be very careful of Google and like and to ensure that you're not like showing up in a place when you're online. Because it is gonna get to that point that I think we're kinda, I don't know if it's like a tipping point, I'm not sure, but we definitely need to be causing as much trouble as possible, and all in so many different ways. Be whether it's disrupting people's business, or all sorts of different things. There's like so many like tactics that have like popped into my mind, and it also includes like going undercover, inverted commas, into trans activism as well. And I'm sure that there'd be quite a few women that'd be like willing to do that as well. Especially the ones they don't mind, going alone, just to like get information and find out what they're up to. But I guess the main thing is what we're gonna do. Because it's like they're heavily relying on our socialization of the be kind to literally the way they'll see it is to like neuter inverted commas like our movement. And we can't afford that. And there's so many of us that we're well past that point, you know. And when I say that, it doesn't mean that I'm going to be nasty to anyone or do anything like terrible. It's just the case of like my attention is purely on women's rights, and and I don't make any apologies for that at all. And there will be new women that will be like, that will be coming on board, and I get, especially the Lib Fems, I think they're probably the more difficult to let get on board because they've just been like subsumed and submerged in trans activism and focusing on that instead of like and obviously there's like the gaslighting and cognitive distance and all that sort of stuff. And they'll be going on in all these different spaces, where the Lib Fems are, with like the trans males and whatnot. I mean, that's a kind of different type of game of like kind of infiltrating a bit there very subtly and being very clever, and like piquing individuals in far left spaces. I definitely think that there's like room for that, as well as like big mass type of like protests, and obviously it goes without saying like coordinated global ones as well. But I guess, I suppose it has to be really strategic and like and done in so many different ways that they don't know what's coming, so to speak, and it has to get as much media attention as possible. Yeah, I'm gonna have a think about this as well, because it's like the gloves are well and truly fucking off. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The woman.
Yeah, that's. I was sort of chuckling while information was speaking about just a bit about undercover, because I'm like, well, damn, that was unfortunately my life being gay. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it feels like. You know what I mean? Like, being a woman, having to grow up through all of that, and that's sort of the crap I'm processing, like in my own head. I'm like, oh God. And I think why I raised my hand though is like something about, or I was thinking like tactics, because that's also what I'm working on, is like, right, how to approach, we all are, how to approach talking to the world about this so that it makes sense to them and that we can fix this, or at least, right? And I feel like for so long, I couldn't, because I was so angry. So I'd say it's been 6 years of me having to think about how to talk about this, so I can even make full sentences, if that makes any sense. And like, while doing that, it also refined that for me, this isn't really, although it started out slightly about trans stuff, or I should just, whatever, misogynistic discorporation is what I'm starting to call it. I hate that fucking word, trans. Anyway, but like, it's about women, because like at the bottom of this, at least, from my one brain perspective, the whole root of this is about women. Homophobia is about hating women, because as I've been talking in male activist land the past month or so, they don't even think of the women in this conversation. I've been talking to like like the Jordan Peterson type fanboy idiot, sorry, try to be good, like when they're talking, like that women exist doesn't even come up in the damn conversation about trans. Like, it doesn't even occur to them. And that's like what solidified for me late, like, well, it's been solidifying, but this is only about women, and the cover is trans, so that we can somehow like put it into the gay movement, so that everyone who's super straight, like super straight lib femme women, white lib femme women, right, like they don't want to be uncool, so they're not going to go against gay people. And since they actually know jack shit about gay land, they think like they would rather support gay men than women. I don't know if I'm making sense. I'm getting all like, but this conversation makes me so happy. So that's how I get. But to me, it's just.
Oh, that's lovely. I love that. That's why I started the spaces initially, so that women are happy, that they're around people they can talk, or other women they can talk with, basically. Well, Sasha, and then honest what? Honest pizza. Well, honestly, and then tired. Thank you.
Hold on, let me clear my throat, y'all. I was talking about this earlier in a space with some other gens who are more on the fringe side, because I know I could never be like I can be an influencer, but like I could never be like the one that's mass like, because I'm very crass, I'm very hard spoken, I'm very rough around the edges, and all the things that people don't like. Like, I'm very unlikable, and I don't have a problem with that. Like, I don't I don't try to be more appealing, and that's actually been a problem for most of my life, and it's a reason I've been passed up for a lot of promotions, and I'm bitter about it. But anyways, girl, we need somebody, because like most people, we have to think about how people's attention has been cultivated by the capitalist machine. Like, nobody's immune to it, and we've been shown like shorter and shorter forms of media with like more dramatic representations of what is trying to be like conveyed. So like we can't just tell people, like we can't explain it with logic. Like we have to show them videos of the violence. We have to show them, and I hate that because like I hate sensationalizing violence against women, and it sucks, but that's how you get people. That's how I've learned that you get people to listen and to understand. Because like when I had first done, like when Black Lives Matter was happening and I had done the rally for the vigil, sorry, for Breonna Taylor, nobody came. And then once I started posting like crazier videos and more radical stuff, and like all this stuff happens to Black women, people started showing up for rallies and vigils for Black women. So like unfortunately, in order to capture people's attention in these times, we have to show them like all of the things that have happened. We have to show them what happened to Vancouver Rape Relief. We have to show them what happened to Midgefest. We have to show them all the women who get pelted with eggs and rotten vegetables and get punched and beaten up, and the woman who's like now permanently disabled because a male, a scrote creature that thinks it can identify as a woman. And I'm not saying he, because it's not a person, it's an it. It is a monster, it is a creature, it is a demon. And it broke her, it damaged her shoulder permanently, right? And now she will have a disability for the rest of her life. We have to show people stuff like that because the media is not reporting on this, right? People don't get to see, and we have to also start doing documentaries on these women who are affected because nobody's listening to them, nobody's hearing them, nobody's trying to check their side of the story. And so we have to show them like these women's lives are damaged and ruined to a degree, and they're like changed forever. Like they're things that are happening to women are changing them forever. We have to start showing people that, and we have to start appealing more to their emotional side because unfortunately, or I don't know if that's fortunate or not, but most people don't pay attention to things that don't invoke strong emotions within them. I know I probably sound like hell manipulative right now, but I promise it's just studies. I'm not a psychopath.
You sound like you know what you're doing. You know, like if you'd gone to school, like, hello, at my college, they talk like there's classes about this. We don't need to feel guilty. That's part of that female socialization. People get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do this for a living for Pepsi.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
But anyway, this is really good. I love listening to you because that's what I need heading towards the next event here. Thank you very much. Honest what? Honest pizza, my goodness. Okay, honest pizza, please.
Hello there. I just want to preface this to say I agree exactly as what we're saying here about showing people the facts and the awfulness and the shock factor of all of this. And I think that what I'm worried about though is it needs to be pitched just right. The conditions have to be just right for people to hear. And I do, when I hear this, I think, what conditions was I in when I peaked? Where was I and what happened? And I think, and I wonder how much everyone else might have a similar experience, or maybe this is unusual, but I peaked on my own, looking at facts. A seed was sown somewhere, a seed of doubt about what this. There is something weird about this. Actually, I'm not sure this is kind. I have some doubts. And then, you just sort of shuffle off and you go and you look. And then all of this explosion of new information that doesn't fit in with what you've been told by people who you trust, people who are in authority, the government, the healthcare centres, friends, podcasters, comedians. It's so shocking. And that's how I peaked. I peaked by a seed being sown, a gentle little seed, and then I went off and I was on my own and I looked. And I worry. I think that we've got a right to be angry. It's absolutely valid. But I worry that sometimes if we're not pitching at the right level, we're pushing people away. And I think when I mean that, I'm talking about people we know, people who are our friends and our relatives, not talking about TRAs or people you don't know. Go hard on them and, you know, fight for our lives. Don't hold back. But for people who, and I'm thinking about the Milgram experiments as well, and the conditions that experiment showed was that it's obedience, and it's obedience to people who we think are the authority. And that is things like comedians, friends, politicians, who we think have got a good moral compass, but they're not seeing this. So people have been incrementally shown this is cruel, this is unkind, the right way to go is be nice, trans women are women, you know, and incrementally they're buying into this. Oh, well, you know, so said it, and she's lovely, so it must be right. But there's a seed of doubt that we just got to nurture. And the other thing I'm talking about here is there's a rule that I heard recently, and I've checked on it myself, and I think it's right. And check on it yourself. How does it go? No, it goes, defensiveness validates accusation. Defensiveness validates accusation. So say, this is it in practice. So say someone comes at me, say I've done something clumsy. Someone comes at me and says, I think that was a racist thing to say. And if I get defensive, and if I go, that's so hurtful, of course I didn't mean it that way. I have Black friends. I listen to Black music. I engage in Black culture. I have friends of all ethnicities. Of course I'm not. How dare you? That's defensiveness. And you can check in on, how racist do you think I am? You might have some doubts. But if someone was to come at me and say exactly the same thing and say, I think you just did something racist, I think that was racist, and I go, do you? Oh, well, okay. Oh, well, I'll check. I hope not. I'll check. That sounds less like I'm racist. And the same rule, I would argue, applies when we're talking to friends and family about this. Try not to get defensive. Try and show that you're a good person. They will know this anyway. And you can say, I'll check. Not that you're gonna, you've checked them bloody million times already, I'm sure. But just to let them see, you're not, this is water off a duck's back. This is not something that will perturb you. You are the kind of person who does check. You know what you're talking about. You don't need to get defensive. Okay, I'll check. But I do wonder about the safeguarding, and it still isn't sitting right for me. Get back onto the topic. And then hopefully those people who are close to you, who do know you, who you're not in a direct conflict with, at the right time, a seed is sown. But she seems like she knows what she's talking about. She seems pretty confident. This doesn't fit, this idea of her being a transphobe. It doesn't fit. Maybe I'll check. And then they go off, and then they peak, big time. And that's what we all want.
Thank you for the reminder. No, the woman.
Hey, that was awesome. But before then, there's like I think a technical housekeeping issue. Sabina messaged me that when she's coming up, she's not hearing, or so I've had that happen in other spaces, like when people have to drop and then come back up. So she wanted me to let you know about that one.
Yeah, I invited her. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And well, and I also wanted to say it out loud in case, because I just learned that the other day, like that's a thing that helps in spaces, because that kept happening to me too. It's really annoying for the host though, because they have to keep dropping people and letting people back up. But
No, that's fine. I know how it works. No problem
okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, I just woman-splained it. Yay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So but I wanted to thank AP for talking about the defensiveness, because that's what I'm finding, even almost like sort of, even obviously we get taught that, but to do it is hard. And I'm sort of trying to make myself not respond in writing to truly ridiculous, arguments on Twitter, mostly because I will go off and I don't want to look like an idiot. You know what I mean? Um, and what I find though is that when I don't respond, the people that are not too bright, they just keep responding, and they just look so bad, and they just say all the things that I would have tried to needle them to say, but they say it anyway. So it works out really well. So like that's the Machiavellian reason, but also in a good way. And that, like, I don't want to be that person. Like if somebody comes at me and I want to listen, because I've been going through that, just like I'm sort of like sparring with like the poker world right now. So as practice, I think I've never met a more misogynistic group literally in my entire fucking life of all male dominated worlds. This is the worst one. And I'm messing with them and I will not answer them. And they keep trying to get me to like answer them. And it's hilarious as they're responding to me. It's great. So that's really good. But why I'm going after them is because I tried to talk to them about like how misogynistic they were being. Like, could we not use, all the words, and to, like, and I get it. Like, but the first reaction I got from them wasn't, I was expecting to have to explain it, but they did, yeah, as I'm sure we all know. But like, it wasn't even like, oh damn, I fucked up. It was like, screw you, bitch. Sorry about the language, but that's how they, like, what the fuck, I mean, like, and I probably have approached it 4 times verbally, and now I'm just trolling the shit out of them, writing wise. But 4 times verbally, I approached it, and every time it was that full wall of defensiveness, and that was sort of, I guess I'm really am an ivory tower dweeb. I really am. I apologize. Like I didn't know men were so entitled that if so a woman tells you 4 times to quit it, that you would still not have a clue. Sorry if I sound stupid, but I just had to relate that.
No, I don't think you sound stupid. To expand on what was said previously, I had ran out and then came back in to get my other phone because for some reason my audio keeps cutting out. There's another way you could pique people, because showing them that like misogyny is one of the most acceptable forms of discrimination, and then just talking about like things that are misogynistic, you could pique them that way too, because that's how I was piqued, right? Because I used to have really big sympathies for like the TRAs and stuff. And what happened was people started to show me like all of the how the concept of like quote unquote gender affirming reinforces sexist stereotypes, and how like the concept of gender ideology like reinforces things like neurosexism, because like what the fuck is a female brain, and just things like that. It's lib fems are actually the easiest to pique if you know what issues concern them the most, because you can basically piggyback off those issues and then explain to them how those issues are being confronted by the radical feminist movement and how they're incompatible with gender ideology.
Yes, and you know what, you sort of, by saying that, because that is the, like, I'm not trying to pique them. I was just trying to talk to a group of men socially, literally, not because they're men, because I wanted to learn about poker. So you're right. So because I feel bad, because like I really wasn't going in as an activist. Like I really wasn't. I just was shocked at how disgusting they were. I was just shocked.
Oh,
So yeah,
they're always disgusting. The scroll creatures, they thrive on being grotesque. Like there's that's why even for me, like, as my concern is women, and like any women that are willing to deal with the scroll creatures, they can deal with them, but I'm just not, my goal is not to change their minds or anything like that. Like y'all could die in a hole. Y'all, we've done enough. We've done enough, and I'm just not willing to do any more. But y'all have, like, the ones who are patient enough and have the strength to do that, congratulations to you, because I do not. I don't.
I'm sorry. I know this is like more social instead of, but now I'm laughing because the stupid casino that they all play at is the Hustler Casino. Like, what was I thinking? That I could go in? I was just trying to have a chat, like, have some buddies, like I like to play music, like, late night kind of chat, nightlife, whatever. They play at the Hustler Casino. The name of the fuck, yeah. It's being run by the biggest pornography ring in the world, and I thought I could talk to these idiots. I don't know what I was thinking. Thank you for letting me vent. Sorry.
Sabina, you've been away for a while due to technical problems. Do you want to add anything to the conversation?
Um, uh, when they were discussing about, you all were discussing about spy cops kind of situation, and Sasha was talking about how they can actually infiltrate into your life and start relationships and stuff. Something similar actually happened to me recently, and this person later said, that they were confused about gender, and it's basically the same incel kind of, you know, I felt it was the same kind of like trapping the person first, and and then uh, saying that they're confused about gender, and that they're addicted to pornography and stuff like that. I'm sorry for bringing a personal whatever, but this is I'm very sure that it was a kind of infiltration, because it's like a lot of them are connected. It's like I'm not sure if it happens without any sort of planning. They will actually target certain women, right? Like they know who are the feminist women, and they know who are the people they want to like harm. And so yeah, it was very strange, because I also found out lots of different things about like how he was networked with different people. And it also, at some point, it seemed like Sasha was talking about contractors. It also seemed like that, actually, like that there is a larger plan, but I never be sure, because there's no way to find out, for me at least. And it can happen to anyone, I think. Now it's become so easy to locate people, follow them on social media, become friends, follow their track on social media, what they do, what they read, what kind of thoughts they have. So women are really vulnerable to all of this, I think, this kind of violence as well.
Is it? I I agree. I agree. I also hear, I may be like responding to, but I hear like fear, and I almost want to, again, that's what I always try to do, alleviate that, because I don't want to feel like, because in the end, though, it's up to you, right? Like, and your own discretion. And I've only talked to you twice, but you are a very intelligent woman. So, because there was that one line you said, yes, absolutely. Any intelligent person can track anybody else on social media, and we have to be aware of what pictures we are taking, what's in the background of the picture, what people are like. Yes, but in the end, it's our choice to become friends with that person. That's our choice. You don't have to become friends with that person. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, but I'm just saying. I don't know. I want to like validate it, but also that like in the end you can say no.
Yeah, that's what I did. But they actually have double lives, is what I'm trying to say. Maybe because it's in the Indian context, people are even more conservative. So you would not know from the very beginning that, they are a certain way. Like, and it's much later that, they reveal. He didn't say everything about himself. Like what he told me in the beginning, he turned out to be completely opposite. And so it was very like it was very strange. Like yeah, but I'm guessing that this is happening quite a lot because of the kind of things that I found out about him. But it's just like a lot of these people have double lives as well, like these incels, like there's something else online when they're, I mean, uh, his public persona is that like a person that I knew, he was a journalist, right? But what he actually does, I really don't know, So, yeah, but
Okay,
thanks.
this was serious, like bad. Maybe I apologize. I didn't understand.
I mean, it's basically like somebody trying to get into a relationship with me, like after like, in his public life, he's basically a journalist, right? But then after we got into a relationship, he started like revealing things about himself, about, confusion about his gender identity, etc. And then I, found out other things about him, like how he was addicted to like prostitution as well as like sex work and stuff. So it was very like scary. So I was like, I don't know how many other people he has done the same thing to, and why like he would target somebody who he knows. Like he's obviously followed me for such a long time on social media and knows my views, etc. Spoke to me for such a long time before even anything started. So they really like plan it, I think. It's not like, it is like a military sort of attack, is what I'm trying to say, like what we talked about before. It's very planned.
I again want to apologize because I didn't get it. I don't know what half of my brain wasn't thinking. Yes, and in your story, I've heard or read mostly on Reddit. I mean, over and over, right? I don't know if anybody else is on Reddit. But what's the word for that? There's a word for what happens. Well, or I can't think of it. Sorry.
You mean grooming?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, definitely grooming and abuse and etc. But yeah, these are like grooming. I feel like it's a grooming. It could be part of a grooming gang as well. So, but I don't know because for me, there's no way to find out
Or it could just
other
be him.
than,
He's just creepy. Sorry.
yeah, he could be just creepy, but it seemed very structured. I know, like, yeah,
Okay,
it's just
I'm gonna
not
be Sasha.
natural.
But like I'm gonna be like Sasha. He's a computer nerd, right? He has got to be a computer nerd, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They all act like, I mean, not all, but there is a pattern. And they're smart and they have no life. I'm laughing because I'm like, I wonder why I know them so well. They're smart and they have no life. And so yeah, they have the time to do a structured weird ass campaign like this. I've had a man do that to me. He didn't turn out to be trans or whatever, but yes, absolutely.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like I think this whole trans thing is completely a facade because they're actually just incels,
Yes.
If you look at, I'm sorry to cut in here too. If you look at a lot of their posts, you'll see like on the TRAs a lot of them are admitting to having like a Nazi phase or a right-wing phase, and they was acting like it was a post that went viral, and they're acting like it's normal to have like a very right-wing, like fascist kind of phase. And I did say that earlier, that like we have like jobs and fit, like we live our complete truths, and I think that's to our detriment. I'm not gonna stop though, because I like to fight, so like what's up, nigga? But as far as that goes, they said they had like 10 years, like a little over 10 years to cultivate like forums, websites, language, memes, all this kind of stuff. And so of course they're gonna do something and create campaigns to disrupt women's lives, because they know that like we don't have that. Like even the website that I'm working on, it's gonna be like one of like what hundreds that they have. And they're also dominant on websites like Reddit. They're dominant on websites like 8chan and like those little forum format types of websites.
Sorry, I just phased out. Have you finished? For me, there was an open
Yeah.
end. Okay.
I'm done.
PM.
You can just
Well,
call
you
me
know who you
PM.
are.
Yeah, you can
PM.
just call me
Okay.
Pet PM, or you can call me. So my name is PM me a slice, like private message me a slice of
PM is
pizza,
fine.
or yeah, PM me a slice. You can call me Slice, or you can call me PM. Anyway, I wanted to say, like, I've so much good conversation has happened in here. I'm probably gonna re-listen to this space and digest it, because so many important points have been made. I wanted to mention specifically whoever was saying about not being defensive, because defensive confirms the accusation. This is such an important thing to understand in basic informational warfare. And that's why I say never, like, whatever accusations the other side is making against you, no matter how absurd they are, don't react to them, because it does cause people to think it's called the like guilt by association fallacy, that because you're reacting, that means you must be guilty. So it's really important to remember that. And I also have found in my own, like, those who I'm close to, right, who haven't peaked yet, it's really important yet to stay calm as well. And it does help when they're like, that sounds transphobic, or like, but don't you realize that's being transphobic, right? Or these are things that have actually been said to me in private by some of the people that I'm trying to sort of gently peak. And these are people who have like family members who are trans identified, right? So, you know, they have this instinct to protect, right? And this instinct also not to be cut off by their own family member, right? And so I'll always say, like, I know this is hard for you to hear, because you have a family member, or that this is the narrative that's being told. But I this is what I always say. This is what I find people most relate to, is that I said, I don't think it's kind to lie to people, even if they really, really want you to lie. I don't think that's healthy. And actually, it's really messed up to tell a person. That's actually mean. To demand a person to lie or participate in a lie, that's actually abusive. And I say, isn't it weird how you feel the need to participate in this lie even when this person is not anywhere near you? Isn't that kind of messed up? Like, why can't you just say it? You know, and then it'll go in certain ways, like from there. But they're usually they'll respond to your calmness better, and if you just stick to your principles. But in the larger sphere, I would say, and this is something I wish I knew earlier, in interacting with scrote creatures in life in general, even in workplace, in public, actually it's like being meaner gets better results. It's like they don't see you as a human, until you pinch them back. It's so infantile in that way. But I used to be raised, so I've, socialized very female, right? Like many of us have. And we're constantly stepping over ourselves to be accommodating and nice and calm and hyper competent. That's another big one. This needing to be so perfect and to never make a mistake and to jump when they say jump. And I can tell you guys, actually, 100% that I am more respected in the workplace now by intentionally being less competent. It's really fucked up, but totally true. And being less competent and even not giving a fuck, being lazy, being more rude. So if it's like, if I have a new hire to the same like level as me, right? This happened recently, but they're 10 years younger than me, which is of course very common. So this man is promoted to my level. He's 10 years younger than me with half the experience. And he started being really rude to me. And it was like passive aggressive email shit. And he reached a certain point, he crossed the line. I just responded very, very sarcastically in email. And my direct supervisor, who wasn't his, was like, what did you do? You gotta retract that. You can't say that. You can't do that. And I was like, no, this was necessary. He crossed the line. And not only did I not get a response from him, he totally went silent. He never bothered me again. His boss also never said a word to me too. And he stopped being rude to me. So it's weird, but we have to stop collectively stepping over ourselves to try to appease men. I really, really strongly recommend that to you guys. I know, so it's kind of messed up because I know that many of us have only gotten to where we have gotten to by working extremely hard and being hyper competent. But the problem is that they also never really treat you as an equal, even if you're doing twice the work. And what that also does in a workplace, if you're that one who's always, again, it's really weird how this works, but like if you're that person who is always doing 110%, people tend to resent you. They actually tend to resent you. So you will be held back because they're like, oh, they'll think you're being a snob. And it is a double standard. It sucks. But I actually find being less, being more human, it's like you're fucked either way if you're a woman. So why kill yourself? Why kill your adrenal glands, overstressing yourself, trying to prove something? They're never going to accept you anyway. But that's what I want to say in general. Also, like with regards to like the political discussions here on Twitter, like I don't like to be mean, but it works. It works to red pill people. It's like you have to meet it at their level before they take you seriously, which is so, again, it's so infantile, but it's true. Anyway, and you shouldn't have to worry. Like you shouldn't have to worry about like. I say no. If you're gonna be an activist, no-famy is worse than infamy. That is, no-famy, no fame is worse than infamy, which is being infamous. They're gonna hate you anyway. So don't be afraid to just say how you feel it. That's it. And because they're always holding you at a double standard anyway. Again, and you don't play to their. Don't feel like you have to defend yourself to their accusations. Of course, I'm not talking about like. Of course, there's a level. Like you don't make violent threats or commit war crimes, right? But you can be a little mean. It's okay. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the pep talk. Well, it's highly appreciated because I'm doing quite some things, but I'm still a woman, and it actually sometimes tears me apart, because I realize that I have to fight with the things that I've been told how to be, and try to go against this grain, if you know what I mean. And I think that many of us who do activism go through a phase like that. So yeah, thanks a lot. Diplo what? Diplomatic, whatever. Diplomatic, please.
Barrel, I think that means.
Yes, that means um yeah, I want to you were talking, some of you brought up earlier about infiltration, something, what strategizing and what to do. And I'm new to radical feminism. I'm not even sure I would call myself a radical feminist. I don't think I deserve that title yet. I haven't read the things that I'm supposed to read, Andrea Dawkins and I so I have, however, been very, very, from since I was a child, I've been very concerned about women's place, women's rights, women, just women. Like, I did not understand why the world seems to despise women so much, despite how much my demographic seems to give. And it's bothered me. And so coming on Twitter, falling into a whole new when I say world that I never knew of, it's been really nice. I like to stumble on things like this, and it broadens it deepens my feminism, shall I say. It gives me the audacity to be angry. I used to feel like I shouldn't be so angry, like, but now it's like, why the fuck shouldn't I be? Really? So I feel justified in lots of ways. But there is one thing I keep wondering. When it comes to infiltrating and what can actually be done about misogyny, sexism, men in general, males. I wonder the place that socioeconomic power has as it comes to, because here in my country, I don't know, money, and I speak for my country because I don't know about, I haven't lived anywhere else, but money is a big deal here. It's part of the reason why men are as worshipped as they are. It is it gives you, it does not really, when it comes down to it, it doesn't really, it only dulls the effects of misogyny that you will experience, but it does dull it. And I find that money doesn't have as much effect as in some other women's life, because it's like their money is to serve the man. It's not, they don't care about that's not where they're thinking. All they're thinking about is how to make it look like he.
I can't hear you. Can everybody hear her? Is it my problem or is it a general
No,
one?
she was cutting in and out for me the whole time,
Right.
and then
You are. Can you hear us? Diplomatic. You're cutting in and out. So it's
I see the message
Oh, right.
connection.
Okay. maybe if she comes back in, that would be nice. And I want to know where she is, so that we know where her whereabouts, like geographically, generally. That would be nice. I can guess, but maybe I'm wrong.
I want to say I love this conversation so much that like I get overexcited and sort of have to walk away from the conversation and then come back. And I feel like I need to admit that somehow. Like that's my female socialization.
That's
So
energy
like
right
if somebody
there.
calls my name and I don't, it's because I'm like literally walking around in a circle because I'm so excited.
That
Oh
is
my God.
energy.
Lovely, lovely. I love that. Yeah,
And
you may
that
go
really
out
speaks
and
to
you
the
may come
importance.
back. That's fine. Sorry, Sasha.
No, you're good. You're good. I think that speaks to the importance of women. Again, women having female only spaces, because like we do not get this energy from co-ed spaces. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. Women only spaces are so important for us. It's so because on the daily, the scroll creatures are sucking away our energy with their jobs, with their institutions, with their systems, with their misogyny, with their media. And it's just so refreshing to be amongst other women and to be able to express yourself and to be able to talk to other women and to be able to share it, things that we have in common. And that's something they will never, ever understand. Not just activism wise, but like just socially too. And that's why when I was throwing shows, when I first started throwing shows, it was female only. Like you could not get entry, you could not get the address, you couldn't get shit if you wasn't a woman. Like you could not get anything. I think I'm gonna start doing that again too.
May I like see? I love that because I did the exact opposite, and then I ran into that again when I came back to the small town where the punks do that, right? And that's so cool. How do you do that? I guess it's a lot easier with Instagram and everything.
Well, see, I've been in and out of the scene for like 8 years now, and I just like I have a warehouse, so now I got a space to throw all the shows. We used to have one called the Museum of Shit, but like we weren't able to maintain it through COVID, so we lost it. And then we had one called Barbara's, which was basically like an old house that like a bunch of punks were squatting in, and like nobody was really maintaining it or taking care of it. So we were just like, all right, well, we might as well do this because ain't nobody coming here anyway. And then we ended up just doing a warehouse in Fort Lauderdale and then another one in Orlando, which is like the one that I manage, the one that I run. And it's just basically like female only, period. And they know that that's the rule. There's no scroll creatures. There's no, can I bring my boyfriend? There's no, my drummer's a guy. Nope.
Yes. Sorry.
Female.
Yes. I hate that shit. Like, can somebody put together a band that's all women? Like, is it that hard?
And it's
Sorry.
really, you're playing with dudes, because if you think about it, when you're playing with guys like scroll creatures, they do not listen to anything you're saying. Okay, they do not care. Like they'll be playing their instruments when you're trying to talk to them. They'll be trying to talk over you. It's just nah. I'm not with it. And at least women will listen to you. They follow instructions. They don't be like you tell them to do something and then they'll be like, all right, and then like afterwards they'll give their perspective. The scroll creatures will be like, nah, I think it's like they won't even try to think it's better like this. I think it's better like this. It's like, bitch, ain't nobody asked you what you thought was better. I told you to try this so I could hear something, and that was the point. So how about get the fuck out of my office?
Exactly. And then I'm laughing because also though because I'm like watching all these and the impact of that on stage. Of course, but I'm so used to these assholes that it's going to be heaven on earth when I'm back to only working with women again. But the visual impact of that on stage is just amazing, and like that's why I liked Michigan so much, and to show that we can do it all. Like they don't even need to protect us. You said that earlier, and I was like, fuck that. I know you lift weights. We protect ourselves. We don't need them at all.
Ever.
Okay, diplomatic. I invited you to speak. Do you want to come back up? We just couldn't hear you properly. I would love to hear you now. Well, it's up to you. I send you an invite and you can use it whenever you like. Okay. No, but that's exactly why I started these spaces about 2.5 years ago or so. Because I was when the spaces started, I used to go to the mixed spaces, and I got so fed up with the men, like talking over each other, and the women were like a side note. And then I thought, okay, no, I'm not having this. I'm a lesbian after all. And so I thought, well, I can try it. And I started the spaces XX, only for women. And it was really, really nice. And some women came and said, oh, it's a bit weird just talking to women, because they thought they have nothing to say, right? And they actually believed that about themselves. And then they realized, oh my God, what kind of conversations are we having here? Like 6 hours of really, really good talk. And I mean, I never knew there were so many. I mean, I never knew, but you know what I mean? That there are so many highly intelligent women who've got something to say because they've got the space to say it. And I'm really proud, or I'm very happy, or proud as well, that these very, very intelligent women care to be the people who come to my spaces and be regulars. And some women actually feel intimidated. They don't want to talk because the crew that is gathering is so so good that they don't want to say anything because they think, oh well, they're like too bad. And no, they're not. And what keeps happening is that women come back, and at some point I see them lurking, like down there in the listeners. And at some point they come, they say, oh, they want to talk. And then they say, oh, I'm scared to talk. I don't want to talk. I just want to say I'm scared. But thank you very much. And very often after this initial I'm scared message, they come back and they speak, and I feel them bloom. It's basically what happens when we watch Kelly J. Keen's events. Like when women take the microphone and they shake because they're scared to talk to a crowd, and to talk at all, maybe some of them. And then they get firmer and more clear, and you can tell this is scary shite, but it's empowering. And so that's why I love the spaces, and that's why I started doing the podcast as well, so that women who want to talk, to everybody out there, to every woman out there. I do the podcast in English now as well. So if any of you want to speak about anything with me and be in a podcast, please write me a direct message and we make an appointment. I do it via Zencaster, and we can look at each other and have a nice cup of tea together, or a wine, or whatever.
We love to see it.
Sorry?
We love to see it.
Yeah, well, no, I don't record the video at the moment. Not yet, because women don't want to be seen. But we can look at each other and talk, and the audio gets recorded, and then it's a podcast. That's happening at the moment. But if you want to start the video business, you're invited, and we start the video business. That's my plan for the future.
I'm down. In fact, that makes me want to learn. I want to learn Dutch because of that.
Dutch? Well, you can't talk Dutch to me because I'm a German. But anyway, you can learn Dutch and talk to Mr. Menno. But anyway.
Oh, Freudian slip.
I love him.
Yes.
That little funny creature. I like Mr. Menno.
Oh,
But
I love
anyway,
him. I think he's great.
yeah, he's sweet. But anyway, if you don't, okay, let's make an appointment, and the two of us speak, and then we have a podcast with Sasha and me, and we could even consider doing a video, because I will put it on YouTube anyway. So okay, just write me a message in my DMs so that I don't forget. Thank you very much. Oh, that's lovely. I wanted to invite you anyway. So anyway, diplomatic whatever is back in town. Please carry on talking and tell us where you are so that we know what country you're talking about.
I'm in Nigeria. Nigeria.
I
Oh,
knew it.
oh. No, I thought South Africa. So there I was a
Uh,
bit
uh,
too much to the south.
no, two to the south. I'm in
But
Nigeria.
that's wonderful, because I heard that the Nigerian women are like, they are, I don't know, you are the tough nuts, aren't you? I mean,
Yes,
wow.
I
Nigerian
quite
femmes are
I
Twitter's strongest soldiers.
I quite admire them. Like, I really, really like the women that I know, that I follow. That Nigerian women are awesome. I like most me proud most of the time. I mean, there's always one or two. Can't help that, but yeah. So I was talking about I think men and their tendency to, you know, isolate themselves, even at gatherings, family function, the men, they always have to, get their own little section, and they have such a tight knit um community group. I don't even like, they hate themselves and they fawn over themselves at the same time. It is amazing to witness. um and it affects, it's in the way they handle power and money. It's like, here, you Nigerian men, yeah, they like women a lot. They like, in the way men tend to like sexualize women, not like they like them. So they spend money on them. Yay. I'm telling you that this man will buy this girl this and he will buy her that, but he will not start a business for her. If he does and she starts to, speak too aggressively with too much authority in her tone, he will make sure that he ruins that business, whether or not he got it for her, just so that I see y'all complain about the state of women's rights in Europe, in America, and I look at the shit that goes on here and I'm like, I would kill for that. It's like, I can, it's, I don't know how to describe the level of unloyalness. I'm not trying to downplay what is happening in your societies. It's like, there's no system here. Our president is a drug baron. Like, there's no system. There is no law. There is no nothing. There is just chaos after chaos after chaos. Like, you have to do everything yourself. You have to get your own water. You have to get every single thing, like everything, electricity. You have to figure out everything on your own. So this is a really disadvantageous point for a lot of men to start with. Like, men here, they like to talk about how, oh, they bring the money, women don't have money, but they don't also want to mention that these women, you cannot walk in an office as a Nigerian woman and not get harassed. It is impossible. It is, as long as there is a man there and he's your superior, oh, best believe he has positioned her. There is no fucking way that has not come up. They may have or may have not, but it has come up in some way or the other. Except, she's a really elderly woman or this or that, but generally, it is every young woman that is going into the workforce braces for it. It's like, either you're ready to play the game with them and, bend over and then get
as far as they will let you, or you remain exactly where you are. So coming to my point about socioeconomic standings, it's in the way that they try to reward the women that do adhere to patriarchy. It's like conditioning. It's like the way you train dogs, you know. Sit, if it sits, you give it a treat. Come, if it comes, you give it a treat. It's you know, if it doesn't do what you say, most people that don't you know believe in positive reinforcement, they go for straight up violence, punishments. It's the exact same method that they use here. You know, women who conform, you are rewarded. I think that should be the same around everywhere else. I don't imagine that would change much. Women who don't conform, they get punished, and it's punishment in the sense that it is hard. Like, first of all, you're probably not coming from a family with money. Then you are looking to navigate a Nigerian society without a man, which is you're talking about getting this electricity on your own. You're talking about getting your education on your own. Like, most women will almost always have to just accommodate these men. Like, I've seen it most, like, Nigerian women, you give them a way, like you give them the finances, you give them the confidence, the assurance that you can be who you are without backlash, and they will jump at it. Like, I've seen it happen over and over again. The men complain. They take impoverished girls from the village, you know, girls that don't, you know, it's the same context. They want the young, the innocent, the one that doesn't have a voice, that doesn't know anything. So they'll take her, they'll send her to school, and then at the end of the day, they'll send her to nursing school in particular. Then they'll, they'll marry her and move abroad, like the US or the UK. I heard nurses get paid a lot. So that's the woman becomes she's like this. I don't understand what sort of patriarchal settings involves the woman providing, but that is exactly what happens. And the moment these women, because of the society they're in, you can call the police, and get your husband. It's so they feel more confident. You can actually call the police. If you call the police here that your husband is beating you, they'll tell you that it's normal, like it's husband and wife, it's to be settled between you both. They don't interfere. Like, they will not interfere. At most, they will just pull the man off the woman. They are not charging him with anything, I promise you. There is nothing. I do not, unless the woman's family insists, there is nothing that will be done. There is absolutely nothing. We had a case where the governor of our state, no, not our state, it was a neighboring state. The governor of one of the states here, yeah, he was made aware of a staff of his, the staff and the wife fought. The man beat up the woman. He beat her up. He beat her silly. And then she did not want to marry anymore, because what the fuck is that? And then the governor with media went to his house to reconcile the both of them, to beg, do you get, it did not occur to anybody that this man needs to be arrested. It was not a thought. He did not commit a crime. It was just a misunderstanding. Like, it's to show you how it's just, you see, hitting women, it's just, it's a thing weak men do, but if they do it, there is no punishment for it. It's just, if your daddy is somebody, yay. If your daddy isn't somebody, nay. So I feel like one of the pressing things that the women here need is finances, because I don't know, like, the economic situation of I don't know how important it is. I know that studies have shown that money doesn't really cause women to grow out of, like, it doesn't stop oppression, but I don't know. I feel like it will generally, I hope, I don't know, wishful thinking, whatever it is. I obsess over it day and night. How I could possibly just, and it's not really about giving them money. That's not sustainable. It's about how do I help these women learn trades? How do I help them, get access to, you see the kind of money the men have. These men can be, they scam, and they keep that information within themselves. I know this stud lesbian. Um I think she at the no, I think yeah, he it always it messes me up. I really do try to just respect everybody's pronouns, but it's confusing to keep up with sometimes. Yeah. But the person I'm talking about, um the brothers, they scam all of them, yeah, because that is how most of the youths here try to survive. They go into crime, fraud. Oh my god, it is everywhere. But then a lot of them really do legit jobs. Like there's the tech industry now is booming. Everything is, people are trying their best to survive. They're doing forex, they're doing this and that and NFTs and all the likes. So but most of that is concentrated specifically again to the male community. Like, men help other men. Women, they just want to, buy you food and pay a big and expensive hotel, and buy you expensive drinks. They don't want you to have money. Like, they don't want you, they say it all the time that, money makes Nigerian women carry shoulder. Like, it makes us proud. We refuse to listen to them. We refuse to bend to their authority. Like, I've had a guy I was previously seeing tell me this to my face. Like, you women now with money, once you get money, you start feeling too big to listen to the man. And it was one of the many, many things that put me off them. It's like, they are always, I don't know, they are just so obsessed with controlling and so, oh my god. But yeah, one of the things that I hope that I can do once I graduate, once I like forward in my career, is teach a lot of these women like skills. I want to do a mentorship program for women, for young girls in particular in the university. I know what I am going through. I know the difficulties, like how easy it is to just, allow some stupid man that you really, really would not on another day consider. Why? Because your dad doesn't send you so much money, and you have this, and you have school this, you need to pay for that, you need to do this, and they are the ones with the money. That's where the money is. They won't teach you how to make it. The only thing they want you to do is, come sleep with me. Okay, some of them will offer a relationship, but most of them is just, yeah, the hookup culture here is, it's honestly, it's prostitution. It's so high, and I hate it so bad, because it is not like these are not even women that are doing it because, they are empowered. They are very deeply ashamed of it. They're doing it because they don't have money. Like, so yeah, that's what I wanted to add. If part of the infiltration is there, like, is it not prudent or not wise to actually concentrate efforts? Like, I see the harm of capitalism, but basically, is it unfeminist to do your best to thrive in a capitalist industry? Like, it's I do not see how women can avoid this. It's like the society is already built in a certain way. I can't topple it by, not. But shit, I don't know. I hope everyone gets what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I am absolutely grateful. Thank you very much for telling us about your situation. It's horrendous, but that's why we're doing these spaces, so that we get to know each other and get information about women's lives in other countries that we have no idea of. Thank you ever so much. Hello, Angie. I'm very pleased that you're here, and Lesbian Resistance, New Zealand and Australia in the house. Hello, good morning. Sasha.
Okay, so for for Sister Aguilera, I want you to know that it's not anti-feminist for you to survive in this capitalist hellscape. And don't feel bad about, trying to find your economic footing in a world that was essentially just distorted by the scrote creatures. For what you said, as far as finances go, I was actually talking to a sister in a space the other day, and I wanted to open up a basically a paper and then buy some land in Nigeria. I don't know everything, the ins and outs, because I don't know all the laws yet. And when I travel, I usually just go to a place for 3 or 4 days and then I leave. But I would like to open up an organization that sponsors like Nigerian feminist writers, specifically the females. And I also want to pay women in Nigeria to become influencers for feminist organizations all over the world. And we could fund this by basically raising awareness through other, basically have it first be supported by like the first world nations. And that way, that because I know that I'm not sure what the general cost of living is in Nigeria, but like I know that I could at least send one influencer $200 a month. I don't know what that is in, I think it's the Naira. I'm not sure. There's so many different currencies like I'm spinning right now. But basically, I would love to basically sponsor Nigerian feminist work and make sure that like they have a place where they can write and talk about their issues and then get paid for that, and also be able to make a living where they don't have to rely on scrote creatures for their income.
Okay, so for context, the minimum wage in Nigeria is like $43 like a month, like in a whole
Oh,
month. Yeah, I'm not shitting you. In a whole month. And the people who receive that, the poorest of the cleaners in the government jobs, most of them, almost all of them, women. Security guards receive a bit more, but then it's a man's job. Drivers definitely more, man's job. They're not giving it to. It doesn't matter how many years you've been driving. Like your father literally needs to own the company for you to be given that job. And if your dad owns the company, please, you're not going to be the driver. You'll be, not our problem. But yeah, $43 a month is the minimum wage here. So yes, $200 will go a long way. Like $200 is what doctors earn in a month.
oh, then we got this. What? Oh my God, we need to get this started ASAP. I need to find some more Nigerian sisters because we need to get this started. Somebody tell me what the laws in Nigeria. I need to let me get I need to update my passport. Y'all, Nigerians, hit me up. Nigerian sisters, let's do this. Let's make this work.
Wow, that would be great. Absolutely. PM?
I just wanted to say I just shared something to the nest by Chloe Cole that made me laugh. This little meme made me laugh. So that's all I saw. I just shared it for the lightness. And I also wanted to say that what I'm seeing here in this room is a lot of women that have gone through really hard things, but at the same time, all the energy in here is ultimately very light, in my opinion. And I'm not saying this to be woo-woo. I'm an atheist. But the truth is really painful, but it does set you free. I see a lot of women that, they don't want to face the enormous work that we have ahead of us for a lot of understandable reasons. But they're not as happy in my opinion, as those of us who have decided to look at it with eyes all the way open. There are two types, I would say, of women who are still in this, handmaiden position, enabling TIMs and other misogynists, and they're either really sad, like kind of like bargaining, that, oh, I'm sure we can work it out. It's just so sad, but I believe that, ultimately in the good of humanity, or something like that. Or they're just extremely bitter and angry, and they take it out on their fellow women. And then there's us. We've all got totally different stories, totally different lives, but we're all united in the fact that we've decided to face the truth. So, yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So, Angie, I have invited you. I'm absolutely curious what's going down in Australia. And hello, what was her name? Sabina, is that right? Lesbian, what's it? Resistance. Okay. You may speak if you want.
My pressing the button was a pocket call. I'm sorry. I'm still sort of rustling around. I need to have a few minutes. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. You're just waking up, aren't you?
Exactly.
Okay. I actually set all my world. Can you switch off the mic, please? I can do it from here, but yeah, I like I have got all my watches here that I can look at in order to know if you're ready for bed or if you're just waking up. But anyway, I had a question for Sasha. Sasha, you posted a scare before about well, I didn't quite understand who is trying to get us and deplatform us. Can you tell me why you've got the lock and why I need the lock?
Okay, so basically there are these they go by the I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's like GROYPER people or whatever the fuck they are. They're basically mass reporting down RadFem accounts. And they're going I had one of my oldest accounts, which was 4 years old, and I'd never had an account that long before. And they had reported tweets all the way from 3 to 4 years ago, just had mass reported the account and got it taken down in one fell swoop because I'd never had any violations on that account prior. I mean, I appealed it, and I don't know how that's going to work, but basically they're dedicated to mass reporting radical feminists and getting their accounts taken down so that we can't do outreach, we can't share our rhetoric, and we can't peak other women because they know that this is the only platform that allows us to grow at the rate we do despite mass censorship. I've been kicked off. I've had 16 different Facebook accounts, I've had 20 Reddit accounts, and I've had 38 tagged accounts, and I got removed so many times. Twitter is the only place I've been removed a lot from Twitter, but not as many as all those other social networks and social media. Even now I'm on Facebook and I have to start from the beginning. So any sisters on Facebook, add me. But anyway, they're dedicated to they'll focus on one at a time, and that's how they're able to be so effective, is that they'll spend a day or two just mass reporting a bunch of tweets on one account, and then once that account goes down, they move to the next one. And because usually I'll leave my stuff open because I do a lot of fundraising, I do a lot of spreading, sharing, helping the women get out of domestic violence or get out of prostitution or whatever. But I can't do that if my account is gone. So basically I've been warning all active sisters who like post about controversial topics, or if you've ever argued with a scroll creature and you may have used like less than preferred language, lock your accounts, because they are mass reporting. And I've been digging through like all of my tweets looking for buzzwords that might get me kicked off, so I can delete them before I go back public, so I don't get removed. And I hate that I lost the other account, because it's one of the accounts that I was using when I first started performing like in-home abortions, because as we know, Florida is run by a little rat bastard who wanted to impose, restrictions on abortion. So I had learned while working at a clinic how to perform surgical and medical abortion. So I was doing it out the house. I was like, I only stopping shit. I don't give a fuck about you. So
I can't believe it. Okay.
I had lost
Well,
all those contacts, so now I have to like trying to kind of go back and look and see. I hope they unban it, because now I can take them from off of. And it was kind of stupid to only communicate on Twitter, but back then I was kind of dumb, and I was never a computer savvy person. Everything I learned is recent. And so yeah, like that's all those useful, valuable contacts that like it's hard to find rad femmes that are like, oh, I don't want to go to jail, because like me personally, I don't give a fuck. Like I just never cared. I don't care about laws that were written without my input. Like it was just if I wasn't consulted, it wasn't meant for me. But yeah, so basically they're just mass reporting us and trying to get rid of us.
okay. And you think it's worldwide, or is it basically in the US, or do you think?
I think it's just Twitter wide. So like anyone who's a prominent voice on RadTwit, which is what we
Okay.
call like radical feminist Twitter, they'll
So
just like try to get them out.
so I should go behind the lock, because if I lose this account, I mean, it's not very huge yet, but if I lose this account, I can't do spaces or anything. So okay,
So
thanks
yeah,
for the heads up.
just like for 24 hours or something, I might stay a little longer just so I can comb through my tweets that are like, use less than preferable language. But yeah, like just go lock up for a little while, and also so they can't see your followers and all that kind of stuff. And then any tweets that you have that might have like some, maybe crass language, get rid of it.
No, I'm very careful, because I've been banned with my other account that had 2,500 or something
No.
followers. Yeah, and I got banned, and I can't get it back. I keep insisting I want it back, and they won't give it back to me. The Germans are really strict. I mean, even Kelly
That
J.
is so
Keane got
sad.
her. Yeah, even Kelly J got her account back. I didn't. I must be more dangerous than Kelly J, and that's something, isn't it?
Well, I believe you are, because first of all, they don't want the people who have the more aggressive voices, and like those of us who aren't willing to platform or work with the scroll creatures, they're gonna come for us first. And also, the more reports you get, the worse it is for you, because they will be more critical, right? Because like the I forgot the word they use for it, but like it's basically the Twitter equivalent of like an undesirable account. So like they'll consider your account disruptive and then not give it back to you. And for my other account, the tweets were pretty like milk toast, very light. Like just it was basically only like a pro-abortion account. And I think the only thing that I said on there that could have been, perceived as like maybe not preferred is that I called a scroll creature a genetic deformity, but that was like a one-time thing, and just to piss him off because he kept annoying me. He wouldn't leave me alone. He kept making new accounts to bother me. So I said, all right, well now it's time to be rude. But other than that, like I was pretty chill, especially compared to this account right here. Because on this account, I'd be wilding. So I don't know why. I mean, it had to be mass reports, because there's no other explanation. I was a good girl on that account.
Yeah, the same happened with me on the other account. I was really, really quite nice. I wasn't obnoxious by any means, but I still got cancelled. Anyway, Cap Claude, hello. Been waiting for you. Thanks for coming. So, the woman, please.
I just like I'm listening intently to this part about Twitter, because I've not gotten in any trouble on Twitter because I didn't write on Twitter until like literally about a month ago. Like I was on here on Spaces for like a year, and that so y'all are way ahead of me. So I'm learning a lot from you. And but I think it's Elon. I mean, I'm gonna sound like a big Elon fangirl, which I am, whatever. But it's him buying the thing and then like throwing out most of the moderators. I that's where I'm getting a lot of the idea. We are good to go. We are G to G on Twitter. Like I think I'm gonna sound really arrogant. I'm pretty
Not in
sure Elon is
Germany.
fully behind us.
Not in
Well, you have to
Germany.
think too, because like Twitter has to follow the laws of. Because I know some Australian rad femmes that got banned for just talking about TRAs, so he still has to like abide by the local laws, because then they'll just ban Twitter there.
No, you're right. I'm sorry. I was thinking huge picture, way, way bigger. I'm sorry. It helped me so much in the past few weeks to see his tweets, because you're right. Absolutely. Like, especially in Germany. Oddly, one of those Peterson fanboy people just got banned in Germany too, like our enemy. So Germany hates everybody, I guess. But yeah, at least we know the CEO's behind us. But yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
No,
I
you
wish
don't need to be
Elon was
sorry.
a rad femme. I'd be so happy. Well, or not rad femme, but rad femme adjacent, like sympathetic at least to our cause, because like it's just been so many problems for us just having to deal with like all of the fuckery, really.
I think he is. Like, I'm being a total dork, but only partly. Like, I'm like, he
I
changed
think
the
he's
name of
like
X.
anti-trans, but I don't think he's
He
sympathetic to
is.
rad femme.
He is. Oh, no, he's written it. He's anti it. He's put memes up about it.
Yeah, like, but I don't think he's sympathetic to like rad femme. So, like, I think he's like, yeah, he's anti-trans, but he's not like pro rad femme.
No, he's not a feminist. He's a rock star
He's
billionaire.
not even pro rad femme. Like, he even keys that like about Pornhub and shit. So like, yeah, he's
Oh,
like, I think
does he?
most people can
Okay.
agree that like, okay, they're anti-gender ideology, but that doesn't mean like they're our allies, because they'd still stomp us out if they could.
Oh
You're
my
right.
God.
But legally, he's allowing us to talk. So at least that's. I
Well,
just wanted.
he's allowing some of us to talk, but only the ones who are like very light in their speech and who appeal to like the centrist or right wing. But like if you're like a radical, like a real radical, and like you be talking about all women's issues, nah. Because I remember I had one account like before I even was using my real name on here. I was talking about the issues of women in like the North Africa and like Asia and stuff like that, and they were like, oh, that's graphic, we put a warning, blah blah blah, and then like banned me after I started talking about the bride kidnappings in Kyrgyzstan. Like I was like, but yeah, they went and got me out of there for that. They kicked me off for a meme that was like cropped, but it was like a castration meme, and they were like, nope. I was like, damn, you can't post shit. But meanwhile, they got porn on here. Like, make it make sense. I can't post a little wee wee chop, but dude could post like whole fists being inserted into a woman. Like, come on, be so fucking for real.
That leads to the inherent misogyny that being on Twitter, believe it or not, has helped me with, like, or just being able to talk, right? Because I've been on Reddit, but Reddit doesn't. I don't know, at least for the people I followed, something about Twitter is better because of both the visual, the memes, and the talking, and for the quickness of information. And like the biggest thing that I've seen changing, though, but it's only been literally in the past 4 weeks. So I guess I'm just trying to say, like, I think we're going to be okay. I mean, now about things like that, like violent stuff, whatever. But then the other thing, I'm a little,
excited.
and I'm also a little stoned. I'll just say it. I'm a little stoned. I apologize. I'm excited and stoned. So,
well,
is the misogyny on Twitter, because exactly like I get in trouble, for whatever, but like I click on one person's profile and I'm seeing full sex, which for me is very triggering, and I don't want to say it. So yeah, but then I had to like sort of grow up and realize like this is Twitter, and if I want to play in the big leagues, I got to get used to this crap. So yeah, there's just pure misogyny here.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry if women keep their microphones open, they might interfere with the other woman speaking. So I mute them, but that's not personal. It's just muting the open mic. Cape Claude, I just invited you. Angie, I invited you if you are, well, awake enough to talk. I would quite like to know what is happening where you are. I remember last time you've been talking about your situation, plural, you, plural, have been talking about your situation, and I would like that. Okay. Well, anyway, not yet, or whatever. Sasha, I guess you got something to say.
I always got something to say, y'all. I talk way too
Exactly,
motherfucking
yeah.
much.
You should let the stone excited idiot just ramble on for the next 3 hours. She'll never have a
I
dead
can,
second of
I can
air.
do that. I can do that. I mean, it's
Sorry about it.
sometimes there's no stopping me, so I know that, and that's good. That's a good. Sometimes that comes in handy, if you do speeches and that kind of thing, and you just can start rambling,
True.
waiting for someone to take over, which is much appreciated. But yeah, so no gaps here. Though, no, but honestly, sometimes I leave gaps. Sometimes women need to think, don't we? I mean, sometimes there is a moment of silence because women think about what the other ones just said, and that's fine too, isn't it? So sometimes it has to settle what you've heard. So,
I
hello, Cape
think
Claude.
though. Oops.
What? Who was talking? I couldn't
Oh,
see it.
sorry. No, I just wanted to throw this in there real quick. Like, I feel like if porn is acceptable and people could send me like hardcore BDSM porn, that I should be able to post castration pictures because it's both nudity. So that's all.
Okay. And now Cape Claude is here. Hello.
Hi. I'm not so well, so I'm not really going to speak. But I just wanted to say hi and I'm listening.
Okay. So I hope you will be better soon.
Thank you. I also hope so.
Thanks for coming anyway.
Yeah.
You know.
Thanks for the invite. Thanks for the invite.
Of course. And we will do this more often now. We
Mm.
said like once a month. Oh,
Yeah,
there's a cough.
that would be good. Once a month, I think would be good. I mean, I do have one anecdote to report from this part of the world, which is another lesbian couple, both of whom have had double mastectomies, one of whom has had a failed phalloplasty. But they're basically confused, two confused lesbians who now call themselves kind of heterosexual couple, and it just, so yeah, more just that, going on in the medical arena amongst the lesbian community, and it just breaks my heart every single day with every young lesbian getting older and coming into the danger zone, So that's my particular mission and concern on here, or obsession. Yeah. Anyway, Sasha Sasha has something to say.
Of course she has. Sasha, take it away.
That actually makes me so sad because I see so many, like, especially in America, there's so many young girls that like think that they could escape like sexual objectification and sexual assault, sexual harassment by like transitioning, and you'll hear a lot of detransitioners say that. Like, even if you listen to Ellen Page's story, she's like, "Oh, I was getting like sexually harassed and I was getting assaulted and people were threatening to rape me, and then I transitioned and it fixed everything, but not really because now I'm kind of sad." And this story reflects the reality of a lot of detransitioners, and people do not be listening to them the way they should. And what we don't talk about is the fact that once you start like trying to quote unquote transition, you become a lifelong medical patient. Like, a lot of these drugs are untested. They give them to you as experimental drugs, and there's a lot of unforeseen side effects that they now have to treat that they don't have any experience treating. And now when you realize like it isn't really what you wanted, and it was just so easily accessible that they just said, okay, here, you can have it. Now, like, it's already, your body's already like going through those hardships that could have been prevented had somebody said, or had we been more critical of gender ideology. And it's so sad because there's so many lesbians out there specifically or women out there specifically, who are trying to escape the violence, like anti-female misogynistic violence, and they think they can escape by transitioning to male, but even still they don't take them seriously. And it takes a toll on your body, and it takes a toll on your mind, and it's just not safe. Oh, and I left out the part too that there was a point in time where I was like considering, because so many people were willing to say that, oh, like, people were always calling me manly, people were always saying, oh, like, you look like a man, or oh, you're this, you're that. And like, I really considered it at one point, like, this shit needs to be stopped.
Yeah, thankfully I was too old for that shite. But if it had, if we had had the situation when I was younger, that would have been disastrous, because people didn't like me being tomboy, and they always wanted to change me. You know, like, you have to be a bit more girly, and you have to be like this and that and other. And I would probably have considered it. And not having gone the path of being an out lesbian and out and loud and proud, but I would have probably thought, okay, I want to opt out of this role. Basically, I didn't never wanted to be a man, but I wanted out of the female role. Like, I realized, I said that actually in my talk in the park. I At the age of 14-ish, like plus minus a year, I thought, what does the future hold, right? And I thought, I will sit on the sofa with a man, and if I'm lucky, he will be rich. If I'm lucky, he will not beat me. If I'm lucky, the house will be near the water. And if I'm lucky, I won't get raped in my lifetime. And that's what I thought would happen. And well, I still think that. I mean, I'm almost 62, but we are never out of the danger zone, not even if we're dead, right? So yeah, it's a horrible thing to think that as a young person you think that kind of thoughts. And of course, I never talked to anybody about it, and I didn't even realize that I was thinking about it until I did a deep soul searching, and I thought, where was I when I was young? What was my frame of mind? And then suddenly it dawned on me, fucking hell, I actually thought that. I had those thoughts. And how many young women have those thoughts and never talk about it? Because it's a horrible thing to say, and people will say, it's not that bad, and oh, don't be funny, don't be weird, you have to make do with what life has to offer, there, you know. And I think that probably more women than I did are thinking that when they're young, but they have no way of talking about it, because then they are stupid little bitches, basically. Well, anyway, thank you for listening. The woman, and then, okay, Claude has disappeared. Okay, so the woman.
I think you said thank you for listening. I was like, thank you for giving me that wonderful thing to listen to. And I also wanted to say, like, I didn't know what a big deal you were at the beginning, so I feel sort of dumb, like, rolling in. So anyway, thank you for holding all these spaces for years. So I wish I had found you sooner. And when we were talking about the trans thing and girls, and it's just so sad. Yeah, because I'm sorry, like I live most of my life, I guess, identifying as lesbian, but I'm coming out as bisexual now or whatever, and that's a whole side fucking issue. But I just want to be clear, so it's like I'm not lying or whatever. But like, most of my young life I was around women, and that shit was already starting like when I was 19, 18. Although it wasn't like major, like it was just, there was no pressure. But when I noticed again, because I came back to like a smaller college town about 6 or 7 years ago, and I hadn't really been around the queer stuff. I dated and stuff, but I wasn't like around the young queer, what I mean? Yeah. And I was shocked because like who I was, and like every girl, 25, girl that I would have been or would have been my friend, like they were all trans now. And they were all the things they talked about were now focusing on queer theory instead of women's liberation, because that's the other thing lesbians have always done, is that everybody gets together and that's fun, but also for the most part everyone, at least in my experience, was talking about women's liberation and stuff. And that's one of the biggest, I think, losses I've noticed, is that the switcheroo from somehow like that doesn't matter. And like, yeah, losing Ellen Page just killed me, because I actually thought she was like a tough badass. Now I'm gonna sound like a jerk. I didn't realize because she did that show, that travel show, and I was really impressed with her, and it's sad. It makes me sad.
Thank you so much. Cape Claude.
Yeah, I mean, I was very sad about Ellen, but I was far more sad and far more upset when I discovered that her wife May has also had a double mastectomy and calls herself non-binary. Because if there were two women of that age group who could be role models for our young lesbian sisters, then those were the two, and I know, I mean, I did a similar thing. I also have been thinking so much about where my mind was at in my teens and as I became sexually aware or whatever. And I remember, you remember, well, I'm a bit strange because I'm a bit spectrumy. So I never really felt like I fit. And I don't think I ever will. But I remember just thinking that's me, because that's just me. That it's just because I'm a bit of a freak, and I don't know where I'll fit, and I just never really talked about it. But now I'm realizing that all of the young girls who are also spectrumy are probably thinking things that are really similar to what I was thinking, which is just complete bewilderment. I mean, I vividly remember as a girl, Martina Navratilova coming onto the tennis scene. And like before, I had never had any interest in sports. And suddenly there was a woman on TV that I found relatable. And it was like magic. It was just, I can't tell you. I mean, I don't know how to even find the words of how. It just felt like life was possible. That you didn't have to be a ponytail makeup girl. I mean, bearing in mind where I grew up, homosexuality was illegal. So, you didn't see, even amongst lesbian and because there was a club, kind of there would be parties, but people didn't try not to look particularly like different, if you get what I'm saying. But I wanted to talk about one of my experiences in my adolescence that I had. So growing up, porn was illegal. It was only like and nudity was illegal, like in publications. But there was one magazine that allowed photographs of girls in bikinis. So I'd always had a one piece, and then I think I must have been 13 or so, and I got given a bikini.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear? Can you still hear
No,
her?
I was gonna, no,
Oh,
she's coming out.
you seem to have a problem. Okay,
Yeah.
Claude, we can't hear you. It's breaking up. It's on and off suddenly.
Any better, or shall I give up? Shall I leave?
Yes. No, it's now I will hear you again.
Yeah. So I was given this bikini and I wore it. I wasn't, and then I saw on the picture of this like page 3 magazine, the model was wearing the same style, the same bikini fabric as my bikini, and I felt such a terrible sense of shame, and like violation, just seeing that on the top shelf in the newsagent. And I just think, like, if I compare that to what another 13-year-old girl who, like Sasha, you were saying, or no, is it Dill, the woman, the McAttis? Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
Hey. Thought so. I'm sorry. I recognize your manner of speech. You were saying about like where's the women's liberation? So I got into politics. I was into politics. It was in my teens. And I'm just thinking for young girls who are kind of becoming aware, they're thinking feminist thoughts, they're thinking about feminism, and then they get told by all of the online communities, oh, but there's a bad type of feminism. And that's, of course, the right type of feminism, the real feminism. But they're being told that feminism, which is, porn and what have you, is feminism. And of course, that's going to be massively dissonant for them, I think, and make them think, well, okay, well, if the feminists are supporting porn and all of this stuff that feels very weird to me, then where do I go? And I think that non-binary is a logical step. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just kind of like trying to
No, I get what you're
see it,
saying, because like you don't want to be that thing. You don't support, the stuff that you're seeing, and you don't relate to it at all. And like a lot of people refuse to acknowledge the disconnect that most women experience with conventional femininity. Even the women who appear the most feminine, they don't fit into every little checkbox that says this is what femininity is, and all of us experience that disconnect.
Yeah, but yes. I think neurodivergent girls more so, Sasha, and I think that's the problem, and that's why we see the numbers in the autism and ADHD kids the most, because we or they think they're supposed to check all the boxes, if you get what I'm saying, they don't realize that nobody's 100% comfortable. I didn't. I mean, it was only when Susanna Moore was interviewing Kathleen Stock and said that when she puts on makeup, she feels like she's putting on drag, that I was like, holy shit, I'm not the only one.
Yes. That's I don't know what I mean, I'm not autistic, I don't think, but on the spectrum, whatever.
Woman,
I
sorry.
okay,
I know that you want to speak, but Information had her hand up. Information, do you want to wait, or do you want to speak before Woman? Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, okay.
Oh, that's cool. Just see what I just done there. In the past, I would go, no problem. I'm not doing that. I don't mean that. I don't mean that in a facetious way or anything. I just mean it in the sense of, like we're talking about the socialization of women and the misogyny, the homophobia, you know, and how it like excuse me, and seeing how it's like affecting so many young women. It does affect women of all ages, but you know, obviously it's going to have more of a detrimental effect on teenage girls and young women because they're just getting constantly bombarded and gaslit, you know, about what feminism is. And I was just like sort of like having a think just from like I just took a couple of notes. I don't normally do this because I think I'm one of these people that kind of really needs to take notes or I'll forget what the hell I'm talking about. Like what I've been seeing, and it's not exactly rocket science. What I'm gonna say is, you know, codependency is a huge, massive issue, you know, with like humans, and I've been seeing I know quite a lot about codependency and addiction and whatnot, and I know an awful lot about how women are affected by codependency because basically we're groomed to be. I know the other sex do experience that to various degrees, but just women are worse affected. Like seeing it, you know, like the amount of times I've like spent like looking at like YouTube um like channels of let's say you'll have like a lesbian couple, for example. There's so many of them, where one of them was taking testosterone for a little bit, and a lot of them are like, I know it doesn't matter how any of us look or how any of us present, but I'm talking about really really classically like ultra feminine, like naturally soft looking features women, you know, who would like tend to like attract a lot of attention than you know than a lot of us and noticing like you know obviously they're trying to escape and seeing like sort of codependency, like of like who's going on tea. One of them, like, well, maybe never thought whatsoever, about you know transitioning. You know, it never crossed their mind, but they, you know, get into a relationship with a woman who's identifying as non-binary and is taking a bit of tea to slightly masculinize her face, and seeing like their pictures like beforehand, it's unbelievable and not surprising as well because they're just like uber feminine, like college girls, and just like seeing like the codependency like play out in camera is really fascinating, and very sad as well, and you know because like I mean it's like codependency, you know, it's like um you know it's about us being cut off from the self, cut off from like parts of the self, and you know and we're just living in this like really crazy time that encourages it and also tries to obliterate you know who we are authentically, because we're made up of like all different parts of who we are, and people, and this is just my take, we're always finding out about ourselves no matter how old we are, you know, be it whether we're in our 20s, 30s, 40s plus, you know, we're all, and that's how we learn and grow, and like being aware of like the self, you know, and it's like, it's this need to please, you know, the need to please that all these lib femmes have, you know, because like they are, like, I would say the whole like lib femme, the actual women, not the penis havers, um, you know, the people pleasing and the social pressure, you know, what they're under, you know, it's basically, it's like gonna be creating like so much like havoc for like women that stay in that. I mean, I'm not saying that there are, of course, women do have agency. I'm talking about the like most so vulnerable women. I mean, all women are vulnerable, um, in any given day or circumstance. But just like this approval, you know, because like when we're growing up with that codependency, um, you know, a lot of us will be like, you know, depending on the relationship we've had with our father, is going to dictate the relationship that we have with ourselves, and even with mother as well, obviously. And it's this male seeking approval is very much it's unconscious as well. And the only reason I know that is, well, not just through like, work, you know, I've done, but also work I've done on myself, because I was always a little bit of a rebel anyway, and kind of getting used to like getting into trouble, or not going against the grain. I've always kind of been like that since I was a child, and I'd get into trouble for it. And so there were times when I remember late teens and like early 20s, especially, like I was actually I didn't realize I was actually just looking for that for approval, and including male approval, and being so concerned about what other people thought about me, and that is purely because of my upbringing, and and there was always that sort of tug of war I had through being it was like, I don't know, it was really hard to manage, like being quite independent thinking, and getting into trouble for it, and then I pop back up again, so like always having like my own thoughts, like opinions, but then having this like sort of tug of war going on inside internally, which would show up in various like symptoms, and like basically not being like my authentic self. I fucking hate that phrase, by the way. My authentic self, which gets fucking used by like the penis havers, all around. Anyway, I was going to say something really nasty there, but I won't. Make
No, please, because I want to post it on YouTube and I don't want to get cancelled.
Well, or are you saying please do or please don't?
Oh, please don't, because
No.
YouTube is quite well, YouTube.
So yeah, I totally agree with you, no problem. So like my sort of like thoughts of, maybe like, trying to like appeal to like the lib fems, like more so the ones that there will be X amount of them. There's X amount of them that have already like sort of woken up to going, holy shit, women's rights and like, lesbian rights and whatnot. They're because like, women are smart, and it can take a while to like come out of that socialization. And I've seen that on Twitter, even with like the blue ticks, what I mean like with blue ticks is like very famous women, that will like pop their head up a little bit and sort of say something or question something, and they go and then they put their head back down, and then they get bullied, and then they go into that sort of people pleasing mode. And this is even the women that they've got plenty of money, they're absolutely loaded, so it's not as if that they're going to lose all their money or anything. So even though that they're like more secure than most of us, like even seeing that female socialization play out as well is like quite fascinating. It takes a lot of work, and it's like, just sort of thinking that, it'd be great to have like, we could like have, I don't know, let's say like workshops or something, that just purely focusing on female socialization and all the aspects of like how, we can be affected like growing up. Just let's keep it like keeping it simple, not in a, because like some women, could get triggered, but just in a way of like going, well, look what happens, look what happens to us in the process of when we become adults, when we mature, and the different things that like we experience that we might not be aware of, because we're not always like, young women are at different developmental like pathways as well, and just depending, on what's happened, and And so yeah, I was just like some of my thoughts, because like it's like, because like lib fems, they look they look at this stuff a little bit, but it's all very fuzzy wuzzy. Like, you know, with like fucking love hearts around it, you know. There has to be, there's ways and means of like getting through to girls and young women and older women, of course. You know, because they've just got layer upon layer of like trauma, busy lives, you know, a lot of women are mums and have all sorts of other caring responsibilities as well. But it's just like having like that information to just show how like the media, including social media, has like a huge effect. You know, I mean, I stopped watching television many years ago. Um, and I think partly because of like what I was studying at the time. One of the last times I was at university, um, excuse me, I decided I'm just not going to watch television anymore, you know, because like I knew like it was so insidious, not in a snobby way of like thinking, you know, because I'm not that interested in like, just in the way that I didn't want my mind getting polluted and bombarded with like adverts, getting bombarded with like bullshit messages, you know, that is really distracting, you know, to a lot of people, you know, and you're just getting told what you should think, what you should believe. So I was pretty relatively young when I stopped watching the telly, and so I pick and choose like what I watch. And I think that's like, I can only speak for myself, obviously, but I think that's like actually helped us, you know, not to be, you know, not to be like bogged down with like sitting in front of like a telly and being bombarded with like, all sorts of shit. Because like, let's face it, women are under attack from all different angles, so, you know, in so many different ways. And we just need like particular tools of just showing other women what's what, not just what's happening with our rights, but what's happening, you know, what can go on inside us, you know, when we're growing up and when we're women. And the whole thing about denial as well, you know, is huge. You know, denial about how difficult things are, and having a huge amount of fear to actually face, um, you know, that our rights have been getting obliterated. You know, what if I lose my family? You know, all that sort of stuff. Anyway, that's all I've got at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So thank you for you know sharing your thoughts. And now the woman has been waiting patiently. Now it's your turn.
Oh, that's no, and it was wonderful to hear information. And thank you for like redirecting me earlier. And thank you for putting up with my excitement. Like, sorry, because everything that just got said is blowing my mind. So, and it's oddly bringing me back to something snarky that happened this afternoon. Like I was listening to I'm trying not to, scientists in a space, big deal ones. And it was all women, which was awesome. And I was so excited and it was great. And then at the end, they were like asking them, like, why'd you become a scientist? Which was another awesome bit of me. I was like, yay, good for them, you know? And it just sort of made me sad, probably because I was too oversensitive. But like, it was 3 physicists, and the first 2, they said why they became physicists because their dads were physicists and showed them how to be physicists. And then the 3rd physicist said, oh, I just always like science, but you don't have to be good at math to become what she does for a living, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. And so that, to me, like, that's the lib fem thing. Like, you have to be, I guess, so modest or something that, like, could you imagine a male physicist? I just was trying to think of that. Like, I was just shocked. And then I was just also sad because in science, the only role model, or in anything, the only role models we've ever had, because we're at that generational level, is always going to be, for the most part, for most women, their fathers, because like that's how the world works. I mean, like if you're a rich kid, you have a rich parent. You know what I'm saying? Like we have success, and the only people that were successful before now have been men. You know, unless it's a rare anomaly, and it just makes me sort of sad. But like that's the time that, you know, we all got born in, I guess. And then that leads to the whole wanting to, I am so glad I really am my age, because I think, no, I don't think I would have ever been susceptible to it, because I mean, I dabbled. I never actually shot any tea or anything, but I knew a lot of people who did. And, but because I was an athlete, I didn't. I think it's because I studied science. I mean, I know what my body is. Like, I knew that you cannot change it. Like that, it's not possible. And that all you're doing is now you're taking, because, you know, I was an athlete. Now you're doping. Like, that's what I always sort of thought it as. And I'm sort of seeing the young girls now and adults, I guess they're adults. They literally don't know biology. They think they can change. It creeps me out a little. And so I think it's a combination of like a lack of science education, and then really not understanding that our bodies are important. Because somebody had mentioned that earlier too. I think like this has to do with a lot of different trying to get us not attached to our bodies, because that makes us better consumers.
Yes, thank you. Oh, no one waiting. I'm trying to find. Someone wants to follow me. I am. Someone wants to follow me, and I can't find where I can accept that. I don't know. Can you help me? Where do I have to look?
You have to go into your, so click the little icon with your face or your profile picture on it.
Right.
And then underneath spaces or list.
Follow Anne Frank. Yeah, I found it. Thank you. That was easy. Thank you very much. So, the little white cat, it's your turn. Honest pizza,
Is that
I think it
me?
was.
Is that me? Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just reminded of I looked it up actually to refresh my memory. The Barbie Liberation Organization, which was a group of artists. I'm just reading directly now. Group of artists and activists involved in culture jamming. They gained notoriety in 1993 after switching voice boxes in talking G.I. Joes and Barbie dolls. The BLO, the Barbie Liberation Organization, performed surgery on 300 to 500 dolls from retail and returned them to the shelves in an action they referred to shop giving. Thus, Teen Talk Barbie would say things like, "Vengeance is mine." But what I remember hearing this before is they would say, G.I. Joes would say, "Maths is hard." And Barbie would say, this is from my memory, "Dead men tell no lies." And yeah, that just really tickled me, because it reminded me of this movement. I would love to be able to do something like that, and I would give my right arm to find one of those Barbie dolls with the switched voice boxes. Oh, I wonder if there's a market out there. I wonder if it's out there. I'd love it.
Thank you. Information, you're the next, but I want to say we're in Germany, and in Germany it's getting late. So my co-host is showing weaknesses, i.e. she's tired. So I will be going on alone here soon enough. Thank you very much, AP, for supporting me. That was really, really lovely, because I couldn't have done it without you. And I need to wind down too because I haven't slept so much. I worked nights last night. Anyway, information can
Hi.
speak. Sorry?
Hi there. I just wanted to add just a quick comment. My sort of take on the adults and young adults, literally thinking people can change sex. Just my sort of take is I think they know that they're lying. Because everyone gets taught science in school, unless you've been brought up removed from the whole of society since birth, and then let loose on society as an adult or a late teen, and not being given any access to books or education, then I could go, yeah, can I get how that person would, think that, that humans can literally change sex. I mean, other than people with developmental issues or, any kind of learning disability, some people might take things literally, but really, people will, excuse me, people with autism and Asperger's, the ones that are either average or high functioning, they know that you can't change sex. I know people can get brainwashed. But when I hear people saying about the sex change, or they keep using those words again, that's them saying the approved words, the approved ideology, because everyone who's had an education, knows fine well we can't change sex. They're just saying what's approved, in my opinion. Anyway, I'm just going to leave it at that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Angie, you have been waiting for quite a while, and I actually want to know what's going on in Australia. Do you want to tell us a bit about it?
Hi, yeah. Yeah, thank you. I took a while to wake up. I was chasing cats around the house. Yeah, what I'm only in a small part of Australia. I'm in Victoria, which is the wokest state. And here in Melbourne, it is still very difficult for us to organise because of the aggression and violence threatened towards us, because of the Let Women Speak event, where the two leaders, the leader of our state and the opposition leader, both condemned women who oppose transgenderism. And it was a green light for men, particularly, to rain down threats and violence on us. So it's been very difficult for us to organise in person, but yet we are still doing it. But we're doing it in smaller groups. We're doing it through our grapevines, and we're doing it privately. So more women are mobilising, but they're doing it in smaller groups. And we were inspired by a couple of activists, mostly from Ballarat and from Brisbane, which Ballarat's a regional town and Brisbane's way, way, way off in the north. And they were just doing one or two woman protests, or putting posters up in their cars and driving them to particular locations, and doing these little, single person or two or three people events, but they were being amplified on social media. And so we started doing that, inspired by these women, and the response has been amazing. Here in Victoria, we have a by-election coming up, and the seat's of particular importance to the man who defamed me and brought a lot of the hate onto me. If his party doesn't retain this seat, then it may cost him his job. So our little group of 3 activists went down to that place the other day and stood on the busiest portion of the street with our signs, and we had some amazing feedback. And all our signs said were things like, make sure your candidate knows what a woman is, or women's votes count, or respect my sex if you want my vote, all of those things. And yeah, the feedback has been astronomical. And although there's also been a lot of pushback, and sometimes the media picks up our little 1 or 2 person events, and then they get amplified out to tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. So so it's all happening. And we've also got World Cup soccer. We've got there's a bit of a furor because we had the Commonwealth Games cancelled here. Yeah, the future Commonwealth Games. So sport is back. There is an opportunity for us to say, well, you love women's sports. How are you going to feel when men start dominating these teams? So yeah, it's all happening. It really is. And it's mostly little grassroots anonymous things, and behind the scenes, a lot of women who can't have a public profile for obvious reasons are squirreling away, focusing on particular things, either the sport or the indoctrination of kids in schools, or we're starting to get the focus that they have in the UK, and it's really, really heartening. So yeah, that's my summary of what's happening in my part of Australia.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I just had to finish a message to KJK. I'm very, very happy that you're here. I don't know, have you gone now? But it's lovely that she dropped in. And, I would have loved her to talk to us for a minute, but I think it's late. It's late in Great Britain, like as it is here. Well, we're an hour later. But anyway, thank you, Angie. The one question, I haven't come back to you about the Dyke March thingy, but are you still interested in a conversation?
Yes, definitely. Because going back to what you were talking about before, I think one of my good friends is a young lesbian in her early 20s, and she talks a lot about how the pressure she feels as a young butch woman from her peers, both intentionally and unintentionally. Like everywhere she goes, people come up and go, "Oh, hello, what are your pronouns?" And she's just rolling her eyes, but she understands why they do that, because they're trying to be respectful. So yeah, I've had a lot of conversations with her, and I think young women, because I've got a YouTube channel, and I somehow it's turned out that I mostly platform women who are lesbians because they're the ones who are most active in the women's movement, but it's also because they're more likely to be out as TERFs too. And we've talked about how young women, there's no representation for them. And I think that we can play a role in providing a safe place for young women to find role models that they identify with. I think, older women play that role. I keep sharing this story because it made me laugh so much, that when all this bad stuff went down and I was being doxxed and abused, a message popped into my inbox saying, "Oh, I read that you were a massive homophobe because some prominent trans rights activist had posted that you're a homophobic asshole, and so I went over to your YouTube channel to abuse you." She said, "And then I saw that like 70% of your guests are lesbians, and I started listening, and now I'm a subscriber, and I just want to say thank you." So it really does matter, that women who have lived through a time where there wasn't this immense pressure on young women, that they tell their stories and they give the young women hope. I think it's so important. So it'd be an absolute honour to have you on our program. It'd be great.
So even if it's not with the young person who did the real Dyke March, but generally, or do I have to get her?
No, you're perfect.
you.
Just as you are. Yeah. No, you're perfect because you've got the life experience to say to these young women, when I was a young woman, this is what it was like, and yet here I am, out proud, with the awful, disgusting, despicable Trojan horse of trans, decimating
Okay.
spaces, and yet here I am. That's such a powerful message to girls who think the only option is to submit to the ideology.
Yes. Okay, I'm all in. That's not a problem. I only didn't organize it well with because Susanna and I, we will have to find a date, and we will talk. We'll have to talk to you, and you're on the other side of this planet, so that's more difficult than you and I find a date. That will be fine anyway. So we can do both, basically, or if Susanna is prepared to do that, which she said she would be, but she's a student, and for her, it's quite difficult to find time. So I'm in the good situation that I am only working 7 days a month, approximately, and I'm quite flexible time-wise. I can talk to you at night. I have no problem doing that. So I don't have to get up in the morning. So we will stay in contact, Angie, you and I, and we will do that as soon as possible. So, Juanita. Hello.
Good morning or good evening. It's morning for me. I'm just popping in to say that New Zealand women, after the Let Women Speak rally in Auckland that turned out the way it did, have formed a women's rights, a women's political party, and it's and their elections come up in October, and their slogan is protect sex-based rights. And so they're going to be going around the country in New Zealand in a couple of weeks. There's a few of them going around and doing speaking engagements and trying to rally around and get more members. It's a women's rights party is what it's called, and the New Zealand media have deplatformed them and will not platform them. Sean Plunkett from the platform is the only person that I'm aware of that will actually talk to them, and Jill Ovens is the leader of the party. So in August they'll be going around both islands promoting the political party, and the media will, New Zealand's the birthplace of women getting the right to vote, and yet they are absolutely horrific in deplatforming anything to do with, women's rights. They're not interested, which is horrific.
It is indeed.
Mm.
Are there any Maori women in the movement?
Oh, absolutely. Look, the political parties for all New Zealand women. There is no segregation over there, and New Zealand works together as a large community, and there are lots of other women from other cultures that are there as well. It's a very multicultural country, and every woman is welcome, and men are welcome to join the party because it's protecting sex-based rights. They're not just keeping it as only because sex-based rights, are for men as well. But we know how much it's decimating our world. But yeah, so they've been going since late March or early April, and they've been struggling, and it wasn't until they got onto Sean Plunkett at the platform that their membership grew greatly, because the media will not platform and the Women's Rights Party, and yet that's so undemocratic, and it floors me how many people support that.
Well, that's wonderful. Is the lesbian resistance, is the woman from lesbian resistance who's been here before, is she part of it?
I don't know. I've only spoken to Jill Ovens, and I'm actually going over. I'm in Australia as well, and I'm actually going over in New Zealand because I'm a Kiwi myself, or I call myself an Aussie because I'm an Australian citizen but proud Kiwi, and I'm going over and doing a tour with them for the week that they're in the North Island to help promote the party.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. I'm very happy
Oh,
about
it's going to
that.
be magical. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so look, the word's getting out. We've just got to use social media, and that's why I thought I'd jump on here and let people know. And if anyone from other countries knows, anyone in New Zealand, promote it. And now that they've got their political campaign slogan, which is protect sex-based rights, people can, shout it from the rooftops. New Zealand has a women's rights party, and this is their slogan. And vote for sex-based rights.
Well, that's wonderful. If you want, I don't know. I don't know if it makes sense, but we can find like a date soon, and you can tell me about it, and I put it on my podcast. I don't know if that will do anything for you, but because it's in Germany.
No, that would be fantastic. But contact Jill Ovens, because I'm in Australia and I'm merely going and supporting the party and supporting the movement. But Jill Ovens is the leader of the party, is the main organizer. So you would actually contact the Women's Rights Party in New Zealand, and then you will have them to speak to, and they will give you all the information you need, all the knowledge. I'm just, over here.
Right.
Another voice saying that they exist. I won't speak on their behalf because it's for the New Zealand women to speak for the party, and especially the people that are organising the party and running it. So Jill Ovens,
and
it's the Women's Rights Party New Zealand.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I would try, but you can talk to her, and is she on Twitter as well? Because she could.
Yes, they are, and they will. And the New Zealand, the Women's Rights Party is on Twitter as well.
Okay, can you put that? Can you put the link down in the bubble so that I can follow the link and find it easily?
I wouldn't have a clue how to do that. Sorry, how do I do that? Angie, can you teach me how to do that?
Yeah, Angie will be able to do that. What about Jess? I've got Jess here. Jess, do you want to talk about that? Have you got any further knowledge? I invite you. Maybe you can help. But you only have to copy the link to the website and paste it down here when you press on the bubble, the little bubble, and then you can add a tweet, and you just paste the link in there. Hello. And that's it. Then who's talking? Jess. Hi. Hi, Jess.
What were you asking about? I'm sorry.
Jess, it's Juanita here. The Women's Rights Party in New Zealand. LSquad was just asking me to put it in the bubble down here. I have no idea how to do any of that, and she was asking if you could actually do that, and then people can follow up on it, because they can then contact the Women's Rights Party themselves to get information and everything.
Yep, no worries. Give me a second.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll hop off now.
Okay. Yep. No, you can stay if you want, but thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
We're about. That's what we're about. We're going to do this. I don't know. You came a bit later. We're going to do this kind of world talk. If we manage, we will do it monthly, and so to inform us about what's going on in our individual countries, and have a network. So
it's fantastic. I just thought it was just a perfect time to announce and promote the Women's Rights Party in New Zealand. So because their elections come up in October, so they don't have long to get the message out, and because they've been deplatformed.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm really happy for you that you managed to do that. Like that sounds a bit like short notice, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it all came about because of the Let Women Speak rally and what happened in Auckland, and how women were not allowed to speak, and women being beaten, etc. And so women just started the party the next day. Went right, and just got on. And being a smaller country, it's easier to organise things like that because, you know, in Australia we've got different rules in different states for having political parties and different ways of doing things, whereas there they were able to rally. But because they're deplatformed, it's been that much harder to get the word out. And now the word is getting out. But yeah, so they've only got a few months before their elections. And yeah, so we've got to
Oh,
let all
that's
Kiwis know,
beautiful.
and especially, you know, expats know, and then they can let, you know, the Kiwis, all the New Zealanders living in New Zealand, hey, this political party exists, have a look. And yeah,
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
fantastic.
One question I've got for you, because I've been wanting to ask a New Zealander how this lady whose brain got injured, how she's doing. Have you got any idea about that?
Oh, right. Oh, the lady that had her eye socket, yeah, up until about a month ago, her eye socket still wasn't healing, but she's all right. And the court case was they were going to do a diversion, and that got knocked back. So the guy was going to get off basically, but it's still going through the court system. But she had to get local people to actually find the guy. The police didn't find him. The public actually found him. Yeah, it's just been,
But they
you
had
know.
the video footage. I know who the
I
guy
know,
was. I'm in
I
Germany.
know. Yeah, but look, that's how bad it is there. It's so that in New Zealand there's no television media that will support women's rights. Everything is the opposite, and they are just buying it hook, line, and sinker. And the amount of I've got a friend who is with us, and she cannot believe how many of her friends who are amazing people are buying the propaganda hook, line, and sinker that the rally wasn't that bad, you know, and that we shouldn't be speaking, etc. Like, it's just mind blowing how bad it is, and yet it was the birthplace of, you know, the right for women to vote. And yet they don't want women speaking in public about their rights. And I've battled, you know, women over there myself, who I thought would be the last women would, you know, not want women's rights. You know, they're all for equality except for women. Women are not allowed equality. And you know, when you've got the
ridiculous,
entire
isn't it?
media against you. Sorry?
It's
Yeah,
ridiculous, isn't it? I
yeah.
mean, it's happening all over the place. I mean, it's more or less the same in Germany.
Well, New Zealand's worse than Victoria, because we've at least got a station, a TV channel that does talk about women's rights and what's wrong in happening in the political world, and point things out. Whereas in New Zealand, it's just all one way. So, but I think Sir Winston Peters is starting to speak up. He's a politician and has a political party, and he's starting to speak up about the gender ideology madness. So there are rumblings, and also too, down in Invercargill, there's a swimming place called Splash Palace, and when the parents found out that men were allowed to come into the change rooms with their little girls, they basically had a huge meeting with the council, and the council wouldn't go unless there was no TV crew or anything. But what they did is someone actually filmed it, and you just see how angry these fathers were. Like, how dare you have men in my change rooms with my daughters? And the Splash Palace could not promise them that would not happen. So it's the rumblings are happening, and there are people talking about it. It's just not the mainstream media. They will not report on it, and they lie, you know, hook, line, and sinker, like they are elsewhere. So, but rumblings are happening, and people are waking up. And Kelly J. Cumming did blow the lid and expose. So, and when she comes back in September, for the
But
court,
she
for her
does,
court case.
doesn't she? She does come back.
Yes, yeah, for her court case is on the 20th of September.
All right.
Yep.
Oh.
And the 19th of September, the day before, is actually Suffragette Day, which I just discovered.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is brilliant. This is brilliant. I'm so
I
sad that she
know.
couldn't stay. I'm so sad. She was there
Yes.
5 minutes ago. So I'm so sad that she couldn't stay because I wanted to ask her about that. But
Yeah.
well, she's an old lady. She has to sleep, right? Well, anyway,
Yeah.
I'm very pleased about the development in your country, and she's taking the piss, doesn't she? I mean, like
Yeah.
she's coming back, haha.
Yes. Yeah. And
So,
exactly, because it just floors me that in today's society, women are being told they're not allowed a voice, and that is wrong. That is against, it's against everything that society has fought for all these years, for society and all human beings to have a voice, and yet we're not allowed one. And it just doesn't make sense. Like, you cannot be, and the amount of women that support it. We've got politicians here who will put down 50-year-old women on talkback radio. I heard it 2 weeks ago. A leader from a party, condemning and putting down women who over in their 50s. And she's a woman, under 30, and it's like, you shouldn't be putting down women at all, let alone women over 50, and you're a leader of a political party and no one bats an eyelid.
this is sickening. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank
So
you.
thanks for informing us. And
You're
before
welcome.
I forget it, some of you are new in the space. Again, I'm doing podcasts, and I usually do them in German language, of course, because I'm a German. But if any of you women want to speak, I am an avid follower of KJK. She's inspired me to do all the things I'm doing. Spaces, podcasts, outdoor events. So thanks to her, we've got this in Germany. And I have started to do English podcasts as well. So please, if any of you want to talk to a German lesbian about what's going on in your country or whatever you want to share, please do that. Contact me in my DMs. They are open. Oh, well, at the moment they're not, but generally speaking, they are. Or otherwise, look in my profile. There's the link tree, and you should be able to contact me through the link tree. My email address is ever so easy. It's LSquadBerlin@gmail.com. I mean, you can't miss that one. So please contact me if you want to talk.
So can you say that one more time?
LSquadBerlin
At
gmail.com.
LSquadBerlin@gmail.com. Let's say it one more
That's
time for the
right.
recording. No, that's amazing. I'm impressed with how good that email is. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, everything is L Squad. You find me as L Squad Berlin. You find me everywhere on YouTube, on Spotify. You should find me on Facebook, everywhere. You can donate to LSquadBerlin, gmail.com. I mean, it's everywhere, so that people have got it easy. If they follow me here, they know who I am. So I'm not.
Oh my God, add me on Facebook.
Yes.
I'm really impressed. I just want to say I'm really impressed. Sorry to be a nerd. I'm impressed.
And now what?
It might be a good idea to write down the email address and put it in the Bible because
my
it always
God.
can be a wrong spelling.
AP, what would I be without you? And you say I don't need you. Of course I do. Thanks. I didn't even think of it. Thank you. I will do that now. Hello, Heather.
Oh, hello, darling. Yep. I just wanted to say it's interesting, isn't it, that it's only when men become involved that suddenly it's taken seriously. So when men are worried that their daughters have to go into changing rooms with men, suddenly it's important. Women have been shouting about this for years, 4 decades, and suddenly men have cottoned on to the fact that it actually might affect them in some odd way. It becomes important. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of women's voices being completely ignored.
Yeah, we all are, Heather. And we've been talking about that for 3 years now, or something like that. I mean, it's
Or
like,
maybe
it feels
300
like,
years.
yeah, probably. But I mean, you and I are not 300 years old, but we know each other for 2 or 3 years now in spaces we've met, and we've been saying the same thing over and over again, and it's tiring. Of course, it is,
Then I
but
suppose
I
we
will
should
not
be
stop.
grateful. Should we be grateful? This is what I struggle with. Should we be grateful that men like Matt Walsh are suddenly supporting?
No,
No,
he's not supporting.
no,
No. Stop.
no.
He's not supporting. He is a misogynist, as misogynist as they. He hates homosexuals.
But this is
He hates
this
women.
is the kind of point I'm trying to make, is that it's so difficult for women because there are men from all different angles who are basically predators. Matt Walsh is a predator. He just wants women in their place. He wants to predate on women as subjugated. So, but where does a woman go now? How do I really struggle with this, because you hit like, oh well, they stuck up for us a bit, and it's just where, as a woman, we're all women here, exhausted by these
Well, no,
this
Heather,
hope. We're just hoping for some support from
he's
men.
been taking, he's been taking the wisdom, the pain, the information of women who've been talking about the same thing since the 70s. Okay, that's not his baby in his brain. He just took the opportunity and ran with it, and they listened to him because they won't listen to our sisters in what's her name? Dennis Raymond, right? It's Dennis Raymond who is the one who's been talking about it, other women, and Sheila Jeffries, and name them. So I mean, it's obnoxious what he's doing, to be honest.
But then you see that
Disrespecting.
there will be men who will say, no, men are men and women are women, and they will be on the same side as.
Of course, and that's why I do not post him. I watched the film and I thought it's good, it's okay, and it is good for us that people who are with him mentally get to know about the issue, because they won't listen to us, they won't listen to Janet, they won't listen to Sheila, but they will listen to that bastard, right?
But
But
we
really, he's not an ally.
live under a patriarchy. This is how we exist. I mean, I'm an anti-capitalist. I'm anti-growth. I'm, loads of stuff. But I understand that I do live within a society that upholds capitalism, that upholds the idea of infinite growth on a finite planet, which is madness to me. I also understand that I live under a patriarchal society, so I'm quite pragmatic about most things. So I want to know how one can negotiate the rank misogyny, and still make it useful. Because I
don't fight him. Look, I don't fight him. And I say the film is okay and people can watch it. I don't fight him on that. But I will not distribute his ideas and I will not have it when he's attacking feminists as we are the reason for all this mess. That actually made me furious. Absolutely
I mean,
furious.
to be fair,
The way he was
that was
talking
so
about it.
ludicrous.
He's such a laugh.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
he started the movie with a joke about his wife making a sandwich. I
And
mean,
ended it with
come
him
on.
opening a rather tricky jar.
Right.
Oh yeah, I forgot
That
about
was
that.
bad enough.
Do you know
A
what?
fucking
We've
clown, man.
invented stuff that opens jars without the need for a man.
Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous, but that really got me. I mean, that really got me. That last message he wrote about on feminists. I was like, what? I mean, I knew he was bad, but that was like flabbergasting. It's just like I couldn't believe my eyes. Right. So I will not talk about him, and I will not make it public whatever he does. But you're right, Heather. We could. What can we do? They listen to the men, so we need to use them to get our message out. If they don't listen to Sheila and to us, or to Kelly J, they will probably listen to those. This guy with the what's his name? Billboard Chris. He's a one of those fuckers too. He hates gay people. It's amazing. They all are so hateful, and they just strike this one chord that is, like the same for us. But they are not allies, and they hate us, and we must not forget that. We can't think for a minute that they are talking for us. No way. And if they do good work, I will leave them unchallenged, right? Let them do their work. But I will not say, oh, this is brilliant and celebrate, like that. He's got the wisdom. No, he hasn't. He hasn't got a clue. He doesn't even, he has no idea what this is about. And, well, it's good enough for the people who sit on their sofa and smoke a spliff and, like, I don't know what they do. And they don't think a lot and they don't read a lot. And then they watch that and think, that's going on. Oh, that's strange. Okay, let them get the information that way. I'm doing it in a different way. And I will be proud of what I've done. Well, anyway, Kate, I keep trying to finish this space, and you're so brilliant, ladies. Last time I talked for 8 hours. I said to AP that I wouldn't do that again, and we're like it's 5 hours already, so let me try to leave. But anyway, Cape Claude, it's your turn.
Hey, thank you. Sorry for keeping you up. I guess I should have joined earlier. I wanted to speak back to what Info was saying about getting some information out there in a softly way. That maybe lib fems, so this is particularly talking to, to women just becoming more conscious of themselves. I really liked the ideas that you had, information, but looking at things like denial and codependency and so forth. I think those are great ideas. So I'd love to hear more of that. On on Matt Walsh, Jordan Peterson, and Jordan Peterson also has blamed feminists. So has that Miriam Grossman. She's also blamed feminism. Mostly, I think, well, Matt Walsh is just a really misogynistic creep, but very often I think people are blaming feminism without really understanding history. And I would say, if there's one thing that this entire thing has made me grateful for, it is that I have finally realized that no political party represents women's interests. So I'm very clear on that now, and I will never trust completely any political party going forwards in my.
Oh, now you disappeared for me. Can't hear you. Can others hear you, Cape Claude? Hello. Hello. Oh, hello. Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you,
Hello.
but I don't hear the other one.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the feedback. I thought I'm completely gone here. Okay. AP, wenn du ins Bett gehen willst, dann geh ruhig ins Bett. I'm hooked.
That's good.
Yeah. I can ask Sasha if she wants to. Yeah, that's fine. I can ask Sasha if she can be my co-host. Sasha, will you be my co-host?
I thought you'd never ask.
Okay.
So I'm
So
replaced already.
no,
Okay.
no, AP, please, love it. I have to tell you, AP is my favorite, absolutely favorite co-host. We've done quite some spaces together. She's one of our brilliant German speakers. She really is something else. I'm very sorry that she didn't get her word in today. Um, but she's absolutely marvelous. I can tell you that. I'm not saying that, to, I don't know. We've got a saying in German that I can't translate. I do not want to
She
flatter her.
means she wants to put honey around my mouth.
Yes, exactly. No, actually, rots it is. But anyway, so I love her to bits, and I'm very happy that she helped me today because like we need co-hosts sometimes, um, just to have the space for many speakers, and if it's only that. But unfortunately, you didn't get to hear her very often because she's very good with words and very whenever we have got a weird situation in a space, it's her I can rely on to calm people down, including myself, and it's beautiful. Thank you ever so much that you joined us today and that you helped me. I'm very grateful. And
Okay, thanks. So you can put me down, and I will listen in a little bit longer.
I'm not going to put you down. No way. Oh wait, co-host. Okay. So Sister Sasha is now co-host. Thank you very much. Yeah, so now we can carry on for a bit. Maybe I can tell myself it's 12:30, so the latest is 1:30. Okay, ladies, 1 hour. Please help me because otherwise I will be knocked out tomorrow morning. Okay, now we can carry on. I think Cape Claude had technical problems. Now she's back. Then Heather, and then Info.
I'm so sorry. I am having technical problems. Just that I want to say that uh, um, I think that you're right. You know, putting individual males who can be useful to us down, criticizing them. We don't need to bother with that. We can take the benefits that they bring without getting involved in and, ignore them otherwise. And my general position is the same with political parties now. I no longer have political allegiances to political parties. I have one allegiance, and that is to the sisterhood. That's it for me now. So yeah, thanks for having me back.
Yeah, that's the same for me, by the way. I'm trying to stay clear of the right and the ultra right, but generally speaking, I'm just focused on women, and I don't celebrate the conservative come right people who support us, but I don't bite them away, if you know what I mean. I try to I try to navigate that as good as I can because I'm a lefty. I'm an absolute lefty. So that is very difficult sometimes. Anyway, Heather.
Oh, well, I was just going to say exactly the same thing. It's quite odd. I mean, my position is politically very far left, probably a bit authoritarian left, a bit, but climate change probably my big thing. Very, very concerned about the climate. And in Britain, the Green Party are completely mad. They're absolutely mad. It's impossible. I've tried to engage with people in the Green Party. None of them are even vegan. They don't. 18% of greenhouse gases are caused by animal agriculture. 18%. That's quite high. You can fly to New York and back and still use less carbon emissions than eating a kilo of beef. No one's interested in talking about that. And just as the Greens are not interested in talking about the real problems of climate change, they've also decided that men can be women. Because that's going to save the fucking planet, isn't it? It's just all nonsense. I'm just so tired of everything being some kind of waving a pointless flag in the air without actually having any coherent philosophical or ethical thought behind it. It's just social justice warriors without any adherence to science or sense. And to me, this whole gender thing seems to be the easiest thing for men, particularly, or women who are wealthy and unaffected. It seems to be the easiest thing to wave a flag for because it doesn't affect me. Well, it will, darling, it will. When your 12-year-old daughter decides she wants to have her breast cut off because she's a bit uncomfortable with puberty, then, maybe then, you'll understand what we've all been talking about for years. It's like puberty is a natural part of life. Women being predated upon by men it happens. We should be fighting against women being thought of as prey instead of women having their breasts cut off so that they're no longer prey, because they still are prey. They still are prey because they're weaker physically. It's just absolute nonsense. And it's having been a feminist for a really long time, this argument is the most extraordinary turnaround for men to fight back against feminism. But I suppose they were always going to come up with something, weren't they?
Absolutely. I can't remember the name of the lady who wrote the book about the backlash. And that was, if I remember rightly, that was in the 90s. I mean, she was predicting that to happen because we were getting on so well forward as women and our rights. And the men have been complaining. I can remember that they have been complaining since the 90s, at least, because they felt like, oh, we're getting too much, right, too many rights. It's ridiculous. So, information and then Angie.
Hi there. I was just wanting to do a response to Cape Claw. Thank you for your comments with regard to excuse me, what I was talking about lib fems. It'd be quite nice to do a space, or if anyone's interested in doing a space for me, or me and Cape Claw can do a space, specifically, talking about things like female socialization and the codependency, and how how we can reach lib fems that haven't peaked yet. I just feel it's basically putting together information on a really simple leaflet to sort of pique their interest to look at. Because it's very hard to it's very hard, I know personally, to kind of shift the layers of female socialization and understanding how systemic it is, and and how it really deeply affects every single woman and girl. And so it's just about putting something together. I've even been drawing a graph here. Just all the different factors that have been affecting women and girls, porn, social media, but it's really the psychological and emotional that I'm really concerned about, and obviously how that's impacted by the backlash and the media, political parties, incels, the men's rights activists. I mean, it's like a huge tsunami. That's really the only way I can actually describe it, and it is really overwhelming. So that's why I get why there'll be a lot of women that will be too fearful to look at it, because it's fear that inverted commas that keeps us in our place. So it's about breaking out of, it's just how I see it. It's breaking out of that fear of bit by bit, because it's not doing it all of a sudden. It's never like that with a process of working through our excuse me, how we've been subjugated. We can't do it all at once. It's never like that. That's been my personal experience and my experience working with women. So it's bit by bit to pique their interest, to get them to sort of think about themselves, to sort of go, oh, hang on here, things that, I don't know, things that it's I guess it's in a way that doing it in a way that you can't really deny, but it's not going to be too overwhelming, because it would be quite easy to go, I'm not reading that shit, just the way on the especially on the far left, their sort of tactics, it's don't listen to them, all that propaganda, not to read any literature from rad fems, and any other feminists that are fighting for and women fighting for sex-based rights. So Also, I just wanted a quick question to. Oh God, I can't remember what your real name is, but you're called Ghastly on here. I just wanted to ask quickly. I can't remember if you said that you'd been in far left spaces or involved with like groups of people, environmental like circles or whatnot. I can't remember if I might have picked you up wrong. I'm not 100% sure because I'm tired. But what I want to know is how did you get from like being in those little circles to like where you are now, coming into this space and being aware of what's happening to women's rights. Thanks.
Can I answer?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I don't see that being aware of climate change or being an animal rights defender or is in any way anti-feminist. If you understood how the female members of the animal kingdom are treated in order to commodify their reproductive function, then you'd probably be vegan too. I have seen, I see it all the time with lots of social justice warriors waving their flags, vegan. They've probably been vegan for about 6 months and they probably don't even know what it means. I mean, I'm 63 now. Vegetarian as a child, just because I didn't want to take anyone else's life. You know, kind of child who would scoop a fly out of a puddle. That's. I'm not saying I'm better or whatever. I'm not. It's just the way I view the world. So I don't want to contribute to unnecessary suffering. That's all. So, but I definitely do see, which I mentioned the Greens. I do see a definite correlation between people waving some sort of a sanctimonious flag over their heads, and yeah, I see that a lot. I see that a lot with I see that vegan, she, her, he, him, they, there's whatever. That I have noticed recently a correlation between those things. And I have to say, I have a huge suspicion about whether those people really uphold animal rights. Because if you do, you would know that the female of the species are the ones who are utterly oppressed and commodified and used and who suffer most. So
Yeah. Was it just like really quickly? Was that the moment you sort of peaked when you were sort of thinking about all this sort of like environmental
oh no,
and animal
I
rights?
was married quite young, 22, to an AGP man.
Ah, right, okay. God, that must have been horrendous.
Yeah, it wasn't great. But you see, at the time, I wouldn't have known the word for it, whereas now I do. And yeah, it's yeah, absolutely destroyed my childish romantic dreams. Because it's a bit scary having a 6'2" man in lipstick wearing your clothes that don't fit him, that he's stretched and adapted to fit him. When you're 22, that's quite frightening. So at 63, and having spent many years with a very nice man who sadly died from cancer recently, they're not all bad, but fucking hell, the complete lack of awareness of male paraphilia is just could only happen under a patriarchal society, because so many women have experienced this kind of weird fetishism. It's no, we should not be encouraging it. It's not freedom of speech. It's just fucking weird.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry to hear that. I didn't realize. Um, anyway, Angie and then Cape Claude.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Heather. Like you, I'm a long-term radical leftist, vegan, anti-fascist, all that crap. But I wanted to talk about the Australian Greens because, God, what's happening there is absolutely unbelievable, except that it's true. So we have admitted pedophiles and associates, like close associates, like advisors and best friends of convicted pedophiles in the Australian Greens. One of them was censured for promoting pro-Nazi, pro-pedophile content on Twitter. He was censured, but not kicked out of the Greens. And that person and the other person who he associates with, who is closely linked to convicted pedophiles, were the people who wrote the trans inclusion policy, which dictates that nobody can post any gender critical content or discuss not being allowed to post gender critical content, and that person should be expelled from the Greens. So the Greens passed that motion that was written by pedophiles and pedophile apologists. Now, that's not the worst thing. The same the same men who wrote this policy are advising the government on all levels, including local government and state government and possibly federal government. They are the ones that are advising on inclusion policies and promoting these draconian, like Stonewall-like things through workplaces that enforce these ridiculous safeguarding, erasing anti-women policies, like out pedophiles, right? Now, I don't know about anyone else, but I'm of an age where when someone talks about the pedophile agenda, I bristle because it was a tool for homophobes, right? And, you know, I'm reluctant to point at the what they call the community, which we all know isn't really a community, or point at anyone in the acronym because it's weaponized by pedophiles, and they rely on that. It's weaponized by far right extremists. It's weaponized by actual homophobes. Like, so as soon as you point at someone in the acronym, then it's weaponized. So I'm reluctant to do that. It's an innate thing that I'm reluctant to point it out because of that fear that homophobes will use it. And so people are like, these men are out and doing this. One's a gay man, one's a trans identifying man, and they're out promoting pedophilia in our major political parties, and nobody's calling it out. There was a tiny article in one of the major newspapers, but there was no pictures, there was no identifiers. Most people would have overlooked it. It's terrifying, but it's actually happening.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's more or less the same in Germany. The Greens are, kind of, yeah, there are pedophiles in it, and they want to make, pass legislation to give them more rights, and that's from the Greens,
Yeah, and
absolutely.
they've done it here. They've actually passed the legislation. There is a fight back. There is big, because that was like a step too far for people who have remained silent until this point. But there's always been agitators that have stayed in the Greens. Most women left, but there's been people who've said, no, we're going to bring it back around. And they're really, there are Greens members who are waking up and trying to fight back against this. But as we all know, it's much harder to get rid of legislation once it's already passed, or even, you know, policies once they've already passed. And, you know, we need more people willing to point the finger at these people, but also, you know, point out that it's not okay for homophobes to weaponize it, that it's, you know, yeah, that more people have got to stand up, because people don't like to weigh into this whole debate because they're so frightened of being labelled homophobic. But we can't let them do that. We can't let them falsely call us homophobic because we're standing up for people who just coincidentally happen to be, you know, in the acronym, you know. So we really have to embolden ourselves to stand up and call it out, and you know,
Well,
to
see,
do.
I just wanted to throw this in there real quick. They actually hate the term homophobia. What they will try and throw at you is transphobia. So what I noticed is that when you confront gender ideologues about the fact that gender ideology is homophobic because it denies the reality of same-sex attraction, what they'll say is that they'll try to say that, oh, you know, like homophobia has been dealt with and blah 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 in society, and like gays are legally protected, homosexuals are legally protected. Or they won't even say, they'll say they won't say same-sex attracted, they'll even avoid the term homosexual, they'll say gay and lesbian specifically, because these words directly confront the reality of sex, and they want to avoid that. So what we have to do is we have to combat this quote unquote transphobia with the fact that gender ideology is homophobic, because they hate that word. They hate the word homophobic. They hate the word same-sex attracted. They hate the word homosexual.
That is right. I think that's very obvious. Cape Claude, and then Heather. Ghastly is nice. I mean,
Mhm.
Heather.
Yeah, Sasha, you're right. They hate the word homosexual. To both Angie, well, to everyone, yeah, the Greens, they've used the Greens from the beginning. So I think it's important for us to remember our history here, that in the gay liberation movement, you know, pedophile information exchange and the Americans tried to infiltrate from very early on. They're always there. They're always trying to infiltrate from early on. They tried to bring disgrace, you know, and it was originally, you know, lesbians were themselves afraid to speak up about like a particular tract that they were given, for fear of being accused of undermining the gay liberation struggle. And then just, you know, for further context, you know, it's important to remember that what brought ILGA down in the first place was the infiltration of pedophilia into ILGA. And then it was trans money from Trans Inc. that put ILGA back on the track, together with Victor Madrigal. So they're always there. But, you know, one thing that people need to understand is that our kids have been so now this is going back 7 years in my life. And it's not something I knew at the time. Okay. But 7 years ago, in schools in the Western Cape in South Africa, kids who were in their second last year of primary school, I forget what you call it in the States, were being taught to
Middle
call
school.
okay, so they were being taught middle school. They were being taught in so-called sexual health. It's actually called life skills, to call pedophiles maps. Okay, that was 7 years ago in the school system here. Okay, and it is really important that we understand that the ICD-11 that WHO is codifying, basically, it basically takes all of these male paraphilias, these deviancies, out of paraphilia and calls them conditions of sexual health, which means that they are in the process of being depathologized. If things are not pathologized, you can't safeguard against them. and so on and so forth. So the ICD-11 rolling out will be informing social workers, schools, medicine, law, and everything else. So it is really important to understand that on the level of ILGA, on the level of the WHO, in terms of the psychiatric bodies and the medical bodies, that is where it is really important to fight, because that then gets kind of, with a depathologization, they can call it also a human rights issue, and they can say that there's no monitoring required because there's nothing wrong with someone who's got a paraphilia. So you begin to see the groundwork that's being laid. And I don't think it's at all just about pedophilia, but I'm just saying that pedophiles are always ready for an in, because they walk amongst us everywhere. And I think far more men have paraphilias than most women are even close to understanding. So yeah, that's my little addition. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. The woman.
Hey, I was thinking, well, when we're talking about that this kind of conversation like upsets me, like not like, you know what I mean, like just in general, right? So, and I'm just thinking like the only way that really this, so I'm going from like that sort of macro idea to like now sort of a metaphor, and that like if homosexuality had not been seen as something wrong, it couldn't have been attached to all these other like wrong things. I know I'm like there was no way to fix that, but we really are coming still from a place of like that the whole world has thought of this as demonic or whatever the fuck, you know, back in the day. And like, so, and that's how all these get attached to it. And again, being in my like sort of right wing Twitter land I've been in lately, like I still think they sort of think that that's how they can attach trans to gayness. Like they truly don't understand it, and they still think it's not great. And yeah, it's just upsetting. Yeah. And also when, no offense, I don't know, maybe I just need to get used to this in the but like when the word paraphilia keeps getting used, you know, that got used against us constantly. So, and then you're putting it right next to the other word. I don't know. So thank you.
Before Cape, really quick, I just want to say that's actually very true. A lot of people that, especially because originally gender critical was a radical feminist term, and it got essentially kind of co-opted by groups outside of radical feminists and groups that didn't have any feminist sympathies. So it kind of just got contorted to mean just as long as you're anti-trans, but they didn't actually oppose things like gender roles and sexism and all of the things that prop up things like gender ideology. So what happened is that you have this like mishmash of different ideas that come into the gender critical movement, and you see that these people are saying like they have like actively homophobic ideas, and the reason why they're able to do this is because they have equated like the entirety, like they don't see a difference between they don't see like a real difference between lesbians and transgender. They don't see a real difference between like anyone who's in the non-heterosexual community. So what happens is, especially because some of us are getting shouted down and become apologists for these groups, they just see it all as the same thing. So a lot of people don't actually care about the difference between lesbians and gays and like gender ideologues and all that, you know, all that shitty stuff.
Yeah. Well, so I'll come back at both Dill and Sasha. Sasha, 100%. And Dill, 100%. Yeah. So it is a really important thing to be aware again of homosexual history. It is a cynical weaponization, for example, of the horrors that psychiatry inflicted upon homosexuals, that they are getting away with the attempted in some places and already achieved in other places conversion therapy against anti-conversion therapy against trans kids, which is actually transing a lot of gay kids, as we all know. So, yeah, but you know, the declassification and the understanding that that homosexuality is not a paraphilia is important. It's important to understand the history of it. It's important to understand and remember and remind people that homosexuality is manifested across
But you
species.
understand that up until 20 years ago,
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
so
well
I
aware
wonder
of
why
that.
you keep.
But it's
All right,
important.
thank you.
Yeah, so I'm trying to speak to that. A paraphilia is something that is harmful, non-consensual, escalates. There are various other categories. There are also paraphilias are also not innate to any species except human males, in my opinion. I think that they are only in males. Maybe iatrogenically in some females because of codependency only, I think. So Dill, I don't know if that makes sense for you, but homosexuality is observed in all species or in many species of mammal. It is a naturally occurring phenomenon.
What makes
There
sense
are,
to me is that I made
yeah,
it clear that that word makes me
yeah,
uncomfortable when you
yeah,
continue to
okay.
say it 8
But
more times.
so,
So thank you, AP, or whoever that was.
okay, well, I have to carry on using it because it's extremely important for safeguarding. It's extremely important to keep pedophiles out. But yes, 100%, I do agree that most or many heterosexual people do either see, like, not really understand the divisions, which is why I hang on to the LGBT without the LGBT without the TQ and without the T hashtags. I think some of it is kind of conscious homophobia of the likes of Walsh. I choose to believe that the majority of it is because homosexuality is a minority sexual orientation. And so for most people, it is just foreign and other, and they just don't know that many people who are gay or lesbian. And so it behooves.
Oh no, she's gone again.
Damn, she was spitting too.
That's sad. I don't know if you can hear us. Probably not. Okay. The first firecrackers for the end of the years are being shot here in Berlin. This is a disgrace. Well, anyway, one comment. In my spaces, I love it when people finish their sentences. And if you want to reply or if you want to start an argument, that's fine. But please let the women finish their sentence. Then you can, even if it's not your turn, you can ask if you want to reply to that. That's how we try to do it. Yeah, we know. That's how we try to do it because otherwise we don't understand each other. Okay, I mean, like literally don't understand each other. So we're trying to keep that up, generally speaking, for everybody now, not one special person. Yeah, you can, Cape Claude, you're back and you can talk now, and after that, the woman can reply. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry about dropping down the whole time. Yeah, and look, it's monstrously unfair that LGBT people and really it should just be. I still think it should just be LG because that covers everyone. Should have to stand up and say that they are not speaking for us, but that is unfortunately the situation. Or the Walshes start to win. So You know, I just think it's important we all know our history, chapter and verse, and we disavow the paraphilias that are being tagged onto the acronym of LGB. So yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. I fully agree. We have to split up. I'm not having it anymore. So the woman and then AP, who has awoken from the half dead.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize. I totally interrupted, and I most definitely lost my temper. And I know I'm new here. To be honest, because I think it's important, I was hearing and feeling a shit ton of homophobia, and that's why that was that reaction. So maybe I'll learn, and maybe like when I'm in spaces like this, I'll just leave when the words paraphilia, pedophilia, and homosexuality wind up in the same sentence. I'm not a happy person, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it in the GC. Do not interrupt me. I'm sick of it in the GC movement. I'm sick of it. And y'all have been putting up with it, and that's where the anger came from. So I appreciate you allowing me to spend this little bit of time with you.
I didn't hear it that way. What did you object to? Because what I understood was that that Cape Claude made the point that we have to distinguish it, that one is a paraphilia. Oh, now she's disappeared. Has she? Has she disappeared? I can't believe it. Oh, that's very sad. Well, anyway, that's very sad. I understood it in a different way. That's why.
Yeah, I've been misunderstood by that person very
Probably.
seriously on this. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit sad.
I don't really even know
She's
how,
been
but
around since like there was a lot of rhetoric around like the similarity between the position of like lesbians and TRAs, and so I can see where the sensitivity is coming from, because there were a lot of people who are saying that, like, you know, lesbians are basically the reason, blaming lesbians for the gender ideology movement, and saying that like if there were certain rollbacks on lesbian rights specifically, then there would have never been this situation with the TRAs. So like I can hear where she's coming from.
LSquad, I've
All right,
sent
I
you the
didn't hear it
message
that
about
way.
McAslan.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. No, I didn't. I completely. I mean, I don't know if it got lost on me because of it's my second language, or if I just understood it the way you wanted, you know, like to make a point that we have to distinguish it because there is this danger. Exactly, I see that happening, and I absolutely agree that that's happening, and that is an absolute reason to make sure, and I keep talking about that in my spaces, in the German ones, that is, that people must not confuse it. You know that we are, you know, like we are homosexuals, period, and that's not a kink, and all the other things. Uh, are, you know, like paraphilias, and that's a completely different thing. And people confuse it because they have taken over our words, our language, our banners, our flags, our history. They have taken everything from us. And so the ordinary person who is not interested in, you know, like crazies, homosexuals, they don't make a difference. They don't understand what's going on. And that's why it falls back on us. The madness they do falls back on us. And it's happening. And people get beaten up again, right, in Germany. And that is scary business. And if I had understood that that is meant to be confused, I would have, you know, like I would have interfered. But well, I didn't hear it like that. So
I don't know. AP, this is your turn.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, actually, I believe if you have a certain let's say sensitivity to or vulnerability because of certain accusations, and you are used to defend yourself and your community against those accusations, you're very or you are much more likely to hear again this accusation, even if it's not meant to be. I personally agree that I personally believe that we all agree that homosexuality is, of course, not a paraphilia and it's not a link to pedophilia. But of course, there were always people who wanted to mix them together. And even in the 70s, and so there weren't only homosexual men who tried to defend themselves against those accusations, but also people, mostly men, who wanted to use homosexuality as an intro into gaining access to kids. So, and I believe that feminists, and especially lesbian feminists, always were on the forefront to defend children against such efforts from the outside. And now is a time where we have to do it against. Not only we have to protect kids against people who want to gain access, sexually access, but also against people who want to, trans the gay away to get access to vulnerable youth who are struggling with their sexuality and their identity, and trans is uh, uh, say offered as an way to solve all the problems and to end this painful struggle. And lesbian women have a very important role in that defense line. That's, I believe, because I think we are very aware of the dangers, and we are also very clear in our position. And of course, not everyone, but I think that's really something we have to do. We have to say very clear, very direct, and not to allow any compromises, because kids and teenagers, they are the most vulnerable in all of this discussion, all this debate, and they have very few people and strong people who to defend them, especially since more and more people really believe this bullshit that you can be born in the wrong body, whatever that means, and there is some such thing as a gender independent from your body, which is more important than your sex. Okay, that was it.
Thank you, AP. So now you know what I'm talking about when it comes to my co-host speaking. I hope you got the idea. So, gender critical, it's not your turn today, women speak. And thanks for listening, but no talking today. I don't know, was it Heather now or Tired? Do you know?
I lost track.
Okay, so we both lost track. Heather, is it you or Tired?
Tired.
Okay, thank you.
No, I reckon it was Heather, really. I currently don't have anything to add. I want to say something, but we changed the direction, so for now I'm good. So go ahead, Hedda.
Thank you. Aren't women polite to each other?
Yeah, most of the
Yeah,
time.
most of the
We're
time.
cultivating that. No, actually, that is what we've learned in the spaces. Actually, that's the policy.
Yeah, well, yeah, well, it tears me up no end. Lots of very sensible women talking a lot of sense without any prejudice, without any bigotry, without any nonsense. I remember, you know, when homosexuality was illegal, but was lesbianism illegal? Was it?
No, they didn't
It didn't
care.
count
No,
because women didn't matter.
that's not sex, is it?
Women,
There is no willy
women did
involved.
well. It didn't affect men, so it didn't matter. That's how important women are. It didn't matter. I mean, I'm a heterosexual woman, but I mean, seriously, if women could choose their sexuality, 75% of women would be lesbians. Sadly, we can't. We can't.
It's so unfortunate. It's
Because if
so
any
very unfortunate, isn't it?
minds ruled our bodies, then yeah, of course, it makes far more sense. And the fact that women were so unimportant, we didn't even have to make laws about it. It tells you all you need to know about how unimportant women were considered by men. But here we are now. Women suddenly, not in most countries, but in a few, just sort of clinging on to few little rights, like maybe it's not always against us all the time, and then suddenly, wham, bam, men can be women. It's honestly, if one were writing a book about how feminism was going to end up, this is exactly how it would end up. Men just hate women so much. Germaine Greer, I'm a second wave feminist. There is nothing Germaine Greer ever said I would ever disagree with. And she just nailed it years and years and years ago. And I'm not interested in the Lib Fems. I'm not interested in all that stuff when it was a little bit easier for us. So, we were so grateful. No, I'm with Germaine Greer every single day of my life. And can someone ever tell me when she was wrong? Because she wasn't. And I just love that bit when she says, I don't care. I don't care. And it's like, no, neither do we. We don't care either, Jermaine. You were right. You were absolutely right. And we have to stick up for each other. We have to stick up for other women. I don't care if I'm heterosexual and you're lesbian. You're a woman. For fuck's sake, you're a woman. This is all I fucking care about. Other women. Because we are prey, basically. We are prey to men. And there are some very nice men. Of course, there are some very nice men. But 98% of sexual crimes against women are committed by men. You have to be some kind of fucking idiot to not let that register.
Thank you very much. AP.
Yeah, I just learned from some trans activists that sex is a racist concept. And
where, please, please.
Yeah,
Please,
no,
please.
that was sarcasm. Of course, I didn't learn that, but that was the accusation
If you're going to appropriate
Whoever
womanhood,
whoever
you
said
can
that, if
appropriate
somebody ever
anything.
says that, please tag me. If somebody ever says that to any of y'all, please tag me, please, so I can argue, please.
Oh, okay. Who said that?
That poor person.
It's me, Sasha. Like, if anybody
Sasha.
ever
Okay.
tells you that, please tag me, please.
Yeah, I always put this 0 days of trans activism comparing men to black women down under it. But yeah, of course.
Because, yes, I get sick of it. I hear it all the time. Oh, you were never recognized as women. Okay, so why were black women the primary study of gynecology? Why were they taking black women's bodies for that? Please don't.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm dying to argue with one of them on that.
Okay, okay, I will do next time. Okay,
Oh, the poor
so
thing.
yeah, but back to lesbians. So yeah, women were not important enough, but especially sexuality of women was considered not existent. So so the sexuality was only regarded as sexual intercourse if there was some penetration done by men, and that was one of the reasons that lesbians and lesbian sex didn't care, wasn't considered of any importance. The only the only matter when it came up really in Germany was when there were kids involved and men wanted to make sure that women were lost the what is the Sorgerecht custody of their kids and so I think it was into up to the 90s that women had problems during divorce if they were openly lesbians. So, and only after that, uh, to be a lesbian was not considered to mean you're a bad mother. So there was always discrimination based on lesbian sex too, but of course not in the same way as homosexual men, gay men were persecuted. That's true. And now with the men who claim to be women, we have also this really bad view on women as only bottoms in sex, only those who were dominated, only those who are, sorry, fuckable. So in the meanest way, considered as sex objects, and people with a man with this kind of paraphilia, with the sissification and all this thing, they are so bad for young for young people, especially girls, because it again emphasizes the role men want women to play, and that's another reason to be very clear that we must oppose this movement. Thank you.
I just want to interject before Sister Claw. I wouldn't say that it wasn't because lesbian or because women didn't matter. It was because women were seen as like ultimately the property of men, whether you were public property, i.e. a prostitute, or private property, i.e. marriage. Because we did have a point in time where they were straight up burning lesbians in the street. We had a point in time where women who were cohabitating were persecuted because they were considered to be lesbians. So it's not that it was like lesbians were ignored. It was just
the way we were persecuted was different from gay men, but it was definitely like hellfest for us.
Yeah, that's true. Cape Claude.
Hi, I dropped off again. I'm just sitting here, wondering if I need to be defending myself against being understood still, or if the room actually did understand me, because I feel like that Jill really did misunderstand. But can I just get an idea? Do I need to go into all that again and explain where I was coming from?
No, I don't
No.
think that's necessary.
No.
Thank you. Thanks.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the laws on homosexuality here in this part of the world as well focus on sodomy. Lesbians maybe have had the luxury of a little bit more flying under the radar. I would agree with, I think it was AP saying that partly because women's sexuality as a sex class was never really paid very much attention, except in horrific kinds of ways like Sasha has spoken about. But when women were understood to be lesbians, there was hell to pay, and there is hell to pay. So yeah, I mean, maybe we've had the luxury of, being a little bit more under the radar than men, but once discovered, burn the witch kind of thing. And particularly in terms of really vicious custody issues, and that is an extremely important thing also to remember as part of history, and not forget that, and not forget why it's so emotional and important to people. So yeah, thank you.
And yes, I don't want to get too graphic, but there was a lot. Yes, there was like some flying under the radar, and it was like, it was somewhat of a shield, but there were whole parts in history where they were like cutting off a woman's clitoris. They were tearing off the skin on her vagina. Like I'm actually going to write an article about this because I don't think people know like the entirety of just like, the burning of women's labia and all the different types of torture. Because like I would say there was horrible, gay men were treated horribly. They were like beaten and all kinds of different things, but like they were actually burning the insides of women's vaginas. They were penetrating them with sharp objects. They were cutting off their hands, like all types of things that I don't really hear people talk about because I think it's not common knowledge, in the same way that when you go to a gas station, you'll see condoms everywhere, but you won't see dental dams. So I think it's one of those things where like the struggle isn't very visible.
I actually didn't know, so I would be very, I don't know, happy if you write something and pass the information to me, and I can actually translate it and put it out here, because I actually didn't know. I have to admit, guilty is charged.
Don't feel guilty about it. It's like we don't really get the chance to talk or even learn about women, but especially not lesbians, because it's just such, I don't know, people don't, lesbians just, it's, I don't know, we are just, I guess, the worst to people in a certain sense.
Yeah, well, I know what I know is that we've been tortured in Germany, like cold water, by ice baths and stuff like that for hours, and like what you call it, trepanation? Is that the word? Like
Like a drilling in the skull, is that what you
yes,
mean?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
tree panning. Yeah, that's correct.
And they used to do that to us and put us in loony bins because we were socially, well, not bearable and that kind of thing. I know that, but I didn't, and they did exorcism, all kinds of tortures, but I didn't know about what you just said, and I'm still recovering from your words. So if you write something, please send it to me, Sasha, and I will translate it and make it, like accessible for the German speakers. Thank you. Heather, and then Kate Claude.
Yes, I'm sorry if I sounded as though I was. My comment meant that it didn't matter. My comment was exactly what you're saying, is that it was unrecognised. It wasn't legal. It was under the radar. It was completely ignored, and it was brutality was allowed to exercise its male supremacy.
Scrote degeneracy. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't explain
No,
myself well.
you're good. I'm just expanding. I didn't want to get too dark in the room because it's like some stuff that I don't want to say. And I don't want people,
No.
It's been such a positive room. I don't want to put like all the stuff out there.
No. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've read about this stuff. It's fucking horrific, and exactly that. It was never legal or not legal because women didn't fucking count.
Well, I understood what you meant, I think. I mean, yeah, that was clear. Anyway, I keep thinking of, we didn't have look, the angles, these triangles that the Nazis gave to the prisoners. The homosexuals had their pink triangle, and the lesbians, they didn't even, they didn't even care to hunt us down like they did with the homosexual men, because we kind of didn't count. And if they got the idea that something is wrong with us, we were the asocials, people who are, pits, according to the Nazis. So that group was for us, if you want. So of course they didn't like us, and of course they killed us. But we didn't even. Do you know what I mean, Heather? We didn't even have our own victim group, if you want. Not that I want that, but if you know what I mean, where I'm going with this, it's like we do not count, and still we are hunted down. It's a weird situation.
Thank you so much for understanding what I was trying to say. I'm so sorry I said it so badly, but yes, that is exactly what I was trying to say. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No. Why are you sorry? It's fine.
I'm a straight woman, and I've just watched this movement. I've watched lesbian women being ignored, trashed, just used. I'm sorry. I'm a woman, so I like other women. And I don't have to be sexually attracted to women to like them. And I've seen some just awful stuff. So thank you very much. Thank you so much for everyone here for sticking up for each other. It's really important.
And that's what they want to do, though. They want to make it so that any kind of camaraderie amongst women is demonized, and that's why we have, like, when I talk about not just gender ideology, but traditionalism. Traditionalism includes breaking that female class consciousness, which is why we have liberal feminism today. Like we have, where everyone is so individualistic that we're not concerned with our sister struggles, that we're not really, because like we're not thinking about it. And it's not out of like, oh, I just don't care about her. It's that we're not consuming um we're not having communication between our sisters because we've been so disrupted by one, this capitalist hellscape. And this is not me being, you know, an apologist for communism or anything, but because of the condition of women globally, capitalists have been able to basically exploit women's desire to have like some sort of independence, some sort of relief from patriarchal repression, some sort of like this ability to have like social and economic mobility. And so we're so concerned with that we don't really talk to our sisters, and it's allowed these, like, I guess, wounds to fester. It's fungus, y'all. I don't know how else to say it. It is a fucking fungus.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And yeah, I've got my own issues at the moment with that one. But anyway, Cape Claude and then Heather again.
Yeah, I loved that. It's fungus, y'all. I don't know if I can get that accent down. It's great. Sasha, I love you. Yeah, I mean, so Sasha, I'm really interested. I also don't know much about that, but I do know that here in South Africa, which is pretty much the rape capital of the world, it is not surprising that so many lesbians are, in particular, are even into their 50s opting out. Many of them have been, the phrase is corrective rape. And corrective rape here often is accompanied by physical torture and murder. There are some documentaries about that against lesbian sisters in South Africa. So yeah, I mean, a lesbian woman is the most dangerous thing in the patriarchy, the most despised, of no use to man, not here for breeding, not here for pleasure, their pleasure. That's why it's always the women who are outside of marriage that men demonize. So the maiden aunt, you know, gets demonized and called things like a spinster. She's the one who a young woman might go and talk to and form sisterhood with. In quite a few countries in Africa, we still have a phenomenon where for the elderly women, if their husbands die, they are called witches. And they are deprived of their property, they are kicked out of their village, and they sometimes are murdered. And this is again because now that they are a widow with wisdom, they have wisdom to pass on to the younger women. They have no interest anymore in breeding. They have no interest in anything except maybe passing their wisdom on to younger women. And that makes them a danger. So, you know, that's the thing. As you say, Sasha, they'll try and cut the ties between us that bind us wherever they can on every front. And we have to fight them.
Exactly. I agree hardcore. And I hate to, because I know Sister Heather, I didn't want to call you ghastly because that sounds just wrong. But yeah, I always talk about that's why we have to exclude the scroll creatures, because anytime they get in a community of women, they are going to, regardless of whether they recognize it or not, they're going to try to break the binds that tie women together. And just like COINTELPRO, just like how they infiltrated all the previous movements and shifted the issues and all the focus, it's not me being a dick. It's me telling, listen, it's a warning. All the sisters that struggled before, all the women who started movements, all the sisters from the French Revolution, from Prohibition, from the anti-exploitation movements, from the workers' rights movements, from the movements for industrialization. A lot of us don't hear that women started the movements that would eventually become unions and workers' rights advocacy. We never hear about that. We don't even for female scientists who've done such important things like that are the reason to have Wi-Fi. Miss Hetty Lamar. We don't hear about stuff like that. So when we allow them into our spaces and when we allow them to speak and things of that nature, we're platforming them, we're offering them leadership, and we're distracting the focus away from ourselves to them.
Preach, sister. Heather.
Well, I'm just enormously cheered up, and absolutely behind you all the way. And we're 51% of the population, and with women like you, we're gonna win.
And you know why else we gonna win? Oh, wow. Kelly J never loses. That's very inspiring to me anyway. Oh my God, I love you all. I am enjoying this much too much. I mean, I should go to bed, and I'm just
Oh,
folding
don't you
my.
have that news thing tomorrow?
Yeah, well, I'm on WDI tomorrow. Is that what you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh no, wait, when? Oops, walla walla. I have to think. I think it's at 3:30 in the afternoon, so I will have some sleep by then, hopefully. But anyway, I'm a bit nervous. But if you usually watch WDI webinars, watch it tomorrow. I will be there, and I will be speaking in English, so you will be able to understand, hopefully. So yeah, that's tomorrow. I'm a bit nervous. I mean, that's quite. I was very flattered when I got the invite. You know, you get an invite, and so like I was invited by Angie, and I was like, "What? She wants to talk to me? Thank you very much." So I will be very famous soon.
Yeah, don't be nervous. Take all our energy with you. We are
Absolutely.
behind you tomorrow. You're just one of us. And I want to remind everyone of Audre Lorde, who said that we are only free of all. Let me look at the exact quote. It says, "I'm not free while any woman is unfree, even when her shackles are very different from my own." So
Period.
and I think that every woman who has other women in her mind can easily speak for all of us. So, and that's the solidarity we need to focus on.
Thank you very much. Do you know that I'm so old that I know Sister Audre Lorde live? It was in a room. No, where was it? Oh yes, it was in Choco Cafe, and yeah, I've experienced her life, and I was like, what? I was young and I didn't really quite know who was doing that workshop. I actually went because it was interesting and everybody was talking about her, but I had no clue. I was so young, and I should have treasured it much more than I did at the time. And but I was like, wow. Still, I was wow. Yeah, she was something else. She had this power, and she was lovely. But I can imagine that Sasha, that you're a bit like her, energy wise. You know, like a woman who just speaks her mind and doesn't mince her words. And Well, anyway, that's the idea I get. So I'm very, very happy that you're here today and that you agreed to be my co-host, even if it took me ages to ask you. So I hope this will continue. I'm very happy that we got to know each other through these spaces. I mean, that's what they're about, right? And I can't tell you. I'm quite moved now, and don't want to carry on speaking because I will cry. So, someone else wants to
No
speak.
worries, and I'm gonna be around for a while because like I'm on strike, so it is what I'm not gonna be going into work obviously, but yeah.
And you know my friend Radical's what's her face? Roxy Roots. You know her, don't you? We
Yeah, she's
talked
mad
to
cool.
her the other. Oh, I love her. I love her to bits. Actually, she's a friend of mine, and I treasure her.
Hopefully I can meet her when I start traveling again next year because I'm supposed to be. I definitely want to hit Edinburgh again, but I want to go to like new places. I want to go like actually see Germany and not just like zoom through it and just be in a car the whole time.
Uh, so you want to come to Berlin, don't you?
Yes, like I've been once, but like the whole time we were there, I didn't even get a chance to get out of the car, so like I don't really
Oh,
count it like that.
nah. We have to make sure. Honestly, Sasha, we have to make sure that you're here on the second Saturday in a month because that's our date when we do our women speak event.
Oh,
That's the
period.
plan. So if you come to Berlin, come on the second Saturday. Be here on the second Saturday in the month, and then we will have a blast.
You know what? I'm looking forward to it.
I can't wait now that you told me. Oh, I
I
would
was supposed
welcome
to do it this
anyone.
year, but like a lot of stuff happened like legally, so like I had to stay in the state that
Right.
I'm at. But now I'm free, so
Okay. So, oh,
Just
that
to
will be.
directly add to that, I think also there's this group Radful Berlin, right? They're doing the meetups by the gate, I think, as
Um,
well. There's a lot of things happening in Berlin, no?
yes. There is Red from Berlin, and I keep telling people about it that it's happening, and I used to support her, but unfortunately, I don't know why. At some point, she blocked me, and I'm not a supporter anymore. If I'm blocked, I can't support, and I don't want to, frankly. So I don't know what that's about, but anyway, so we've got our problems here in Berlin. But yes, she does uh, regular uh, events on the last Saturday in the month. And that's why I'm on the second because I do not want to interfere with her. I don't want women. No. Actually, out of fairness, um, because I don't want women to feel like they don't know which event to go to, and that's why I thought, okay, so if women choose to come to an event in Berlin and want to travel, um, they can choose if they come to see her or come to see us, and not feel like I'm in Berlin now and there are two events happening. Um, so, well, that's how I thought would be the
It's
best way.
sad to hear. I do hope in the future it's possible to have some middle ground and have
I
a
don't
lot of good events. Yeah.
by what I heard, it's not possible, but that's not up to me because I don't even know what I've done wrong. I actually don't know. Someone told me because I am so daft. I didn't even get what was happening because I tried to access the Instagram page and it didn't work. The link didn't work, and I actually wanted to write to her and say, "Look, your link is broken. somehow I can't access even from your page. I can't access Instagram to know when the next event is. And then I realized I was blocked. It wasn't the broken link. I was blocked and I didn't know why. Because I've been for months, I mean, quite some months, I went regularly to support her. And actually, I don't know, I want to think about myself like that, and whether I agree with a person or a woman in this case. I don't have to like a woman who does things. I mean, I'm generally speaking now, I actually liked her. But I support when a woman does something, whatever she does, I will support her. So if there's a women speak or a let women speak, or if she does a podcast or she goes out there and talks to people, I don't, I just support her. That's it. You know, because we have to support each other. Otherwise we're not getting anywhere. And, I find it a bit sad because, I get the feeling that, not everybody acts like that. And that's a bit sad. But at some point, I realized I have to do things on my own and the way I want to do them. And it doesn't matter if women agree to how I do it. I just have to do it, period. Because if I wait for others to make events happen the way I like them, I will wait, well, to infinity, right? So I thought, okay, I have to do it myself, and whoever wants to support me and who wants to come and join is welcome. And I'm not funny about that. But I realized that we in Germany we've got this situation that we are still kind of finding each other and still sometimes fighting each other because we don't care to listen or to understand what like what's going on. And it's a bit, I don't know, it makes me sad. But well, as I said, I do my things and I support others whether they support me or not. And that's how I do it. And what others do, I can't influence that. I can just be the way I am, and I hope to provide a space where women are happy and feel inspired, and maybe other people come around at some point. And if someone wants to talk to me, they can always address me. I'm not funny like that. I am open to conversation, but yeah, it's a bit difficult sometimes. But women do their own events and projects, and that's absolutely lovely. And it's good to know it's not just one or two. There are more of us doing things and going out there, and I'm very happy that has evolved in the past. I would say, well, 2 years maybe, about 2 years.
Yeah, I saw some
And
photos, I think, from near the gate. It's pretty cool. And I've been to Berlin and I am planning to go to Berlin, so definitely would be cool to be able to join any of the events. But every time I'm in Berlin, there's no events. I always like go in the middle.
okay, so
That's fine.
make sure that you're here on the fourth Saturday, or the last Saturday in a month, not the fourth,
Yeah,
the last Saturday,
I will see. I will see. Like,
or the
because every time I
second.
literally like in the middle. Like every time I've been to Berlin, I've been like 3 times this year, and I just
Oh,
there's no events. Like constantly, I'm missing every single event that is happening in Berlin. Like
okay.
the marches, the everything. But yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you. So the last Saturday in the month is Red from Berlin. Look out for her. and on the second Saturday in a month, that's us. So you maybe you try to hit one of those dates.
Maybe,
You're
but
very welcome.
it just never works.
Yeah, well, if you
So
know it, you might be able to look out for it.
yeah. And the other thing is you can just say that you are coming and maybe we can plan an event around your visit.
I
At
think
Absolutely.
least
I would
meet
be
with
very
you.
happy. Yeah, just to meet. Yeah, that would be great. Definitely. Yeah, I might be coming. I'm not gonna tell publicly when, but when I figure out, I will definitely reach out.
Okay, yeah, well, do that. Absolutely. Everyone, every single one of you, please, if you ever come to Berlin, just give me the information and we can meet and get in contact personally because I actually prefer that. I was happy enough last time, on our first event, AP was there and she was the first speaker and she actually wrote a poem just for that day. It was lovely, and she's a whiz kid, right? And that was really good, and I hope that I can welcome her. As from next month on, I can welcome her more often. Um, yes, oh, that makes me happy. Okay, so now enough of these emotions. Heather and Ashai, whatever. You can tell me.
I just wondered if 'cause, I mean I have quite a deep voice myself. I wonder if you are often misgendered.
Wait, who
Yes, of
who is?
course.
Oh,
Because
how's
that
that?
happens to me a
Oh,
lot. I mean,
Of
cause I have
course.
quite a deep voice, and I just suddenly started laughing to myself.
Yeah.
It's happened to me
So
so many times because I happen to have quite a deep voice while I smoke.
no, actually, I hear you as a woman. Absolutely. I hear you as a woman with a deep voice.
But then men
It's
hate
not
women
even a trans
with high
voice.
voices. It's like we can't make them happy, can we?
No, it really is. It is a fact. I mean, I work as a telephone operator, right?
Yeah.
And the other day, someone called me Mister, and I said, "Oh, I'm Mrs. Oh, well, Ms. Right?" And what did I say? What did I add? My voice is so lovely, right? And yeah, well, the other person was like, "Oh," and then we laughed together. Yeah, it keeps happening to me because the more relaxed I am, the deeper my voice gets.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I was just, I was just chiming in with a bit of solidarity there. So I have a very deep
yeah,
voice myself,
thank you very much.
and
But people say,
I've been,
yeah,
I've heard it so many times. It's exhausting.
yeah,
It's
but
exhausting.
people talk me into doing podcasts because my voice is so lovely. They go to sleep over it.
Damn, we all sick. We all in here coughing like a little Victorian voice. This is crazy. Something going around, y'all.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a smoker. Hence my very deep voice. But yeah, it's just the point I wanted to make is that like
No,
people are
no, but
the sexual stereotyping is so hardwired.
no, but you can hear that I'm not a man. You hear that I'm a deep voiced woman, can't
Well,
you? I
yeah,
mean, honestly.
I've got a deep voice too, and yeah, I'm,
But really, do you know what happened after my
I think we
first
could.
podcast?
I just thought we could just both laugh about it because
Yeah, absolutely.
it
After
happens
my
all the
first
time.
podcast, a friend of mine, a young lesbian here in Berlin, she said, "Oh, you've got such a lovely voice. I really, that was so nice. I was so tired and I listened to you and I went straight to sleep." I said, "Oh, thank you very much." You know, it's like, And so I started calling it, let me see, I haven't used that phrase, a podcast from women, by women, um, with women, um, or, ah, oh, I can't translate it now. It's a bit of a joke, like, or sweet little lesbian talks for tired lesbians who want to go to sleep, that kind of thing. So, well, I will change that claim, but that's what she said to me.
It's always a good thing as a lesbian to have a voice that lures other lesbians into your bed to sleep, of course, only.
Well, to be honest, AP, that's the soft spot, actually. Do you know what? I actually, I didn't choose it, but women who had their coming out. Well, I had more than one girlfriend who had their coming out with me, and they stayed with it. It's not like they went back, but they had their coming out with me, and then they stayed with women, and they're like radical lesbians. But that's so weird. Somehow I am what's it called? Um, Catalyst. Yeah,
That's
something
called
like a
Casanova
catalyst.
mode.
No, I didn't choose it. I just, when I look back, I thought, oh, blimey, I, I must be doing something right. The ladies stay with the ladies.
We call it Casanova mode in the South.
Yeah, you just, oh, Ashy, it's your turn, I think. And then Kate.
Yeah, am I audible? Hello?
Yes,
Hey, we can
yes,
hear
we
you,
hear
sis.
you.
Okay. Actually, I wanted to add to that race discussion because yes, DRA said that white people are only rat farms and they are racist, but here in India, there is so much female feticide. Mothers put their dead daughters, alive daughters in dustbins, kill them in their stomach. How can they say that they change gender? This is so sad. And the opposite of this is happening as a queer theory is being imported here. Actually, there was a hearing in February for same-sex marriage, but the opposition was saying there is a different rule for domestic violence for men and women and how they will go around it. And the chief justice said, how do you know what's a woman? He said the genitals make one a woman. The opposition said it. And he said, no. Chief Justice said, no, the genitals do not make a woman. I just don't understand it. Like, it's gone so far. It came here in India. I'm just so baffled by it. I hope my accent was understandable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm struggling a bit, to be honest, but I think I understand that you're from India.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone want to say something?
I actually really empathize because like the condition of sisters in India, there's so many issues. And I remember I had written one about the brothel villages where girls are taken and they are made to serve basically clients, and they live in this basically very small living quarters. And if they don't, like, their whole existence is determined by our equivalent of pimps. um and there's just that's one of the many things that's going on over there. So I wish I wish I could say everything. I really do. I wish I could say everything. um if you go to the link in my bio, you'll see some of the articles I've written. I'm trying to get used to Blogspot because I got banned from WordPress. I didn't think you could get banned from WordPress, but I got to make a new one.
So
Yeah,
what?
I was,
Tell us.
yeah, I was also mentioning queer theory. It it is like infecting India as well because there was a hearing in February for same-sex marriage here, and the Chief Justice said there is genitals cannot define man and woman. So I don't understand how they are discussing it, how they are fighting for same-sex marriage, but they can't define man and woman. Like oh, the laws for domestic violence here are different because of gender. It applies more to men. So the opposition was bringing it up, but then the Chief Justice says, "What's a man and what's a woman?" But like, what are the genitals? I don't understand how this works. How are they fighting for it without defining what sex is?
Yeah, but they know what sex is. What we learn in Germany about Indian women, they are in a really, really bad situation because I don't know. Tell me if I'm wrong, but what we hear is that you have got a high incidence of like women getting raped on buses and all kinds of places, and so they must know what a woman is because they rape you. So what's going on there? I see how that's confusing.
Yeah, like going to school during high school, I would get groped, touched along with my friend. Like she would get groped as well. Like this is like experience worldwide for women, but in India, I think it is kind of amplified.
Right. So do you? I don't know. Um, I have
Yes,
learned at some. I have learned at some point that the widows in in India, I don't know, something really some really bad things are happening to them. What's the situation like for widows if they are suddenly alone, like as a own lonely woman, after their husbands died? Is it still precarious or has that changed?
so yeah, women here are not. Uh, Hello.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, women here are not. You know, encouraged to be independent, so they're financially dependent on the man. So because of that, uh, when their husband die, even when they get divorced, they cannot support themselves. They basically either live at their parents' house. Yeah, they just live at their parents' house or their brother's house and listen to the fact that they are eating for free. They are living there for free, even though their parents made them dependent on them. And they are considered, like divorced women are considered low value because they have already been married. They have no virginity. It's like that.
But they don't get killed anymore.
No,
Or
no.
okay, well at least that. Okay, but that sounds horrible. Actually, that sounds really like a grim place to be as a woman. How do you
Uh,
how do you get around? Are you okay? Are you in a situation that's kind of well sufferable?
I'd say I'm pretty privileged. Uh, compared to others. Yes, I live in New Delhi. It's a city, upper middle class family, so it's easy for me to live. My family is pretty liberal, even though we're like Muslims. My name's actually Aisha. I'm an ex-Muslim, so my family is fine with it. My family is fine with my sexuality. I'm a lesbian, and yeah, but sometimes I just feel suffocated here because it is difficult. It is homophobic country. It is a homophobic country.
Yeah, a homophobic and misogynist country, right? So, okay. Well, thanks for talking to us. Thanks for being here. I'm very happy that you found your way to our space and that you shared your information with us.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for letting me speak. I actually have been following this stuff since 2017, but
Right.
I just didn't had the courage to engage. I'm just so tired now since the birth certificate discussion, you know, going on for lesbian parents. It's just horrible, and I'm so done. I'm so frustrated.
Yeah, I believe that. So if you want to, I mean, I don't know, you don't follow me. If you want to follow me, you will get the information of when these world talks, for the lack of better name, happen. So you're very welcome to join us when I do, thank you, when I do spaces, and Sasha does spaces as well. So maybe you want to follow her. And I don't know, Angie, she's more in your, well, closer to your time zone, I think. So maybe if you follow her, you might find spaces where you can speak to women and maybe just talk about how nasty the situation is. Sometimes that's all we have, that we have other women to talk to, and that might actually make a difference, I hope, even
Yeah,
if we
I
can't
just
do much.
yeah, I just hope my accent was understandable.
Yeah, I think I caught most of it. I'm a, well, this is my second language. I think for the English speakers, it might have been a bit easier, but I think I got you. I got you well. Well, anyway, Heather.
Yeah, so this is the general misogyny in the world that is completely ignored. Like when the football World Cup played in Qatar, all we ever heard about was, oh, how they're a bit mean to gay men. No one mentioned the oppression of women. When England played cricket against Pakistan, India, India have a pretty good women's team. Afghanistan, well, women aren't allowed to play cricket anymore. They were quite good, actually. Women, the Afghanistan women were bloody good at cricket, but no one mentions that. It's so normalised that women are oppressed. It's so expected. It just goes completely under the radar. If someone's anti-gay men, my gosh, the British press get terribly excited about it. No one gives a shit about the fact that women are suppressed and subjugated across the globe. No one ever, because it's normalised. Because we do it at home too. That's how men operate. No, it's not just men. Women buy into this too, because to save themselves. I'm not going to blame those women, but This is how it operates. And to hear that woman's voice from India, we know. We all know. We know that's what happens. You know, don't want to marry a cousin, get acid thrown in your face. How many times has that happened in India? And it's never reported. Never reported. It's normalised.
Too many times.
Exactly, Tanya. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But there are women. We are fighting. We are fighting, and we know it's wrong. We know it's wrong. It may be ignored, but there are many, many, many women who don't ignore it, who know.
It's actually actively suppressed. Like the media and the government media will actively suppress
Exactly.
it.
Of course it is. Of course it is. It's not mentioned because it. Who does that help? It doesn't help the patriarchy to complete to remind us how women are suppressed or are violated, who are how difficult it fucking is to be a woman in this world, in a so-called fucking
Mm.
liberal world. It's not. It's
And
just it's even in the where it's supposed to be egalitarian. We sit there and we ignore what's happening to women in India. We ignore what's sport is the worst. Is the worst for pretending that violations against women don't happen. Sports run by men. Yeah.
yeah,
And
but
that Qatar thing, I'm sorry, but I almost threw the radio through the window. Did I heard Peter Tatchell standing on a corner ranting about gay men? It's like,
mm,
have you not noticed, like, the oppression of women at all? No, you wouldn't, Peter Tatchell, because you just think it's a good idea for 9-year-old boys to have sex with men.
yeah, but what I find tricky, what I actually think is that when we talk or think about women in India, when we think about women in Iran and Afghanistan, we European women or women in the Western world think, oh, we've got it good here, haven't we? And we are, I think many of us are not able to see the oppression we have to endure. And at the same time, when I hear Aisha speak, I think, what kind of problems have I got? Really, it's close to none, isn't it? I can be out loud and like do my events and say hello, I'm a lesbian, and no one is killing me or doing any harm to me. Not any, but basically, it's the situation for us is quite different. So that is a tricky situation for me sometimes when I think about it. I don't know about you, but I I think that some women don't actually understand how the oppression in the Western world works because we don't have to wear a burqa, for instance, or we don't get raped on buses. Well, generally speaking, but you hear that more often from other places. We don't get stoned on the market square. No, we lose our jobs or we are subject to violence at home and da 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 da. But well, really, when you compare it, it's nothing. What are we complaining about? And I think that is quite difficult because that's been held against us before. Like, what are you talking about? You can say whatever you want. You can do any job you want, and you earn money, and you may vote. And name it. And why do you propagate feminism? Why is that? Do you see what I mean? It's really sometimes I think about that, and I'm really a bit, well, uh, irritated about that. Gender critical. I don't know what it is with you. Do you think your sex has changed in the past 2 hours? So still no men talking. Thanks for listening in, though. So AP and then Heather, and then I wind down. I need to go to bed.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add to your thoughts. I think it's very important for us women to be aware that there's only one patriarchy, and there are many variations of it, many different faces of it. And of course, um, uh, the fact that there are countries where women are even more oppressed than we feel it in the West is used here to claim that uh, in our Western world there is no patriarchy at all. So, for example, and also that we need to be aware of that um, even for us women here, it is important that women everywhere in the world are freed. Because if it's not the quote of from Audre Lorde, it's not only that we feel solidarity with other women who are oppressed, but all our oppressions are interconnected. So we actually can't be free if not every woman is free. So that's important to see. And there is no freedom of women if we are not um, if it's not reached for every one of us. So I think the maybe we can call ourselves the fourth wave of feminism, where we are able to connect through the digital era, so that we can, like we do it today, across countries, across continents, and work together and share our thoughts and find a great strength in this unity, in this solidarity, so that we can fight all the oppressors and all the oppression. And I'm very optimistic that in the end we will overcome all those oppressive structures, but we have to keep on, and we have to trust each other and make sure that we can trust each other and that we are not divided and lose our energy by fighting against each other. Thank you.
Good night, Eleanor. So I said, dearie, I'm sorry, I won't take you up as a speaker because I'm really getting tired. It's 2:30 in Germany, and I need to sleep a bit. And my lovely co-host AP is in the same time zone, right? So we need to sleep. Anyway, Heather, another comment from you, and then I would say good night.
Just really quickly, I mean, I remember all this the sporting boycotting. I remember anti-apartheid stuff. I remember all those things when sport decided they're not going to engage with apartheid South Africa. When did sport ever decide they weren't going to engage with a misogynist country. Never. Not once. Because the hatred of women is just kind of fine and dandy, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you for those final words. Jerry and Eleanor, I'm so sorry. I have to be a bit like now. I have to stop because I know I can carry on till 5 o'clock, but that will not do any good for me. So please, please, please follow me. I think you do already, and come back. You're very welcome to come back. But now I'm stopping myself. AP knows how difficult that is for me. So, women and gents, thank you so much for having been here. Thank you for those lovely hours of talking, and for your openness and for your way of talking to each other, because I cherish that. Um, that's our idea of how we want to talk. We want to listen to women, finish their sentence, and then answer. And we can fight, we can disagree, but we want everybody to be happy here and feel that it's a kind of safe-ish space. Twitter spaces cannot be safe per se. That is impossible. But we can make it as good as it gets. That's what we're trying here, and it worked bloody well. I'm so happy, and I will find a new date with my co-host Sasha. I just invited you to come next time, Sasha, and be my co-host with Spikey, who we don't want to forget because it was our idea, Spikey's and mine, to do these spaces. So I hope next time Spikey will be able to come, and then we will be three, and hopefully Sasha, and we will have another lovely conversation. So thank you very much. And again, for those who came later, if you want to take part in a podcast, look in the bubble down there on the right. There's my email address. You can write to me and say, oh, yes, I want to talk to you. I want to be part in a podcast. I want to talk about something that is I am interested in. There are no limits. You can talk about whatever you like. And yes, please, feel free to write to me and we will talk. Thank you ever so much. It was such a pleasure, and I really have to pull myself like away from this talk, actually. But I hope that I will see every single one of you next time again. And Gender Critical, thanks for being so patient with us, and thanks for listening, for being interested. And maybe there will be a space at some point in time where I let men speak again. But I don't know. I can't promise that. Okay, lovelies. Have a good night or a good day, whatever. And if you want to listen to our event, it will be there will be a live stream on the 12th of August at 2 o'clock German time. You have to do the maths, and for about 2 hours. And it is a bit special because we've got a bit of music and we're just winging it. We do it as it comes. I don't know if there will be speakers. We will have to kind of somehow make it happen while it's happening, you see. So I'm very excited about that in two ways. And I hope that everybody will listen and maybe get the energy of what's going on here in Berlin. And I am looking so forward to seeing you and listening to you again. Good night. good day, good morning, whatever, wherever you are. Be safe, stay sane, and you know, stay brave. Bye.